Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Andy Serling and Rick Schosberg coming to you from beautiful Belmont Park as Breeders' Cup weekend's upon us. For those of you not familiar with Rick, you've been training in New York for how long?
Oh, about 37 years.
Yeah, your training career actually almost completely coincides with my moving to New York, because I felt like you had been a big player in this scene for a long, long time when I got here. I didn't realize you just started in the mid-'80s.
Yeah. I was an assistant trainer for Tom Skiffington in the mid-'80s, went out on my own in '88, and won with my first starter here with a horse named Three Chopped Road. Jerry Bailey rode him. We beat Gasper Machera, and everyone's like, who's that guy? And
you're still around, and Gasper's gone.
Yeah. I'm still around.
No, you are. I agree.
Yeah.
And, a lot of, you can see the accomplishments to over $37 million. But also, we talk a lot about your relationship with Take Two and Take the Lead Thoroughbred Retirement Program. You're the vice president of the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association. You were here with their president, Joe Applebaum, a little bit earlier. And we look at those horses, I know that it's actually as indicated, guys, or as you guys called them, I believe.
As indicated, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I think of Mossflower.
Mossflower was a tremendous mare. That was a great year. That was 1998. It was our year for the Affirms. I had 3 Affirms in the barn: Affirm Success, Mossflower, and the name escapes me, but Ken Ramsey sent me a horse just because he was by Affirmed, and the first time we ran him, he won a stake. So 1998, we won. It was the Vosburg and the Forgo that year. With Affirm Success, and he went to the Breeders' Cup as the heavy favorite for the sprint, and then Mossflower won the Hempstead here by 12 lengths and went a mile and a 16th and 139 and change. And
she got like a 118 buyer or something that day.
It was a tremendous mare.
Jewel Princess, I want to say, was in that race. Was it?
It was a compact group of really top mares from the East Coast. And the pace was fast, and she was way back. And I watched that race on YouTube quite a bit because it's just tremendous. And Robbie Davis rode her for us, and he said, Rick, at the top of the stretch, she just put me in the back seat.
She was awesome that day. No, I agree. She really wasn't. I think she may have been the 4th choice of 5, but as you say, it was a very strong field, and that was a huge performance. I really remember that. And the Hempstead, of course, is the Ogden Phipps now, a Grade 1 race and a very prestigious race. So we've got some stake races on today's card. No Grade 1 stakes on today's card, but a great move by the racing office last week. We moved the Awad, we moved the Chelsea Flower, the Ticonderoga, the Mohawk, all stakes because we knew it was going to rain.
Yeah.
So instead of them being awful off the turf races, in today's nice weather, they're going to be terrific turf races all weekend. We've got the Awad and Ticonderoga today, and the Atlantic Beach and Tempted. Of course, we normally would be at Aqueduct, but we're staying here at Belmont Park. Breeders' Cup weekend upon us. A lot to talk about. So, as we talk about the first race today, Rick, let's talk a little about the favorite, Veterans Beach, the horse to beat. From a trainer's perspective, he's probably better than these horses, and as run races make him worth $30,000. But what do you do with a 5-year-old in November that's a turf horse?
It's a great move here. And the other thing that I really like about it is he ran a huge race off a layoff. All right, he figured to react negatively to it, and he did. And I think now this race, it's the right move, the distance, and it's a drop down in class. I really think this is a stone-cold solid favorite here, and I think he should win.
Well, I think the concern with him, and it's just a similar concern to the number 10 Propensity, is both these horses, they may be the two most logical horses by far in this race. One of them's 1 for 12 and 4 seconds. The other one's 1 for 13 with 7 seconds and thirds. I mean, is it frustrating as a trainer when you have these horses in the barn that you continually bring over, are good enough to win, and they just always seem to find some reason to lose?
Well, listen, I mentioned Three Chopped Road earlier on before. That horse ran 99 times, okay? 99 times. I bought him.
Not a lot of those these days.
No, but he was second 25 times. He was third 23 times, and he only had 6 wins.
Amazing.
But he was, for me, as a young trainer and owner, he was an ATM for me before the ATMs were even popular.
Oh, there's no question that horses like that pay the bills. Yeah. On the other hand, they don't pay the bills for the betters. Yeah. That's the thing. And I think that's my problem with Veterans Beach. And the question is, where else do you go? It's interesting. Christophe Clement has another runner, and we show you that stat. His numbers first time for the tag on the turf are not that good at New York, suggesting he's dropping horses for reasons. What do you do with By George in this race, who's raced 2 back first time on the turf, is good enough to win here?
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I don't know, honestly, I think he just got caught up in a real hot pace up there at Saratoga. Certainly, and the main thing, if you look at this horse for his equipment change, he's first time gelding. Okay, that's always a big play for me. You mentioned the 10 horse before. The reason I didn't pick the 10 is because he ran huge off a layup, and he figures to react negatively in there. But between Veterans Beach, By George, I also like the 1, Rudy Rod. He's going to have to negotiate a real good trip from the rail, but he's got Lascano. And and the one thing that bothers me a little bit is that his last 4 races he broke from the outside. He hasn't broken from the inside lately. And he's going to have to really negotiate a good trip in here and might get bottled up because I don't think he has the true speed to really make the lead go in 6 furlongs, although I might be wrong.
No, I agree with you. I think the 5 Rachmaninoff, frankly, is the controlling speed here. Jorge Vargas is running that rumber.
Yep.
I took a small shot here with the 4 Horn of Plenty, and I bet him last time, and he couldn't have gotten a better trip. And he really was bad in defeat.
Yeah.
It was 7 furlongs. I'm going to hope to cut back to 6 furlongs. And one of the things I liked about him, Rick, is I look at the 8, I look at the 10. They've had so many chances. At least Horn of Plenty, while he's had a lot of chances, he's only had 2 on the turf.
Right. Right, and I have him picked 3rd behind the 8 and the 1. If the distance may be a little too short for him, but it could set up. He had a pretty big trouble line last time. He was wide. He got bumped with a clean trip, and Kendrick stays on. You know, at let's see.
He's 6 to 1. I
He's
just
6 to
thought
1.
maybe
That's
it's
a
6
value
furlongs.
play.
Because I look at him and I think, you know, even though he did not run, listen, he was not good last time, and there is no question in my mind. If Veterans Beach is able to run the race he ran 2 back,
Yeah, he's the winner.
He's going to win this race, and he is coming out of a race last time where the pace completely held together. Neuro closed, but all the others, it was basically a merry-go-round race.
Right.
So I don't think it worked out in his favor. I'm not against Veterans Beach by any stretch. He's the right price at 9 to 5, to be honest with you. I think it's just a question sometimes is, you know, what price is palatable to take on a horse that has a little bit of a character flaw, we like to say.
I thought he'd be closer to 7 to 5 or 8 to 5 here, and I think 9 to 5 is a good value on him. But if you're going to try and beat him, I like the 4. And again, the 1 horse, if he negotiates a good trip from the inside, the one time he ran from the inside, he broke from the 2 hole. He didn't run well, so he's going to have to get lucky from the inside to get it done.
There are so many things about training I look forward to talking to you about, and you'll be here with us throughout the weekend. And I think one of the things, and we have to go up to John Imbrial for the call, winning races off of maiden wins might be one of the toughest things to do for a trainer. John Imbrial with a call of race number 1 here at Belmont Park.
There in the gate. And the rough. Rachmaninoff is going out for the lead along with Veterans Beach. Just in behind is I'm Blaming You in 3rd. Now moving up, Yankee Empire from 4th. Yankee Empire continues to gain. Propensities on the extreme outside. And then we come back to By George, who is running in 6th. Disciplinarian is alongside. And they're followed by Horn of Plenty. And then we come back to Rudy Rod as the field goes into the far turn. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And the leader here is Rachmaninoff. A long shot, Yankee Empire. Another long shot, Propensity on the outside. And down towards the rail is Veterans Beach. Veterans Beach has now moved into 2nd as the field comes for the top of the stretch. It is Rachmaninoff, the leader. And Veterans Beach on the outside runs in 2nd. Then I'm Blaming You. Followed next by Propensity. On the outside is By George. Looking for a way through is Horn of Plenty. And here comes Tackle now gaining ground on the outside as Veterans Beach takes over the lead here in deep stretch. Tackle continues to move up. They come for the finish. And it is Veterans Beach holding on. Close for 2nd. Tackle or Horn of Plenty.
Well, I think this is a race, if you go back and look at it, there were some unlucky trips for some horses behind. But when you get in good position, like the number 8 Veterans Beach did under Manny Franco, you don't get in trouble, and he got the job done.
Yeah, he had him in the clear in a good stalking position, turning for home. He saved ground on the turn. The 10 horse on the outside was wide and reacted to his first race, I think. Rudy's horse, the 1 horse, had a really bad trip, broke bad. He's way back there early, and he ends up on the outside
See him in
closing
orange
hard.
right now in the back.
Yeah.
And I thought the 4 veteran, no fault of Kendrick's, but
Yep.
Horn of Plenty just got buried in traffic and
Yep.
never got to make that clear run on the outside, which the number 2 tackle who finished second was able to do. It's a funny race because Veterans Beach was forward, and the 5 didn't run that badly, you know, considering long shot, it was on the front end.
Yep.
But I thought a lot of running was done from well back as well. So maybe it was just sort of a fairly run race. At the end of the day, though, when
Yep.
you get that good position like Manny Franco did, good things happen. Or I should say, bad things don't happen.
Exactly. I mean, in turf racing, especially in the sprints, the trip is so important because the hiccup is going to cost you. Just like I said, I kind of like Rudy's horse in there, but if he didn't break, he's not going to win, and he didn't break, and he didn't win. I think you keep an eye on Paco Lopez today. Okay, he closed really hard in there, and he's on a lot of live horses this afternoon, and good rider coming in from Jersey, and good opportunity. He's got on some good mounts for today.
And it is interesting looking at turf sprints and talking about getting outside posts. It makes it easier to get position. It's a very different animal than dirt races. A lot of great action coming up today. Not only do we have all 10 from Belmont, including a total of 4 stakes races, but we've got 10 from Churchill. Now they're going to start pretty late, but we're going to be on for a long, long time today. So get settled in. Breeders' Cup action doesn't start until I believe around almost 6 o'clock Eastern time today. And we'll be bringing action until 7:30 today with Churchill, but also that 10-race card at Belmont as the daylight savings time is coming to an end around here. Taking a look at Belmont and those turf courses as well. Head over to Naira Bets. Of course, you get a free $25 play with your sign-up bonus right now. And it's a pretty good opportunity. You use the promo code CUP25 and we'll not only give you the normal $200 sign-up match bonus, but we'll also give you a free $25 bet on the Breeders' Cup race as well. Got a good promotion on Naira Bets as well today, so a lot of good stuff going on here, going on all around the country, and we'll be bringing you a lot of the action today here on America's Day at the Races. And I think one of the biggest questions about this weekend is whether or not the 3-year-olds can catch Nick's Go in the Classic. A lot more coming up. Rick Schosberg and I will be back in just a few moments.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. We see Veterans Beach, the winner of the first race, heading back in the winner's circle, trained by Christophe Clement, who may have some business elsewhere out in California. But Christophe Clement might be gone, but the man on his back, Manny Franco, is here, and I kind of like this. I feel like this is sort of like the NBA games, where the guys, Manny, you're like an NBA player out there right now. It's Andy Serling and Rick Schosberg doing the interviews with nobody to talk to but the people who are warmer inside.
How you doing, Manny?
Good. Yeah, right. I really like NBA.
Yeah, you did. Well, you're a heck of a basketball player. I played against you in the game up in Saratoga for the last 10 years, and my knees still hurt. Listen, you've ridden this horse before. You had a perfect trip on him today. What else can you tell us about this horse and how he ran for you today?
And the horse ran really well. Clement, he always bring the horses ready to run, and I just followed the instruction. They want me like behind the speed 3 or 4.
Yep.
And I was able to, he break good. I was able to drop in and put it to sleep a little bit inside there. When the horses outside die, I just made my move, and I have a lot of horse.
Yeah, you got to save a little bit of ground from the 8-hole, turning for home and spun out and got the job done. There were some horses coming behind you that had some tough trips, but you had the horse and you got it done. Congratulations.
You know, we were talking up here, Manny, about getting position in these turf sprints. Do you find sometimes getting not necessarily a far outside post, but an outside post makes it easier to get position?
Yeah, I think I think when you in inside with in on the grass, you got more chance to to get a better trip. But so, it's a grass. It's races on the grass. Sometimes you hit it. Sometimes work out. It's just how lucky you get in the trip.
Yeah. Jerry Bailey used to say, "I love to save ground on the turf. Sometimes you're the goat, and sometimes you're the goat. Greatest of all time, or the goat."
Well, I'm going to text Christophe Clement, Manny, and tell him that you're his guy going forward because you gave this horse a great ride. Thanks for joining us, and I hope we see more of you all throughout the weekend.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Manny. Thanks a lot. I like those interviews from up here in the warmth while they're freezing down there. Veterans Beach, and I didn't disagree with you. As you said, you thought he'd be 6 or 7 to 5. 9 to 5 seemed like a decent price. He actually went up to 6 to 1, $6. The 8-2 exacta, $21.70 for $1. Well, we've got a lot of great racing coming up here this weekend, obviously, and looking forward to talking about it. But a lot of attention is obviously being played on the Breeders' Cup races.
Sure.
And, there have been some big defections, but it feels like the Breeders' Cup Classic is a race where the top guns are finally all showing up. And, we've been around a long time. We remember when 3-year-olds met horses early in September at Belmont Park, met the Olders. Mix Go, if you had Medina Spirit in this race or an art collector, how would you deal with him against the speed and talent of Mix Go?
You can't let him go. You can't let him. You got to go get him. You can't give this horse the race. And when I looked at the race, and some friends of mine did some handicapping, I see, Essential Quality stalking, and I see Hot Rod Charlie stalking, and I see, the outside horse Medina Spirit just going after him. You got Art Collector, solid speed. He's going to have some company up there. You look at some of the workouts out here, and, this is a tremendous work here. One thing that I used to say when, bringing up horses like a Firm Success and as indicated, it's not how fast you go, it's how you go fast, and, this horse is well in hand. He's hitting the ground well. The track's a little bit off, doesn't seem to bother him anyway, but he's going to have some company out there.
I can't believe that Bob Baffert, who has basically made a career winning races with forwardly placed horses, is going to take Medina Spirit out of his game, because Medina Spirit has shown that he just isn't effective when he rates, so he's kind of got to go. What I like about the job that Brad Cox has done with Mix Go is he's let him do what he wants to do. And what he wants to do is just let it all air out in the front end.
Yeah.
Don't try to rate him. Don't get in his way. And if he's got to go fast to be in front, it's like you say, he's much better off going maybe too fast in front but comfortable than trying to rate him behind paces.
Yeah, it's a conundrum for trainers and jockeys, but once the gate opens, first thing is to get them out of the gate clear. Whether they have a speed horse, whether they have a stalking horse, the first couple of steps really count. And with a horse like him, you just got to give him his head and let him do his thing. Because if you strangle him back, and Bob's horse on the outside, the same thing. I mean, you don't want to take them out of their game, but that's why they run around the racetrack once, and you see what happens. And it's a jock's race, and And you know, the other jocks are going to be sitting there watching that go up front, and hopefully they'll come back for him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Nick Sco's got to negotiate a mile and a quarter, something he's never done before,
true,
whereas
too.
Essential Quality, and it's nice to be Brad Cox. It's nice to have Nick Sco and Essential Quality in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And I'm going to be very interested to see how they bet this race. I am not convinced that Essential Quality is not going to be favored. He's got a huge following, and justifiably so, and the one thing we know with Essential Quality is the more distance, the better for him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, he's shown that he's extending himself towards the end, even though he's, you know, with Travers won by a neck. But this horse just has a tremendous stride here, and he seems to lengthen his stride towards the end of his races. He knows exactly how to win the race. Luis Saez has a fantastic relationship with this horse. You watch this breeze right here. I mean, 59-4. They could be going in 51-2.
It looks like they're crawling out there.
Yeah.
I can't believe they went that fast.
Yeah, you know, that's what I mean. It's not how fast you go; it's how you go fast. And this horse is just, you know, that's just looks like a 2-minute lick to me, and that's just
it's amazing,
the mark
right?
of a good horse. Absolutely. And they take nothing away from the horse inside of him. I'm not sure who he is, but he hung in there really well.
You know, I think the thing that's Essential Quality, it's unusual. You have a really good horse that really adapts to circumstance, right?
Yep.
If they're not moving up front, then he can be right up there, and he
Yep.
still has a finishing kick.
Yep.
And if they're moving up front, then he can settle in behind and come. And that's a real, you know, you look at Nick's go.
Yep.
We know what he's got to do. We know what Medina Spears got to do. This is a horse that he makes his own trips, and that's unusual, I think, for top horses.
Yeah, no, that shows a lot of class and, you know, a lot of adversity to all the things that can go wrong in a race. You break bad, horse comes over on you, you get shuffled back on the turn. You know, those special kind of horses work their way out. You mentioned, as indicated, and I don't want to keep blowing my own horn here, but when he won the Pimlico Special,
that. It's a grade
he was
one
a
back
pure
then.
speed horse. No horse had ever headed him in any one of his 5 in a row, and he broke on his face in the Pimlico Special. And my owner and I looked at each other. This is our first. We've attempted grade ones before, but this was our shot at a grade one for the first time. And when he went by the stands the first time, we looked at each other and said, we ain't getting this one either. He came from dead last, swept by them all, and won that race. So that was that's an example of really dealing with the diversity that can happen in a
Sure,
horse race.
any horse that's able to win outside of their comfort zone shows something very special. And I think that's an interesting segue to Hot Rod Charlie, who I am a huge fan of.
Yeah.
But Hot Rod Charlie has run well in races where he's rated.
Right.
But I think there is a very fair argument that his very best races, the Belmont Stakes and this Pennsylvania Derby, were when he was on the front end. So is he a better horse when he's in the front end? And therefore, in a race where he almost can't be on the front end, can he run his best race?
Yeah, I mean, if his Derby race, he came from well off the pace to get beat a length to Medina Spirit, and in the RB Lewis and the Juvenile both. He didn't win those races, but he was coming late. I don't see why, with a perfect stalking trip, this horse with his kind of talent, I don't think he needs the lead. I don't think they're going to put him on the lead unless a lot of things happen.
A lot of bad
badly
things
out of
happen
the
to other
gate.
horses.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But you look at this workout here, he's extending himself there. His ears are pricked up, and he's just a happy horse doing what he wants to do. So I really like him. I think Flavien Prat's done a wonderful job with him his last 4 starts, and this is his 5th in a row on him. And they got a great relationship, as Luis Saez does with Essential Quality. I think it's going to be a great horse race. I really do. And, you got a lot of top horses with a lot of talent. The distance may be a question for some of them, but, boy, it's going to be exciting.
I agree. And, I think with Hot Rod Charlie, you have to like the fact that American Revolution is Speaker's Corners. 2 horses he absolutely drowned in the Pennsylvania Derby. Both came back here last weekend with a 108 and 109 Beyer speed figure performances, respectively. So we've seen 2 also-rans in that race come back and run huge. That's not a bad thing. If you're a trainer, you like to see horses you drubbed come back and run big races.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, that shows their diversity, and they can deal with a bad race and come back and get back out on the field and do what they do best.
Well, the Breeders' Cup Classic is the final race. I think post time is scheduled to be 8:40. The action gets underway, I believe, at 3:05 Eastern time with the filly and mare sprint. We'll see if Gamine can win her 2nd straight. Terrific card going throughout the day. That's the Breeders' Cup card. Our card at Belmont will begin at noon tomorrow. We've got 10 here. We've got 10 today. We've got 10 coming to you from Churchill Downs. There's so much good action to look forward to. We're just getting started here. Rick Schosberg joining me up here on the set, the indoor set, thankfully. A little warm in here. Race number 2 coming up. They're going to be maiden claimers coming up. The favorite, Tell a Perfect Tale. We'll see if he tells a perfect tale when he gets on the racetrack and gets it done for Tom Morley. America's Day at the Races continues.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are winning. Another fantastic win for Run Happy when Following C won the prestigious Grade 2 Schosberg and punched his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where he will attempt to follow his sire's footsteps. And after 2 wire-to-wire wins to start his career, Run the Daylight showed a new dimension coming from off the pace to say perfect was another win. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
War Dancer's Saratoga momentum continues as his progeny keep winning. First-time starter, She's Dancing wins by 7 lengths.
She's Dancing, making this look like a walk in the park.
Battle Scars 2 starts and 2 wins at Arlington.
Battle Scars first up on debut.
Pop the Bubbly at a mile and a 16th.
Pop the Bubbly to the outside of Concept. Pop the Bubbly gets the win.
And Show Me the Honey at 7 furlongs at Belmont.
And Show Me the Honey is the winner.
Become a part of the momentum. Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Sequel Stallion's newest sire brings a deep pedigree to stud. Honest Mischief is sired by Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is the great Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen mare, Tuso.
I like to buy horses that look fast. I like to buy horses that are pretty.
Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire producer, including Empire Maker and Chester House. He broke his maiden at Keeneland by 8 lengths, won a stakes at Laurel, and finished 3rd in the Grade 2 Amsterdam. Importantly, he earned a career-high Beyer speed figure of 112. And it's that speed that Thomas expects he will pass on to his foals.
So Honest Mischief bred 127 mares. He was very well received by New York breeders. Of particular importance to me is that he was well received from a very new breeder base.
And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races and the NewYorkBreds.com, the New York Bred Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, something I know that you're very involved with, Rick.
Absolutely. It's probably the greatest breeding incentive program in the country. And my father was part of the beginnings of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders Incorporated back in the 80s. He was the president of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders for 8 years. Yep, and he and John Hedinger and Steve Bachnick and the early crew got the fund going, and it's been a terrific program ever since. And 90% of my horses are New York breds because you get a incredible bang for your buck.
No, really. We got 2 huge purse races coming up this fall into the winter at Aqueduct. As a matter of fact, $500,000 Stallion Series races. I remember the likes of Vandy Sue and Fratello Ed in the 70s when I first started going to the racetrack.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, some really good old
So
horses.
many cool New York breds. We could spend the entire show talking about our favorite New York breds from the past. One of them was retired after a tremendous career on the racetrack, and that's Mr. Buff.
Mr. Buff is such a I watch this horse train every single morning here at Belmont in the wintertime, in the summertime. John Kimmel has done such a fantastic job with this horse, owned by Chester and Mary Broman. He's just a neat horse. He's big, he's fast, and you know, he always showed up. When he was good, he was great. He really was. What a tremendous animal he is, and he really deserves a little bit of time off up there in Chestertown.
No, I agree. And I think there's so much great about him. Like the Bromans, Mary and Chester Broman was such a huge part of the New York bred program for a long time. His sire, friend or foe, who doesn't have a lot of foals running around here, but he ran for the Bromans as well. And he was a tremendously talented horse that John Kimmel also trained. And he's kind of a freakish horse. And as you say, when he ran his race, there really weren't a lot of horses that could beat him. Now, you know, and he ran it first and second over 50% of the time. He was just such a cool horse.
Yeah, you look at that, 17 wins and 48 starts. And he was one with like a high cruising speed where horses would come at him and he would just deflect them away. He's just such a big presence. You look at the picture there on the screen. He's just a big, strong, intimidating horse. And you know, they retired him. He didn't run well his last start, and it was time for him to go ahead and go on to greener pastures. And he's just a deservingly champion New York bred. He's made $1.5 million, and just, you know, they've just done a tremendous job with that horse. And he was a joy for me to watch. Every time I'd be out on my pony in the morning, I'd say, "Hey Buff, how you doing?" And he'd always give me a wink.
Somebody asked me on Twitter after American Revolution, the New York bred ran that huge race on Saturday. Yeah. He is the best New York bred since who? And I said, Mr. Buff. Yeah. Like how quickly they forget, you know.
Right.
And I mean, it's, you know, I think the person was being complimentary, and I'm not picking on the person saying it, but I think we all tend to sometimes take the New York breds for granted and act like, you know, treat them as they're inferior, and they're not inferior. No. There are a tremendous number of horses. I think a lot of people wouldn't even remember were New York breds.
Yeah, no, and even in the right now, if you look at a lot of the graded stakes across the country, not just here in New York, but the graded stakes across the country, New York breds show up all the time. Chad's got them, and Christophe Clement has them, and Todd has them, and you know, and they run them. You know, they're running in spots, not just against their own kind, and they're doing really, really well. It's a great program, and you know, all the breeders here in New York, the Bromans and Becky Thomas with Sequel. I mean, everybody's just such a tremendous job promoting the sport for the state, and you know, we want to make sure that you know, our friends up in Albany know that this program is second to none, and that all the money that goes into it goes right back into the horses, and it's really
right. It has
really
to feed the ecosystem, and
Absolutely.
That's the most important thing. We talked about that with playing through Naira Bets, the importance of racing in money in racing, staying in racing, and the importance of it moving forward. Race number 2 is coming up. Speaking of New York breds. Got some New York breds, Maiden claiming race right here, and Tom Morley, he's out of town. He's here for Maggie. I think they're out at the Breeders' Cup. That's why we're here. They're enjoying themselves at the Breeders' Cup. We're here, but I'm happy you're here. Yeah. Not that we don't miss Maggie, but he's got the favorite Tell a Perfect Tale, and Tom has had quite a meet.
Yeah, Tom's doing great. He's shooting at 36% at the meet. Every horse is going out there and running really well. And yeah, this horse is a deserving favorite. She ran really well last time. Her last 2 starts are really good, and either one of those races probably gets it done here. You got a lot of horses in here that like to be second and third. I don't put her in that category just yet.
She's working on it.
Yeah, she's
another second, and I think she's achieving that category.
Yeah, half her starts are second, and then another third. But when you're looking at Captivating Cara out there on the outside, the number 8, you know, she's there. Yeah, she's over 17. And then Know It All Reds over 12 with a couple of seconds and thirds, and they seem to be comfortable running there. I'm going to take a flyer in here. I'm going to take the 4 horse. I know she's a bit of a price, But the last couple of races just really didn't get out of the gate real well. So a lot of it's gonna depend on how she comes out of the gate. And I used her over Morley's horse just for a little value play, and then I put the 8 and the 9 where they want to be, second and third and fourth.
Well, speaking of riders you mentioned, Paco Lopez riding New York Banker for former rider Mike Maselli.
Yeah, and Mike does a tremendous job. Mike really knows where to place his horses, and his percentage shows well. And like I said, Paco's coming up here to get some of that New York money, bring it home.
And here comes the favorite, the number 2, Tell a Perfect Tale. Well, so far she's been telling imperfect tales on the racetrack.
Yeah.
We'll see if she changed that today. Tom Morley and Kendrick Carmouche has them out.
Yeah, I get the irony there.
Right, an imperfect tale. You know, we'll get some more on her a little bit. The number 3, Emerald Banker, coming out, a bit of a long shot. Gary Richards riding this one for Steve Jerkins.
Yep.
This horse will have to improve, I would say, off of the prior efforts. Rick.
Yeah. I mean, it's a deserved 63 to 1, 65 to 1. Here comes the 4-horse horse that I picked, which is our Sugar Bear Stables for Bruce Brown, who's having a good meet and a good year. And I think Mr. Castro's taking the mount on this one.
And, Rodriguez Castro, yep.
Yep, and just needs to get out of the gate a little bit better than last time.
Escapology needs to escape better from the gate for Jimmy Bond and Benji Hernandez.
Yeah, and Benji's a great gate rider too.
I agree. I like Benji. He doesn't get a lot of chances. He can ride.
Yeah, and he gets it. He gets the job done. There's a 6, Elegant Laban. Love the sire. This horse has to improve quite a bit. Ran a couple of races on the turf, and probably has to improve quite a bit to hit the board here.
Agreed. Keith O'Brien saddling that one. Beat by a Rose. Well, a first-time starter going out for Don Muscatino. And Jalen Samuel, another rider, not getting a lot of mounts, but I like what I've seen from this guy.
Yeah, no, he seems to put his horses in position to win. He's going to get more mounts as the winter progresses.
If he's on a speed horse, I'm good with it. Captivating Care and Dylan Davis riding a logical horse for Mitch Friedman, one with many chances, though.
No doubt. And Dylan's ridden this horse the last 3 starts, and guess what? Been second and third the last 3 starts. So probably going to be second or third here, but maybe breaks through. And there's Know It All Red.
They're kind of mirrors of each other, Know It All Red and Captivating Cara, right?
Yeah, kind of. They kind of sit mid-pack towards the back and then kind of make a run, but just not good enough to get there. This horse has been second a few times and third, fifth, third. Kind of wants to be in there, but you never know. I mean, these horses can jump up and get the job done on any day. So,
as the year winds down and we get to the winter at Aqueduct, these are the kind of horses that sometimes will find a way to break their maiden. John Toscano saddling this one. Christian Ramos has the mount. Yep. And getting back, one of my problems with Tell a Perfect Tale, I don't hold the last loss against it. Stormcat Lady was a trainer change, Gustavo Rodriguez, who had actually run some okay races. The race 2 back, I really felt like she should have won that day. And also, there was a horse in that race that was a big long shot that bolted top of the stretch and only lost by a couple lengths or would have probably won the race. And I felt like that was the day that Tell a Perfect Tale was supposed to win. And I'm holding that against that horse.
Okay. Well, you know what? She probably doesn't care what you think, but
She's
that's
probably
okay.
with it. I know. I always say that. People say you're hard on that horse, and I say I think they're fine with it.
Yeah, they don't
They sleep
care.
okay whether I like them or not.
They're going to go home and get their dinner, and we treat them like gold, and they're going to go out there and do it again. And a couple of days they'll be back out on the racetrack. But you see her there warming up without the pony, and Kendrick, who's one of the top riders here in New York, what a great horseman he is, coming off an injury and came back just lightning bolts back on the racetrack.
Both he and Dylan Davis came back from their injuries even better riders.
Super strong, yeah. And great attitude. Kendrick comes out in the morning, works horses for us in the morning, rides horses for us in the afternoon. Always has a smile on his face. He's just happy. He's blessed to be back in the saddle. He knows he's coming off a rough injury, but he's happy to be back. And when your jock's happy, the horses run well for him.
And the racetrack, obviously, a big family. Sometimes we get along, sometimes we don't. A lot of characters, a lot of personalities. Kendrick is as great a personality and as positive a guy as you can be around the game.
Yeah, you get that. He's got that Cajun accent. And he's got the whole family history is just amazing. And he'll come out and work horses for us. I'll be out on the pony and we'll be warming up the horse, and it's just story after story after story.
Oh, he can tell stories.
He said, Schosberg, you better turn me loose, or you and that pony going with me. He's pretty funny. He really is something. He's got that wonderful mud bug accent.
Of course, America's Day at the Races brought to you by our good friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Let's talk about the one New York banker. Oh, wait, we're going to go to a replay. We're all over the place here. This is last race for this is last race for Teleperfect Tail. You're going to see the winner come from well back, and this was a race that just absolutely collapsed in the late stages.
Yeah, you can see that their horse is staggering down on the inside there, and the 3-horse gets up there and wins in this filly. She didn't have any excuse as far as I'm concerned. You know, she kind of made her way through the traffic and got to the lead there and just didn't have enough. So, you know, let's see how we do today.
I'm going to hope that New York Banker getting back to a dry track. I mean, New York Banker has not been on a dry track since the first few starts. And then you had the turf last time, wet tracks. And, you know, in a lot of ways, I kind of made a bit of a trainer play. I'm going to hope that Mike Maselli gets her to run well today.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for somebody else, which I think you are too with the 4.
Yeah, and I kind of looked at New York Banker and I saw, you know, she only ran good on wet track, so I was thinking she was looking for a wet track.
It's possible. I mean, that's a possibility. I'm wondering if she just kind of improved and now she's going to drive track. Overall, I'm not a guy who worries that much about track surface. Most horses just handle them reasonably well.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Most of them are reasonable. Some of them excel, and some of them absolutely hate it. But you know that going in.
All right, we'll see if favored Teleperfect Tail can get it done for trainer Tom Morley and Kendrick Armouche. Johnny I with the call of race number 2, kicking off the early pick 4.
And the rough. Beat by a Rose is going out for the lead along with Teleperfect Tail, and New York Banker is down at the rail. So it's 3 of them across for the lead. Escapology is next in 4th. And then on the outside it is Captivating Cara running in 5th. Really Psyched the Gray is down at the rail in 6th. Then comes Know It All Red in 7th. It's 6 or 7 lengths back to Emerald Banker. And trailing the field is Elegant Lauban. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds. It's New York Banker at the rail and Teleperfect Tail on the outside. And the favorite, Teleperfect Tail, has now taken the lead. Teleperfect Tail by a half length. New York Banker down on the inside in second, about 3 lengths to Escapology, followed by Really Psyched. Captivating Cara's on the extreme outside and beat by a Rose. The half went in 46 and 4/5 seconds as they come into the stretch. It is Teleperfect Tail who now has a 3-length lead. New York Banker runs in second. On the outside is Captivating Cara in third with a 16th to the finish. Teleperfect Tail holding on to the lead. New York Banker is all out in second. Then Really Psyched and Captivating Cara. They're coming for the finish. Teleperfect Tail. New York Banker one last try. Turned out to be close. Teleperfect Tail or New York Banker. And they were noses apart on the wire.
That was a little bit difficult to see. I should have turned around on the finish line because they hit those shadows. I think Johnny I may have had the same problem that we did when the shadows. It does feel like Teleperfect Tail may have hung on, but how do you know?
Yeah, it got real.
Strange race.
Yeah, that shadow right at the end. Yeah, she was really packing it in there towards the end. She had a clear lead. The fractions were moderate, if anything. Kind of looks like she hangs on here, but there's going to be a bob right. I think she still hung on by my eye. It's awfully close.
It's a very strange race because Kendrick did a great job putting her in the game. And it's very close, by the way.
Yeah, he had a perfect stalking trip on the outside of the
But he got her aggressive because the one is naturally faster. But Kendrick, aggressive. And I think he realized she's a bit of a, she doesn't get the job done. Yeah, and sometimes with horses that don't like to pass, you put them in front. But, I mean, she had this race wrapped up.
Yeah.
And it's almost like she said, I don't want to win towards the end. Now, she may have held on, and we really don't know for sure who held on because we just can't see in that shadow. It's too close with that shadow to be able to tell.
And the one definitely had the bob. I mean, give Paco Lopez some credit. I mean,
he kept after her.
Yeah, because that filly was headed at the quarter pole, and the 2-horse ran away from her, and he never gives up. I'm telling you, Paco's a tough rider. He's tough to beat inside the shadow of the wire.
And keep in mind, he's been riding in New Jersey where they're not using the prop.
Yep.
Well, he's in New York.
Yeah, exactly
so it's a different
right.
situation.
Good point. What a great point. Absolutely.
This is crazy. I mean, Rick, I can't remember the 2 did hold on. The unofficial finish, 2-1-8-4. I've been at Belmont for a long, long time. I can't remember a shadow falling on the finish line, at least in a close finish like this, in my life.
Yeah, not this time of day. I mean,
it's weird, right?
We always have the safely kept sprint race
I
where
remember
they were
that,
jumping Deja was jumping things. But, well, this filly just hung on there, and we had...
It was in the shadow of the wire. This
Shadow
was
of
in
the
the
wire.
proverbial shadow of the wire. Well, Tom Morley not here, but he continues what's been an exceptional meet. He and Kendrick Carmouche as well.
Yep.
Heading off to break right now. We're going to come back with some really good stuff. Angel Cordero actually texted me a question for Rick Schosberg we're going to bring up, but something that's near and dear to your heart, Rick. Take two here. So take two, take the lead. We'll be talking more about that when America's Day at the Races continues.
Standing at Gainesway.
Maria's Mon sweeping wide. Diligence right there. Unbridled Song is game in between horses. Those four coming to mid, stretched together. Maria's Mon under Robbie Davis going to work and has taken the lead at the 8th pole. Diligence is second. Unbridled Song is third. Hennessy is faded to fourth. Devil's Honor is fifth. But it will be Maria's Mon who will come on to win it. Robbie Davis gives him a little tap to say well done, and well done indeed. He wins by 4.
If you weren't around in the mid-90s, what might have arguably been one of the greatest 3-year-old crops of all time, certainly of my lifetime, you might not remember a truly great talent that Rick Schosberg trained named Maria's Mon.
Yeah, he was really sweet. He walked on the racetrack as a 2-year-old like a 5-year-old that is coming back off a layoff. He knew exactly what he was doing. And this was some crop. You got Diligence in there. You've got Unbridled Song. You've got Louis Couture's. You got Honor and Glory. Editor's
Skip
Note.
Away.
It's just bananas how good that crop of horses was. And yeah, he was the favorite going into the Breeders' Cup that year. He had won the Sanford at Saratoga. Was third in the Hopeful. To Hennessy. Hennessy, another one that was in that crowd.
Right. You can forget. There were so many you forget.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then he came back here to Belmont. He won the Futurity, and he won the Champagne, and then unfortunately got hurt a few weeks before the Breeders' Cup, and we couldn't race in the Breeders' Cup, but we ended up getting the championship because Hennessy got beat a nose.
Yeah.
to Unbridled Song.
Unbridled Song, a truly great talent. A lot to talk about. We'll talk a little bit more about as the day progresses, as Rick will be staying with us for a bit of a while. But we got an important man down in the winner's circle who's waiting out in the cold for us. The guy will do anything to be on camera. Kendrick Harmouche. Kendrick, welcome to America's Day at the Races. Nice job. Did you know you wanted the shadow?
Yeah, I knew I won. It's just that it was getting so late to get to the wire to get there to know if I win or not.
Do you remember there being that kind of a shadow right on the wire here at Belmont Park that often?
No, I don't. I never saw that shadow before here. It's late in the meet. We stayed an extra week.
Yep.
So I'm sure it's coming because of daylight saving times and everything coming around.
Yeah, you're right, Kendrick. Rick Schosberg, how you doing? Congratulations.
Oh, how you doing, Schosberg?
Well done.
We brought the heavy guns for you, Rick.
Brought the heavy guns. Absolutely. No, well done. But, yeah, Andy and I were watching, and all of a sudden you lost the horses on the screen, and exactly what you said. It's late in the year. Usually we're at Aqueduct this week, and we don't get to see that shadow the way we did. But maybe the rest of the day you're going to – horses may react to it, and it might change a few things. But glad you got the bob there at the end.
Yes,
you had
sir,
to work
yes,
hard
sir.
to do it.
Yes, sir. Tom Marley put this horse in a good spot today. I just had to save a little ground and try to hold on to her as much as I can. Don't look like a lot of these horses want to be winners, but most jockeys want to be winners.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. There are a couple of horses in here really like to settle to be second or third in here.
Was that one of your thoughts? You rode her more aggressively than she's been ridden in the past. You got her right in the game and got her in front. And were you thinking a little bit with a horse that's kind of having trouble a little bit at the end, be in front as early as you can?
Yeah, a lot of these horses not going to pass each other, and that's my frame of mind going into it, and you just got to go from there. Hopefully it works out. Sometime it do, sometime it don't. But, and meanwhile, you still pick the trainer of a check at the end of the day.
No doubt.
All right, Kendrick, stay warm. Let you go back inside. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch up with you. Hopefully we'll catch up with you again in the winner's circle a little bit later today. Thanks again.
Good luck, sir. Later. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
man.
you.
And there is that. You know what? It's not even close. I mean, it's really not that close, right? It looked a lot closer when we were trying to decipher it.
Yeah, no, once they hit that shadow, you kind of lost them. They're both bay, and you really couldn't see their noses. But it was a tight finish. But like I said, Kendrick was riding hard to get it done. And, congratulations to Mr. Morley for his 10th win of the meet.
Well, we all take aftercare of the horses incredibly. It is an incredibly important part of racing here, and I think there's a debt of gratitude owed to a lot of people that have been involved in that, and none more so than you, Rick, and the work you've done with Take Two and Take the Lead, and the work that you've done. And I look forward to talking to you a bit about it, but we've got a nice feature, actually, on the Take Two, Take the Lead, as we'll get more on that program in just a few seconds.
A racing career can be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for war horse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a war horse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already had this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're gonna learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper, thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Rick, talk about not just your role, obviously, with Take the Lead, but just the importance of aftercare in thoroughbred racing.
Well, certainly Aftercare is an incredible initiative that crosses jurisdictional lines here. We have, the TAA, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, is the encompassing accreditation and funding mechanism for aftercare. And what the TAA does is it accredits organizations looking to get into the aftercare business. They have to be a 501c3. They have to have been in the business for a certain amount of years, and there's an incredible amount of standards that they have to meet in order to gain their accreditation and to maintain it throughout their existence too. It's a yearly process for accreditation to the TAA. And again, it crosses jurisdictional lines. It's funded by the industry itself, okay, with the per start fees. And in New York, we have the claiming assessment funds
2%.
it. New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association sponsors Take the Lead. The NYRA sponsors that the New York breeders feed in, and the owners feed in also. But aftercare, what we have to do is we have to set up a pension plan for these horses. Right? Without the horses, you and I wouldn't be here.
I wouldn't have a job. I might have to actually work for a living.
And most of us wouldn't.
Right.
So the key to good aftercare and the Take the Lead program here in New York is networking and being able to logistically, okay, move these horses from the racetrack, okay, transition them to an accredited organization like New Vocations, which is the biggest organization in the country. They're in Kentucky, they're in Ohio, they're in Pennsylvania, and they're here in New York. Rerun, which is our one of our biggest partners here in New York. Lisa Malloy does a fantastic job up in East Greenbush. Aikendale, with Lucky Orphans, Act Naturally, all the local ones. But the key is having networking between your veterinarians, your aftercare organizations, your transportation companies, and the horsemen. And they need to know that, and they do know now, that once they call us, and I have a team, it's not just me, this is all teamwork. They call our organization and say, hey, we got a horse that's we need to retire, and the key is safely transitioning them to aftercare for rehabilitation, retraining, rehoming, and second careers. And we want to try, our key is to do it one race early, don't squeeze the lemon too much, one workout early. If you see something coming and your veterinarian gives you the advice, says, hey, probably it's time to call Rick or call Andy or call Kristen. And that's our team here. And we've transitioned almost, by the end of the year, we'll probably be close to 900 horses in the program.
No, listen, there are the people that keep the racing going, the people in the backstretch,
right.
And the racing has kept going by the horses. And I think that we all owe a great debt of gratitude to the horses and the people that work behind the scenes to keeping this game going. And anything that any of us can do, and it's hard to tell people, that whether tough times or not, but if you can do anything to help, the horses, they do everything for us.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's NYTHA's mission statement is I'm the vice president, and Joe Applebaum's our president, and Will, our executive director, and our whole board at NYTHA. Our mission statement is taking care of our backstretch workers, health and well-being of the backstretch workers, representing the owners, and making sure that our horses are well tended to both during and after their racing careers. And that's the key to our organization, and getting the funding to be able to do that so that we can move these horses safely into a proper and purposeful second career. And if you look at our Take Two program, is a hunter and jumper league that we partner with 360 shows across the country. We have prize money, but it's just for thoroughbreds that have retired from racing.
And where can people go if they want to get more information? Or
You can go to
donate.
Take2tbreds.com. You can go to our NITHA website. For the TAA, it's thoroughbredaftercare.org. Or just
New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association,
Yeah.
NYTHA.
NYTHA.com.
All right.
Exactly. And just click on Aftercare. Even on the NYRA website, just click down to Aftercare and it brings you right to our website.
All right, Rick, thanks so much. We're just getting started. Rick will be with us for another hour here on the show, and we've got another 6 hours of racing from Belmont and Churchill Downs as well. We've got 8 more at Belmont. We haven't even started with Churchill Downs yet. Heavily favored I'm Perfect 2. They're going to have her to catch on the front end in race number 3. America's Day at the Races continues. Rick Schosberg joining me, Andy Serling, in our studio here at Belmont Park.
Now 500,000. Well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Schosberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop belly. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Breds start with an advantage. New York Breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York Bred Maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Solovini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it.
The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
I think at a yearling, you're looking for pretty much an athlete. All horses come in different shapes and sizes. You know, some are tall, some are small, but really you're looking for balance and athleticism in the horse, one that moves well and knows how to use its body.
So day-to-day starts in the morning. All the yearlings are out in the field at night, so we keep them out for a majority of the day. We'll come in the morning, get all the stalls ready, and we'll bring them up right about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And they'll stay in the stall for about 5 hours. They'll get a meal first thing when they come in. If they have any blacksmith or vet work that needs to get done, it'll get done at that time. The horses get groomed and bathed at that time, and importantly, they get to rest because they're out in the field fighting and getting that competitive edge.
Two yearlings we're really excited about.
That's the Quality Road out of Lowell. He is a first foal out of Lowell who is a great racehorse for the farm, and he has been great since day one. He's a big, strong, athletic horse. Hasn't done a thing wrong since he's been over here. Moves well, got a great mind to him, really has all the qualities that you're looking for. So he's a Warfront out of a mare named Queen Nefertiti. He's a really nice horse, real well balanced, got a good mind to him, very easy moving, and has everything that you're looking for in a horse at this age. My first group are now 4-year-olds. Art Collector was raised out here. He was the big one. And then the filly that won the Santa Anita Oaks, Soothsay, she was raised out here as well. She's a 3-year-old. A horse named Dynamic One that ran second in the Wood Memorial. He was raised out here. We've had a few other stakes winners as well on top of that, but those would be the main 3 so far. I've worked in every aspect of the farm, but the yearlings I kind of figured out was what I wanted to do. And out here, everybody has their own ways, and the way they do it is still pretty simplistic to keeping it pretty ordinary. Outside as much as they can, let the horses be horses.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Our races are presented to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And Rick, I love these shots of Claiborne Farm that we show throughout the different seasons throughout the year.
It's amazing, and then you see pictures of yearlings, pictures of the horses that are running in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
It's amazing,
yearlings.
right?
It really is amazing. Yeah,
Right.
I do miss it. I grew up on a breeding farm, and I really miss being around the babies.
Post parade for race number 3. I'm Fine is the one. Jeremiah Englehart, the basketball player. Eric Cancel has the mount.
Yeah, this horse ran okay from the rail on 226. It has the rail today, and if he can run back to that race, certainly she has a shot.
Epona's Dream, number 2, Mark Hennig, and Jose Lescano.
Yeah, another one probably needs to step it up just a little bit here. We're going from turf to dirt, always a good angle. And Amity Island, Horatio de Paz.
Off the claim.
Yeah. Oh, and always dangerous, whether it's off the claim or bringing horses up as 2-year-olds.
Having a very good year so far, and so Jose Lescano, he'll be heading to California, the Breeders' Cup, to ride Gear Jockey tomorrow. I'm Perfect too. Dylan Davis, heavy favorite. Dylan has one job, Rick. Go to the front.
I agree. You're probably on the best horse here. Keep him out of trouble. Get out of the gate and go.
We'll see how that works out for him, and then field is rounded out by Karamoka.
Yeah,
trainer
Paco
Mitch
Lopez again, and on Mitch Friedman's filly. Deep closer, probably at any distance here. Closed at 6 furlongs, come back and closed at a mile, and was making up ground.
Yeah, we'll see if Paco can get this one a little closer to the pace. So, sort of the situation here as we're looking at the number 3 going off the claim, Amity Island. I do think she's a bit interesting. The problem for her, though, is she's going to have to get faster to win this race, and she has been in some pretty good barns before, including Chad Brown.
Yeah. I mean, if she can run back to those 70 buyer figures that she ran back in April, but that was in the slop at this distance. But that's what she's going to have to do to be competitive here. And again, it looks like the 4-horse. It's her race to lose.
And here is Amity Island. This is last time out. Suspended campaign was an easy winner. And this was a day when a lot of the runners seemed to be making outside moves. It may have been situational. It may not have been the old balcony Belmont, Rick, that used to be around when we were much younger and we didn't have gray hair. I thought she ran fine in here. I think if you like her, and I picked her second, you're banking on Horacio de Paz claiming this horse for Mike Dubb, who's the most successful claiming homers in the game for many years. You're banking on her improving because she better improve if she's going to beat I'm Perfect too.
Yeah, I agree 100%. She's going to have to go up probably 6 or 8 points to be nose to tail with I'm Perfect, if I'm Perfect runs the race that we hope she does.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's the interesting other horse because I'm Fine is incredibly pace compromised, and she's had her chances. Karamoka, a bit similar, though not as many chances. Here's I'm Perfect too. I'm going to say she probably wasn't going to win last time out, and it's not sour grapes. I wasn't betting her at 1-2. I thought Junior was a little bit overconfident with her last time. And sometimes, it's tricky with heavy favorites. I understand the confidence, but you still have to do the right thing on them, and the right thing to do is to be forward with this horse.
Yeah, I agree. She doesn't look happy back there where she is. She's on her left lead. I think, a lot of times when you get horses out in the clear, they tend to relax a little bit and then do things right. When they're in behind horses and they're taking that dirt and they're just not comfortable, they tend to, sometimes they won't switch leads or they'll turn their head a little bit and their action gets a little bit, inefficient. And I think, if he can get her out of there and keep her in the clear, I think she's the fastest horse in the race.
And with the scratch of OK Honey, who looked to be clearly the other speed in this race, she's just naturally faster. Don't take it away from her.
Yeah, I agree. Again, like we talked about before, the key is getting her out of the gate in good order. But it's a 5-horse field, so hopefully they'll come out of there straight. And yeah, I mean, his job is to keep her clean.
And I think that's one of the things. Obviously, Richie Migliore was on the show with us, and he'll be joining us for the next race. He's talked to Dylan a lot. His brother is Dylan Davis's agent. And that's one of the things I know Richie's talked to Dylan a lot about, being more aggressive, you taking advantage of speed, because Richie was a rider. And Richie, I tease Richie a lot now. I say, boy, you should be riding now the way you rode, because there isn't as much aggression in the game now as there used to be.
Yeah, no, and especially here in New York, you hear people from California and other jurisdictions, they say, the jocks in New York, it seems like they're all riding European style. They come out of there and they take a hold and they take a look. But that being said, we've had some really aggressive riders in the past, and they're successful. They get the horse out of the gate, get him in position. Then after 70 yards, you kind of know how the race is going to set up. And if you're in the clear, you get out of there good. You got yourself a shot.
Good things happen when you're forward.
Yeah.
Bad things happen when you're taking back. Maybe a lot of it has to do with so much turf racing we run here. We're running almost 2/3 of our race in the turf for so much of the year, and turf racing and dirt racing much different. 2 more to load for race number 3. John Imbrial upstairs, the call of the 3rd at Belmont Park.
Set for the start. And they're off. I Am Perfect 2 is out for the early lead. Right alongside is Karamoka, and the two of them hook up early here. I'm Perfect 2 down at the rail. Karamoka's on the outside. It's 2 lengths. Back to Amity Island, who's running in 3rd. I'm Fine is next in 4th, and Opponent's Dream is the trailer as they race up the backstretch. I Am Perfect 2, the favorite, by a head. Karamoka's on the outside in 2nd, a gap of almost 3 lengths now to Amity Island. Another 2.5 to I'm Fine and Opponent's Dream, opening quarter mile in 24 and 2/5 seconds. I Am Perfect 2 is at the rail. Karamoka continues to battle for the lead. It's I'm Perfect 2 and Karamoka. They are heads apart as they enter the far turn. They've got 3.5 lengths on Amity Island in 3rd. Opponent's Dream has come through to take 4th. I'm Fine is the trailer. The half went in 48 and 1/5 seconds. Nothing between the front two. I'm Perfect 2 at the rail. Karamoka on the outside as they continue to do battle. A break of 2. Amity Island getting a bit closer in 3rd. Then I'm Fine and Opponent's Dream. They're at the quarter pole. It's Karamoka on the outside and I'm Perfect 2 down at the rail, and the rest of them are closing in now. I'm Fine on the extreme outside. Amity Island, Opponent's Dream is looking for a way through. Here comes Opponent's Dream as they pass the 8th pole. Karamoka is still there. I'm Fine is on the outside. 3 of them across, now with the 16th to the finish. And it is Opponent's Dream who has the lead as they come on for the finish. And it is Opponent's Dream to pull off the upset at 15-1.
Well, Jose Lezcano has some business to attend to here before he ships out to California, and he got the job done at 15-1 with Opponent's Dream in this 5-horse field. You can say I'm Perfect 2 took a little bit of pressure, but the horse who pressured her, Karamoka, finished way in front as the favorite finished last in race number 3, but it was the number 2, Opponent's Dream, pulling off the upset. If you have this one in your pick 5, you're in pretty good shape, Rick.
Yeah. If you look, he saves ground here. He's coming up the rail, he's coming up the 3rd right here, covered in dirt. Doesn't seem to mind it at all. Now he's just looking for a way through here, and
5 drifts.
Yeah, the 5 drifts out. The 4 is giving it up, and just opened up that door for Jose. What a great ride! Great job by Mark Hennig. We're going turf to dirt if you want to go that angle. Then you got yourself a pretty good payoff here. 15-1.
And you can't say that Karamoka sort of did the favorite in, because Karamoka appears to have held on for 2nd in this race, and the favorite finished last. I mean, the favorite just did not run at all today. And Opponent's Dream, she settled back there. Pace wasn't super quick. I mean, I don't think the track's that fast, but they went 24-2, 48-1.
No.
Supposed to be able to hold on a little bit better than that. The favorite had no response, but Pona's Dream was able to pull off the upset. Race number 3. Hope you're alive. You had a couple of short prices in the first 2 races, but if you're alive in this big 5, this horse is going to make it a juicy payoff regardless of how it plays out. Pona's Dream gets it done. Mark Hennig and Jose Lizcano. Racing continues at Belmont Park. Churchill Downs coming up with their first race soon. America's Day at the Races continues.
As the field turns for home, and a Firm Success is taken over. It's a Firm Success in front as they come to the 8th pole. Rusty Spur is now back second. On the outside, here's Zealous is third. Farther back, Snow Ridge had to take up. Voodoo's there on the outside, and safe Florida Sandy. They're coming down to the finish, and it is 8-year-old A Firm Success still getting it done. A Firm Success wins by a diminishing length.
If you've been around New York for a long time like we have, you have to be a fan of A Firm Success, trained by this man, Rick Schosberg.
He was such a tremendous racehorse. He ran till he was 9 years old. He was 8 years old when he won this grade 1, the Carter, with Richie Migliore on, and we're going to talk to Richie
Even
later
overcame
about
Richie.
it.
That's how good he was.
Yeah. And then he came back the following year at 9 to win the toboggan, because he had won the toboggan, prepping for, look at Richie there, he is so happy.
So great.
That horse he was all class. And he's still,
turf, dirt, short, long. He ran the Travers.
Yeah, he ran in the Travers as a 3-year-old. He had third in the Jim Dandy. Then he turned into be a top sprinter, was favorite for the Breeders' Cup Sprint after winning the Vosburg and the
won a mile on the turf.
Fargo.
He won the poker. Was that the race?
Several. He won the poker twice.
Unbelievable.
And he ran in 4 Breeders' Cups, 2 sprints, and 2 mile races. And he got beat a zap at Churchill Downs in I think 2000, I think it was.
What an incredible career he had. Amazing. He ran, I think, 43 times, and 39 of them he ran triple-digit buyers.
Amazing.
Or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's 42 out of 38 out of 42 or something like that. And
incredible.
He was just an incredible athlete. What a great horse. You know, we nicknamed him Gator, but not because he was mean or anything like that. Just because his groom James Stukes, who actually used to gallop, I think he galloped Pleasant Colony for Johnny Campo, was his groom, and he just called him Gator. And so he's still down at Old Friends. Talk about Aftercare.
Incredible.
He's 27 years old, and I talk to Michael Blowen all the time, and he says, man, we're going to have a handicap for 20-year-olds and up, and no one's beating this horse. I went down there and saw him a couple of years ago. We were down there for take 2, and it was just great. He was out there in the field, and he came right up to us. You know, Michael follows everybody around the golf cart with a bucket full of carrots and everything. And, man, he pricked his ears up when he heard my voice. It really was.
That's great.
It was so heartfelt to see that. What a great horse, though, and diversity. He won the Cigar Mile. He won the Vosburg. He won the Poker twice. He won the Forgo. Got beat Crafty Friend beat him at Zap in the Forgo.
Yep, I remember that.
Kimmel
it was 98, I think.
Yeah, that's Kimmel.
Gary Stevens ride Crafty Friend that day, I think.
Gary Stevens rode him, and Georgie Chavez had rode him. He won the General George. This horse. He made $2.3 million.
The hard way.
Yeah, what a cool horse. 7 furlongs was his game. 6 furlongs wasn't, but he had cruising speed at 7/8.
He was amazing, and you think about how much pleasure these horses bring you. It's just incredible. Well, the Connections of Epona's Dream got a lot of pleasure out of his performance today, and there's Mark Hennig down in the winner's circle. Jose Lescano, as we mentioned, riding Gear Jockey, who I've unfortunately for them picked in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. I'm never right, particularly in that race. This is a great ride by Jose. He saved ground, and listen, 5-horse fields could get a little trouble right here, but he was patient. He kept going forward with him. As the number 5 Karamoka drifted out, the door opened up and got through and got the money.
Yep, no doubt. He had a really good trip saving ground, and then, like you said, turning for home. It looked like it was going to close up, but when Paco had to drift out just a little bit on the 5, it opened the door, and the 4 was backing out. But keep your eye on Paco Lopez. Here's another part of the Exacta here today, so he's here to ride. But what a great race, and $32.80 to win.
Long shot winning race number 3, Epona's Dream. It's unfortunate, you know. One of the things I thought of when I heard about Jack Christopher, unfortunately the heavy favorite and our New York rooting interest for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, when he scratched, I thought of you, and I thought of the disappointment, you know, with trainers, with Chad Brown training him, domestic spending, Jack Christopher, same day coming out, and what a tough game it can be, and what a terrific horse he is. And I thought of you with Maria's Mon, a horse who was going to be favored in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile as well. Not scratched the day of the race, but scratched pretty close.
Yeah, you know, anytime you have to scratch a horse due to injury or sickness or something like that, it's disappointing, especially when you're a heavy favorite like this. And you know, I feel for Chad and his connections. He looked like a standout in there, and we were all kind of looking for ways to try and beat him. This isn't the way we wanted to do it, though.
No, if you want to see the good horses run. I feel like if there's a silver lining, and I didn't, I texted a bit with Chad Brown last night, and was thinking of American Pharoah and Bob Baffert. Right? I mean, he missed the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as well. Once again, it's so hard when you get this close. You know, the closer you get, the harder it is. But he missed running in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. It didn't really stop him from having a tremendous career. We'll see if Corniche and Bob Baffert can take advantage of that, though I still think that the home team is going to bring home victory in the Juvenile.
Yeah. You know, now the race changes significantly. I mean, you got Corniche, but Corniche is breaking from the 12 hole. Looks like solid speeds coming off a big race out there.
11 posts now.
11, I'm sorry, correct. Yeah, Command Performance ran second to Jack Christopher, and you certainly got to respect that horse. You got Irad riding that horse, and that horse has done nothing wrong.
I like Command Performance in here. I thought he ran super behind Jack Christopher last time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was giving up. He gave up nothing. He kept trying really hard. The one advantage that maybe the Baffert horses have is that they've been training out there, and the weather's been a little bit cooler here, and maybe the transition may affect him. But Todd certainly knows what he's doing. I can't question his training style or anything like that. And this horse has a great shot out there. But without the favorite in there, it kind of throws things up in the air a little bit.
It does, and I think when you're a trainer, obviously if the favorite scratches, it doesn't make you unhappy. But I think all trainers can also appreciate the disappointment, what it's like when you have a big horse going to a race like that, especially that caliber.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We've all been in those situations before, whether it be, for a Grade 1 or just for a maiden race that you were prepping a horse for. You got to make those phone calls, and you got to think about the horse's health and well-being first. But then you got a lot of people that you'll have a lot of explaining to do, and see what happened. Hopefully it's not a major thing, and he'll come back as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, I have read some unofficial reports that they're hoping that it doesn't anything major serious, and we certainly hope it isn't. But he won't be able to play. Well, they're settling in at Churchill Downs as well as Belmont Park, and Churchill Downs still has 10 races to go. I think they'll be racing. They may be racing 24 hours a day throughout the weekend. America's Day at the Races continues.
Eclipse champion Blaine has sired 5 Grade 1 winners, including Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscon, and French Classic winner Senga. Recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a star performer overseas, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
America's Day at the Races continues as we turn our attention to Churchill Downs. We're going to have to find out some recollections from Rick of trips to Churchill Downs. Race number 1, they're heading the track for the first race at Churchill Downs. 6 of them are going to go postward. The current favorite, the 5, Gulfstream Way, who's actually my top choice in this race. A couple of 5-2 shots as well as they're coming out of that tunnel. Looks like they're backing up. Last time I was there, I was sitting right by the tunnel, actually, for the Oaks. I was sitting right there. It looks like the number 2
just dropped the
Adam
rider.
Skizza is getting off, but getting back aboard, the number 2. But Lofty Adjudicator is down on the inside, trying to improve. This horse, getting Lasix for the first time, is stepping up in class after running against Maiden 30's first time out.
Yeah, this is an interesting race here. There's the number 1 Lofty Adjudicator, like you said, first time Lasix, but moving way up in class from Maiden 30 up into Maiden 75,000. There's the 2 Prize Fighter.
Off the claim.
Yeah, this is off the claim. Had Lasix first time out. High percentage trainer, and
lost to Mike Maker last time with a 1-2 shot.
Yeah, so certainly a player here, no doubt about it. The 3 horse here, I kind of like this horse. Ed Reed's good off the claim. First time Lasix, moving up in class. I had this horse picked second.
I like how you're handling all the duties for me. You know, I think I'm going to go out and get something to drink here. Get a little lunch or something. I got to have a sandwich I still want to eat. That is not Dr. Jeff. Oh, that's Dr. Jeff downstairs. Wait, well, no. Dr. Jeff's running the stake here. That was Midnight Shift, actually, the number 4, a first-time starter, Brendan Walsh. And this is not Biz, Biz, Buzz, Buzz. This is Gulfstream Way, who's going out for James Baker in race number 5. And Money Mike is closing out the field. Rodolfo Brissett. What do you do with Money Mike? I mean, first of all, I don't think Mike Smith is happy. I think right away he's saying, if you can name a horse after me, could you please do a little bit better than this? It's the problem with naming horses after people, right?
Yeah.
You've got to have at least one good story after naming a horse after somebody, and the horse just totally bombed.
Yeah, and been heavily bet both times he ran for Baffert first time out.
$600,000, right?
Yep, and then he came back for Rudy.
Maple Scratch, sorry here. Sorry, Rick. Babylon, the number 3. We don't know, but it appears they may there's something going on. We'll see if there's being scratched. Sorry.
Looks like they're taking. Yeah, looks
Money
like they're
Mike.
taking
I mean,
attack.
the other thing about Money Mike is he ran just 7 days ago at Keeneland. Well, I used the word ran loosely.
Well, he ran
for a furlong or two.
Yeah. I mean, it was a neck off of 45 half, but coming back in 7 days, and we're not really dropping down. I mean, Maiden 75. Yeah, you're a $600,000 horse, but I think you could have dropped down even lower without risk of being claimed. So,
a weird one coming back in a week, and not the kind I want. I thought Gulfstream Way, the second-time starter. I think they're making a realistic drop with this horse here. And the other thing was, this horse got bet a little first time, and he ran into Cool Quest, who was a Brian Lynch horse, who I believe just ran off from the field.
Yeah.
Second place finisher was 54-1. He actually came back and not only won, but he improved his buyer figure 6 points. I just think Gulfstream Way is going to try to lead these on a merry chase.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you look, he's 3 lengths off a 21 flat opening quarter, and they finished up in 108.3. Lost a little ground late, but that's why you drop down to a little easier spot here. So I agree with you 100%. And I like Jimmy Baker's a friend of mine, and I'm hoping he can win this race for us.
Yeah, I thought he was the right horse, as does the public. He's 8-5. I mean, horses like Money Mike, I just don't want any part of this horse. Bob Baffert bet in his first start, didn't do any running. I know he ran against Flightline first out, but you think about Flightline, who is obviously a brilliantly talented horse. He's run twice. He ran a 114 buyer in second start. He was talked about across the country and was around even money, and yet this horse was 5-2 in his debut against Flightline.
Right.
And he just hasn't run at all.
Yeah. So
Tough game.
I can't back a horse like that. I got to see one more race before I decide to back a horse like that.
You will notice that Mike Smith has wanted to have nothing to do with riding the horse named after him. Do you think Bob was getting even at Mike for some bad ride he thought he gave him or something?
I don't want to speculate what goes on between those two. Never. No.
Well, you don't have to speculate because usually they do it right in public.
You're absolutely right.
I'm a big Mike Smith fan. I like Mike, and I think everybody around the game to know Mike is to like Mike.
Absolutely. So we lost the 3 horses, a late scratch, so we're going to run 5 of them here.
And Travis Stone, the voice of Churchill Downs, up with a call of the opener, the first of 10. Under the Twin Spires.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Money Mike veered down at the start, but broke near the top. Gulfstream Way quickly comes on to take over that lead, though, and strides out to grab the advantage by a length and a half early. Money Mike is going to sit second in the very early stages. Prize Fighter comes on to grab third. Lofty Adjudicator reserved toward the inside fourth. And settling in at the back of the pack is Midnight Shift in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Backstretch run. Gulfstream Way shows the way. There's 4 furlongs to go. Money Mike, with that good beginning, is tracking from second. The opening quarter's on the board in 22 1/5 seconds. 2 lengths back to Prize Fighter, who's waiting third and only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Now it's a margin of 3 back to Lofty Adjudicator. Midnight Shift the trailer down inside. Round the far turn, Gulfstream Way bracing for the oncoming Money Mike. Money Mike saunters up alongside. Gulfstream Way digs down toward the rail, and these two are locked in battle top of the stretch. Gulfstream Way digs down for a narrow lead. Money Mike's trying to get by, but is still second with a furlong to go. Farther back, Lofty Adjudicator rattling up into third, but it's still Gulfstream Way up top. Money Mike continues to desperately try and get by, but can't do it. And Gulfstream Way goes gate to wire to win it by a length in the end. Money Mike was second. Lofty Adjudicator finished third.
Well, it was James Baker getting the money there with Gulfstream Way, holding off Money Mike. And then Rick said to me at the 8th ball, I think Money Mike needs to be gelded.
Yeah, I think he could do with an equipment change here. He has every chance to get past this horse, and the jock is doing everything he can to encourage that horse to pass that horse, and I think he's a little reluctant. So, listen, I know it's $600,000 that they spent, but if you're going to affirm success was a gelding.
And you know what? As you know, it doesn't matter what you paid for them. It's what they're running for today is what they're worth.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
And listen, there are a lot of horses. I mean, you think of Jack Christopher, $130,000, a son of Munnings. But just because you paid a lot of money is no guarantee for success. The stakes action kicks off. 7 races to go. 4 of them will be stakes. The Atlantic Beach. I'm used to this running at Aqueduct where the rails are down. The rail is always the place to be. A little bit more fair here. The rail's at 35 feet, actually, on the inner turf course for this race. They're going to be going 6 furlongs. And, one of the funny things for me about this race, we'll get to the post parade, is Dr. Jeff. I had liked Dr. Jeff a little bit in the Pilgrim, thinking they would send him the lead. For some unknown reason, they rated him, and Rudy Rodriguez told Maggie that they wanted to go the lead. Yeah. But today, he's probably going to be his speed going 6 furlongs.
Yeah, it looks like he could be the controlling speed in this race at this distance.
I like those street bosses on the turf, turf sprinters.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they're built like quarter horses for the most part. So a lot of them will have that good early foot. But I mean, it's hard to go past the 5-horse. Looking at the company that horse has been keeping.
I think both horses that beat him have chances in the Breeders' Cup races. Slipstream in the mile on the turf, and I think Run Curtis Run is a long shot in the juvenile turf. Here comes Billy. Here he comes in the racetrack, coming off a win at the Meadowlands for New Jersey breds.
Yeah. Jose Torres on him.
Doug Nunn, the trainer of this horse. Trust Daddy, the number 2, going out for Jeremiah O'Dwyer. Manny Franco has the mount.
Yeah, I kind of like this horse a little bit. The horse has never done anything wrong. Got beat ahead and came back to win down there. First time on the turf. Coming up here, got Manny. Why not?
Jeremiah Dwyer won our Remsen with Shotsky a few years ago. Rocco Bowen is in town. Somebody I know. Maggie's going to be sorry that Rocco's riding here and she's not here. She likes Rocco. Kelsey Danner, back to the turf.
Another horse coming off a win on the synthetic down at Presque Isle Downs.
Dr. Jeff. I got a feeling Jose Lezcano will be more aggressive for trainer Rudy Rodriguez today.
Yeah, coming out of a long race, but this horse has shown speed early on. Probably going to be forwardly placed for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. He's vying for favoritism with the 5, Biz Biz Buzz. Biz Biz Buzz ran fine last time for Mike Trombetta. Julian Pimentel in town for the mount.
Yeah, and this horse definitely has a great shot. Again, once you're looking at the horses that he ran against last time, and ran very well, real close, length and a half, 108-1 on this turf, and yeah, certainly deserves the favoritism.
And rounding out the field on the outside, the gray Pure Panic gets a little class release after trying the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint favorite. That's a mouthful, Averly Jane last time.
Yeah, probably a stalking position from the outside. Hopefully he doesn't get parked too wide, like you mentioned, that the rail is out there 35 feet. So maybe being park wide doesn't mean as much as if it was in tight, because sometimes, you know, in those tight turns, it's like a paper clip when the leaders are going straight and you're still going, you know, at a 30-degree angle the other way. But probably has a good shot from a stalking position if the speed comes back.
Well, in case you're wondering if you're going to have to put up with just Rick and I forever, we do have other members of the team here, and one of our favorites, Richard Migliori. He's standing by outside, and Rick, I know you're glad to see the Mig here.
Yeah, there he is. I saw you shaking the stick in Firm Success when you won the Carter when he was 8 years old. The two of you guys in the latter part of your careers. Fantastic.
Two old guys getting it done for sure. But
three. There are 3 old guys here, Richie.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But one thing that stood out about it, Rick, and this is something that I think trainers can learn from. 2 starts or 3 starts back, I had given Firm Success a less than stellar ride. I really didn't like the way I rode him. He finished second. I thought he was best. I got him beat. But you had unwavering confidence in me. You never talked about changing riders, left me on him. And, you know, that gives a rider a lot of confidence when he feels like he's part of the team. And I think that was, besides it being a grade 1, the Carter, a lot of the reason why I was so pumped up that I felt like I justified your confidence in me by keeping me on a Firm Success. So trainers could learn a lot from that. Give a guy the confidence and he's going to deliver better rides for you. So I thank you for that to this day.
One thing that I've always said, I couldn't do any better regardless of what happened in the race. So I'm not out there riding, and I know a lot of stuff happens in a race, and a lot of the times there's nothing you could have done about it. It's race riding.
It doesn't stop me from criticizing riders, Richie.
No, that's for sure. But you know, listen, criticism that is due, that, you know, there's reasoning behind it is part of the game. You know, we all the time talk about other athletes in positions and they get criticized. They'll take the praise, they got to take the criticism. But let's talk horses real quick, guys. These horses are lining up, getting ready to head to the starting gate. The 4, Dr. Jeff, could not look any better. Really well turned out for Rudy Rodriguez. He's turning back in distance. I got to be honest with you, from a physical perspective, though, he looks like a horse that the 6 furlongs might be a little sharp for him. You know, I'm sure Rudy has his reasonings for turning back and maybe not going on to the Awad later on, but he really is kind of a little scopier, a little longer, rangier kind of horse, and I'm going to be curious to see how he does handle the turn back. Biz Buzz very well turned out for trainer Mike Trombetta, who's closing in on a milestone 2,000 career victories. He looks terrific. He gets Julian Pimentel, Mike Trombetta's regular rider, ships in for the mount, and Julian did very well around here with the bug. And that'll bring me to the 7-horse Pure Panic, owner Kendall Hansen, trainer Mike Maker. This horse was ultra sharp. As he was leaving the paddock heading out of the track, he just really emitted an energy level that makes me feel like he's really going to run a big race. I agree with Andy, gets class relief here. He faced a very tough group last time, and I think he's going to work out a good trip from the outside, guys.
Thanks, Richie. And you saw the official results, by the way, the 5-6 finish in race number 1 at Churchill Downs. You guys are both going with the number 7 here, Pure Panic. I do not like Pure Panic, actually, in this race. I think he's dressed up by his facing better horses last time. I like Dr. Jeff. But it's 2-1 against me.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens when they break.
And, listen, we both have picked against the favorite in this race, but I think we all respect the fact that Biz Buzz is the horse to beat.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. If he runs back to his last race and considering who he was running against in there, this is a little class relief considering how good those 2 horses are that were ahead of him last time. But, it's a turf sprint, and a trip means a lot.
See how those trips work out. We'll see if Dr. Jeff is a more aggressive ride today in the Atlantic Beach, a race we normally run at the Big A, but we are at Belmont for the first weekend of November in quite a long time. John and Brielle with a call of race number 4, the Atlantic Beach.
Set for the start. And they're off. A stumbling start for number 7, Pure Panic, who's on the extreme outside. There is Dr. Jeff, who is out for the early lead. Here comes Billy, is down at the rail. And then it is Biz Buzz moving up in between horses. Long Shadow as they race up the backstretch. Dr. Jeff is the leader. Biz Buzz in second. And Long Shadow is next in third. Then Pure Panic on the outside, moving up from 4th. Here comes Billy now at the rail and back in 5th, and then Trust Daddy. Opening quarter mile in 22 and 4/5 seconds as the 2-year-olds go around the far turn. Dr. Jeff leads here by a half length. Biz Buzz, the favorite on the outside, in second by 2.5 lengths, and Long Shadow is next in third. Down on the inside is Trust Daddy, who is gaining some ground from 4th, and they're all chasing Dr. Jeff, who leads in the stretch after a half in 45 and 4/5 seconds, and Dr. Jeff has opened up on the field. Dr. Jeff has a 5 or a 6 length lead. Trust Daddy has moved into second with Long Shadow next in third. Dr. Jeff wins the Atlantic Beach Stakes. Trust Daddy was second, then Long Shadow and Pure Panic.
Well, Dr. Jeff certainly was a different horse today when they put him on the front end. And he just accelerated when they hit the top of the stretch.
Yeah, he spun off that turn with a whole lot of momentum and never gave it up. And the 2-horse ran a really good race to be second here. The 5 never showed up.
No, you almost wondered if something went wrong with him. Julian Pimentel, was riding him in the stretch, and he just stopped top of the stretch. But you're right, Trust Daddy. Manny Franco coming on for second for Jeremiah Dwyer shipping in here, but there was nobody beating Dr. Jeff. I mean, this race, they came to the top of the stretch, and it was like,
yeah, it was over.
This is where I belong, and the turf all along. And, it's an interesting horse because he was so impressive breaking his maiden first time out. Heavy favorite in the Stereo Special, a horse that I liked that day, and no show there. Yeah. I got to think his future's on the turf, though. He went for fun.
Yeah, he did really, really well. A very aggressive ride from Jose, wanted to stay out of trouble. Like I said, these turf sprints, trip means everything. Get out in front, stay out of trouble. That'll get it done.
Richie, you could have been on this one's back today, even in your old infirm age.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but this horse was very good, and this is what happens when you get a horse turning back in distance, showing that kind of speed, sprinting. You know he's got the foundation behind him, and he got so comfortable, Andy. He just looked like a winner pretty much every step of the way. No doubt about him being the best horse. The 7 Pure Panic stumbled badly at the start and stumbled for like 3 or 4 strides. He was able to keep his momentum going forward, but I think it cost him. But no doubt about the winner. Nobody was beating Dr. Jeff.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Rui Rodriguez trying to win his first Breeders' Cup race tomorrow with Bella Sofia, but he and owner Michael Dubb and Michael Caruso, they've got a nice little turf sprinter. He can run in the dirt if it comes off the turf, but I got a feeling we're going to see this guy entered in turf races going forward. An excellent performance getting the victory in the Atlantic Beach. Jose Lezcano, as we said, that's 2 in a row for him. Jose Lezcano, though, will be heading out after today's races out to California to be riding Gear Jockey, the turf sprint. Well, he just won a turf sprint here. We'll see if he can win another one tomorrow. America's Day at the Races, so much more good action to go. Rick Schosberg, Richard Migliori, and myself will be joining you after a break.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running on.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at Belmont Park, and we just saw a virtuoso performance sprinting on the turf by Dr. Jeff in the Atlantic Beach. He just dominated the opposition in here. Jose Lezcano able to get him to front in this race, unlike the Pilgrim, and just a completely different horse. He loved turf sprinting, Rick.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He was out there in the clear just enjoying it, just like he was running around the field as a foal.
Nah, this is a horse. You know, the way he accelerated in this stretch, and he just really feels like a horse that maybe hear some more from next year as a turf sprinter, and there's certainly a lot of opportunities for him.
Oh, yeah.
He was cruising along. You know, he's probably not a horse that wants to go that much farther, though he was kind of relaxing on him late, but he was ridden down to the wire.
Yeah, no, he ran well. He switched his leads a couple of times in the stretch, but again, he's only run a couple of times, and he's learning. And I think he's going to have a bright future on the green.
All right, well, we wish Jose Lezcano as well as Ryder the best of luck heading out to the Breeders' Cup in California. But I got to tell you, Rick, I had a great time with you the last couple hours. I hope that you've had half as good a time with me as I've had with you.
I really enjoyed it. You know, it's good to be here with you guys, and I certainly enjoyed the show prior to me getting here with you and Anthony. That's always a fun act. But, you know, I wanted to play the straight man for you, so you, well, you can pick on Anthony later on.
We talk about you so frequently on the show. It's so good to have you here and stuff. And I'm going to leave you with one last thing. Angel Guerrero texted me. You remember the horse Acero that I believe he used to ride?
Yeah, Angel used to ride Acero. It was a family horse that my mom and dad owned, and he ran long on the grass. And you'd have to ride him every step of the way. He was a front runner, but you had to keep busy with him. And Angel used to tell me, Richie, please make sure you have the oxygen tank at the quarter pole when you put me on this horse. But he won a bunch of races on him, and yeah, for my mom's out there watching, that was her horse, and we still have his silks, we still have his blinkers. And Mom and Angel get along really great. They have a lot of fun
Angel's
together.
the best. We should get Angel on the
really
show.
is.
Rick, we'll have you on the show tomorrow.
Yep.
I look forward to that as well. A lot more good stuff to come on America's Day at the Races. The Big A, Anthony Stabile. He's waiting in the wings. He'll be stepping into the seat in just a few moments as Latruska looks to put the finishing touches on her brilliant season.
Introducing Adelphi Racing Club, the horse racing syndicate offering more than just fractional ownership. Enjoy the thrill of an interactive thoroughbred ownership experience competing at the sport's highest level. Attend events where you'll interact with top trainers, industry professionals, and club members. We've cheered on winners from coast to coast at top tracks such as Santa Anita and Saratoga.
And it will be Exotic West.
Become part of a group that celebrates success together. Visit AdelphiRacing.com and join the club today.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo, Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing, so I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone. I think that was my idea. It's called Jackpocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket. I came up with that too. Jackpocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
This year's Breeders' Cup $2 million Longines Distaff features a stellar field led by divisional leader Latruska. Trained by Fausto Gutierrez, the 5-year-old mare's only loss this season was to 2020 Kentucky Oaks winner She Dares the Devil in the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes at Oaklawn Park on March 13th.
She dares the devil!
Latruska has since reeled off 6 straight victories, including the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps Stakes at Belmont Park on June 5th, the Grade 2 Fleur-de-Lis Stakes at Churchill Downs on June 26th, the Grade 1 Personal Ensign Stakes at Saratoga on August 28th, and the Grade 1 Spinster Stakes at Keeneland Racecourse on October 10th. All of those races were win-ender-in events. However, She Dares the Devil looms large. The Brad Cox trainee's only loss in 5 starts this year was to Latruska in the Ogden Phipps. She also has a win at Del Mar after capturing the Grade 1 Win in Your End Clement Hirsch Stakes on August 1st. Royal Flag, trained by Chad Brown, was 3rd behind Latruska in the Personal Ensign before rebounding with an impressive victory in the Grade 2 Beldame Stakes at Belmont on October 10th. The daughter of Candy Ride has never finished off the board in 12 career starts. Can She Dares the Devil win the matchup with Latruska? Or can Royal Flag even the score and defeat her rivals?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. 11 fillies and mares lining up in the Breeders' Cup distaff, and it's going to be a good one. But Latruska has had just an absolutely sensational season, and we'll see if she can put the cherry on top of the Breeders' Cup distaff win. And we'll talk about that race and many others with my main man, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, who is joining us in the studio for the first time today. How are you, Anthony?
Hello, Mr. Sterling. How are you today?
All's good. All's well.
Everything good? Yeah, Latruska, 6 of 7 this year. All 6 wins have come at different tracks, and it's pretty amazing how she has just traveled the great United States. Keeps on going. She's had her races spaced. She's won with 3 weeks in between races. Here she is in the Juddmonte Spinster. A little bit of a workwoman-like effort, Andy, and Dunbar Road getting to her late. I think this has left some doubt in people's minds as to whether or not she is the proverbial over-the-top mare coming into the last and biggest start of the year. I think a few people kind of feel that way, yeah.
Well, a few people usually think a lot of crazy things. Dunbar Road ran well to be second here, no question about it, especially the pace scenario, and we'll see how much pressure Urologist puts on her from the outside, Private Mission down on the inside. Because the interesting thing about Latruska is she's 6 for 7 this year. The only race she lost, they rated her. Well, I think they learned from that experience in the Azeri, and this is a horse, she just goes out front and plays Come and Catch Me, and her personal ensign, in my opinion, was really about as definitive a win as you can get in horse racing.
And she, it was an old school front-running score as they were just lined up behind her, looking to run her down late in the game, and she refused to get passed by any of those 4 fillies and mares. It was a gutsy effort. She had a little bit of an easier time of it in the Spinster last time out, and now she gets a test. You mentioned the lone time she got beat. She was taken off the pace. The filly that went to the lead that day, She Dares the Devil, she is back for more. They've alternated decisions this year. Latruska beat She Dares the Devil here in the Phipps. We'll see what the plan is. If the plan is to take the fight to Latruska early, does Latruska survive the battle? I don't think She Dares the Devil will. I think Latruska could survive the battle, or it'll set it up for the closers.
You think She Dares the Devil is going to be forward in this race?
I think the only time Latruska's gotten beat, she was the one that went and
well, it was a slow pace. They rated
it was,
her.
But
I would
imagine that she is going to try to be forward. I don't know who else is going to be forward with Latruska.
Well, Horologist is supposed to be.
I guess.
She drew right outside of her, and I think Private Mission down the inside, the improving 3-year-old for Bob Baffert, has to be forward as well. I don't think that She Dares the Devil is going to be far behind. I'll be surprised if she is. I think She Dares the Devil, after the Phipps threw up the old no mas, and they've been spending the rest of the year ducking Latruska. To me, Latruska is everything a champion is on the racetrack, and even if she loses tomorrow, it would be an absolute crime if people that aren't paying attention to racing throughout the year don't reward her with a well-earned Eclipse Award. I don't care if finishes last.
That's over, isn't it? I mean,
it is to people that follow horse racing. We'll see if the people who vote that only look at the Breeders' Cup. Well, a lot of people just watch Breeders' Cup races, and those people probably shouldn't be voting. We go to race number 2 at Churchill Downs. Claiming race going 1 1/16 down the rail. Altito is going out on the rail. That's there we go, heading out of the racetrack for race number 2. We'll wait for those horses to line up 1 1/16. Feels like the speed is probably the 4 Straight Remark in this race. Might be a little bit over. Came out.
Yeah.
That's going to help horses like the number 5 Chicory Blue and the 8 Ransack. I think will benefit from that. They're both better prices. The favorite right now, the number 6 Pickford. There's Pickford on the track. We started out with the 1 Altito. Mitchell Morrell is riding for trainer David Vance.
We've seen Mitch win a couple of races the last couple of days. Source hasn't hit the board, hit the try since June of 2020.
The number 2 horse is American Joey, ridden by Corey Lannery, I believe.
Gets a rider change. Yeah, Corey Lannery's going to pick up the mount from a 5-pound apprentice. This horse hasn't had much success at Churchill so far in his career.
A little bit more forward with a scratch of the 4. Astillo Pellegroso.
Found the going a little tougher at Keeneland after a blowout score at Beltara. Longest shot on the board here at 18-1.
The 4 Straight Remark has been scratched. The 5 Chicory Blue, I think a very generous 5-1. Thomas Vance training Francisco Arrieta with him out.
Yeah, this horse is almost a white thoroughbred. 4th and 3rd in his last 2 for the 10 level. Another horse who really hasn't had that much success beneath the Twin Spires.
Number 6, Pickford, the current favorite, goes out for Jimmy DeVito. James Graham has the mount.
I mean, I guess this horse makes sense. 4 for 8 with a couple of seconds in his career at Churchill Downs. He finished 3rd last time out. He hasn't won. He's only won twice this year from 11 tries.
Number 7, Vaquero Flies, Wayne Lucas.
Eligible for a 3 lifetime claimer for the coach. This horse hasn't done much running.
When's the last time you covered a race that Rafael Mojica was riding? He rides the Ray 8 Ransack. Isn't he just supposed to go in here?
Absolutely. A pair of blinkers goes on. This son of Pioneer of the Nile, Ransack's just supposed to be in front here and take him as far as he possibly can.
The market mover. Now it's time for the Twin Spires market mover.
Excellent.
Race number 2, the Twin Spires market mover, is the favorite, the number 6 Pickford. If you want to bet the market mover or anyone else in this race, visit twinspires.com. Pickford is 2-1 in this race. I'm surprised there's that big a discrepancy between he and the number 5 Chicory Blue, who I think could benefit from being a little bit closer in here. I prefer Chicory Blue, but the market mover is the 6. Pickford.
Yeah. He's supposed to have a nice trip right there. Both of the horses you mentioned, Chicory Blue and Pickford, I guess is supposed to have that target in Ransack. And you know what, Andy? You mentioned Rafael Mojica Jr. Boy, talk about a blast from the past, huh? Original rider of one of my favorite horses. My dad was an agent at Julio Pazua. Dixie Brass. Mojica was on Dixie Brass before he hurt his ankle.
Oh, really?
And that's how Pazua got on him in the Withers and the Met Mile, yeah.
Grade 1 winner.
Grade 1 winner, yeah.
Why is the number 2, American Joey, stretching out, taking so much money?
I would imagine the rider change is part of that. The stretch out doesn't make too much sense. I mean, he's run going the 2 turns and going long in the past. The lone win came at Mountaineer Park.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I thought the rider change was probably the biggest reason for this horse getting all this money.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. I mean, he's run figures that are fast enough to compete in here, and I think that's probably the bulk of the reason he's taking the money. I just wonder if he's going to be effective the distance. You know, there are faster horses early, but you have to wonder with a scratch of the number 4 if Corey Lannery, especially the inside position, doesn't look to be forward here, stretching out.
He could. He absolutely could. I'm going to give you another horse. Altito has, quite frankly, just run against better. Now, I know there's the one Chicory Blue race back in March, but he's making his 3rd start off a layoff. When a horse like Ransack is in here, you know there's going to be, or at least you hope there's going to be some pace on.
There's not going to be any pace in this race, Anthony.
This horse could use some help. Is that the 7? So that's Vaquero Flies.
That's the 7 Vaquero Flies. Don't know what the story is with him, whether or not they're making an adjustment. No, he's being scratched. The 7 Vaquero Flies will not be playing in here. Martin Garcia unsaddling that Wayne Lucas runner. And you know those Wayne Lucas horses buy those white blinkers, huh? I've been seeing those for a long, long time in the game.
The blinkers and the bridle, right? The white bridle, and most of his disciples have taken that token of affection on, yeah. Yeah, I figure with Ransack in here could help Altito a little bit. And if we're going to talk about a horse that might be, man, it's awful hard at these bottom levels. Altito might be the horse that has a little bit of the class edge. Again, he's probably kept better company throughout his career. Yeah, I would think so.
Well, he ran a $7,500 claimer for back at Oaklawn Park.
He did. I'm talking about in his, this horse has run 56 times in his career. I
used to have hair.
Listen, I'm a believer in that as well. But in a race where, I think you and I, not only do we disagree, but we probably don't agree on
We disagree about everything in this
American
race.
Joey taking all this money.
I mean, I guess he's not impossible. He's got figures that make him fast enough, and I think with the scratch of the number 4 straight for Mark, in my opinion, this race becomes paceless, and the pace becomes more murky because horses like, the 8, you'd think he's going to go from out there. With the 2 scratches, he only has post 6. He's supposed to go. American Joey may be looking to go forward, and that inside position could be helpful. I have to think that Chicory Blue will look a little forward. I don't think they're going to go quickly, and I think in these races, I don't think it's that different there. If one guy is aggressive, that's usually the person that ends up on the front end in a relatively tepid pace.
Yeah.
I mean, Altito has no speed.
None at all. None at all. I don't disagree.
He could be fighting with Estilo Pellegroso for 5th and 6th as they head down the backstretch.
So yeah, I'm going to take the number 1 Altito.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take the number 5 Chicory Blue. as they head to the gate. Race number 2, 2 of 10 at Churchill Downs. We've got 6 left at Belmont. We've got races 2 through 10 to come. A lot of good action coming up at Churchill. You'll be here until 5:30, I believe. I will be stepping out around 3:30, but Greg Wolf, of course, will be coming in, assuming control of the helm. The man who's in control down at Churchill Downs, none other than Travis Stone. He's got the call of race number 2.
Waiting for Chicory Blue and Pickford. And they're in the gate.
Hold on, Bo. Hold on. All right.
And they're off. Even beginning. Altito is away well. American Joey is showing some speed. Ransack for that outside post joins them into the clubhouse turn. And American Joey's out there setting the pace and is over to the inside to show the way. Ransack is stuck wide into that opening turn. He's 3 or 4 paths off the rail. Nonetheless, racing up to join the top runner, American Joey, and now goes on to put a nose in front. And meanwhile, Chicory Blue comes on through too. So here's Chicory Blue out for the lead with Ransack. American Joey backs off to be 3rd. Altito tugs up to grab 4th. Pickford cruising along while 5th. Estilo Pelagroso at the back of the pack at about 5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, a pokey 24 and 4/5 seconds. The pace is slow to develop. And it's Ransack going head-to-head with Chicory Blue. They've now gone a little bit clear. They're 2.5 lengths ahead of Altito, who's running along in 3rd. American Joey broke near the top, but is now back into 4th. Pickford is 5th and moving up a spot now. Estilo Pelagroso's at the back of the pack. So round the far turn, Chicory Blue and Ransack head in head for the lead as they move toward the quarter pole. Altito switched out and is called on for his run. And Pickford is 4th and only 2 lengths off the lead. Estilo Pelagroso goes wide by the quarter pole at the top of the stretch, and it's Altito off the turn in front. Altito is set down for the drive. In the meanwhile, Pickford's coming with a rally 2. Estilo Pelagroso trying to come on as well. And then it's Chicory Blue. There's 1 furlong to go. Altito digs down deep. Pickford's been trying to get by. It's still Altito in front. Pickford's running out of time to do it. And does. Altito the winner. Half length in the end. Pickford was 2nd. It's tight for 3rd. Estilo Pelagroso or Chicory Blue.
Good ride by Mitchell Morrell. Good pick by the Big A Anthony Stabile as he got the usually plodding Altito right in the game behind the absolutely crawling pace. Got it done and was able to hold off the no-excuse favorite, Pickford.
Yes, this tastes a little bit like vinegar coming out of my mouth, but you were right, Andy. No pace on at all in here. It kind of pulled Altito into the race. And Mitch Morrell, he was also aggressive, keeping his position along the inside, switched out on the far turn, got around the speed and was able to hold off Pickford at 5-1.
Yeah, they seem to be drifting a bit in the stretch, but Pickford had the entire way to get by him. Altito, Mitchell Morrell gets it done for David Vance. We'll switch right over to Belmont Park. Jose Lezcano looking for 3 wins in a row, this time for Linda Rice on Dark Money.
This is a horse who at one time would have been a clear-cut favorite in here, and now he's fallen on some hard times, especially in his last 3 starts. He's your 2-1 favorite.
The number 2, we're waiting. Wow. This is a long, long, long wait for the number 2, Karen's Cove. Goes out off the claim for Tom Morley, who's looking for his 2nd win today, as is Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Flying P Stable vying for a leading owner. They'll have Lone Rock and locally owned out in the marathon. This horse getting a good trainer change, good rider change. I think this horse is really, really live today. 4-1.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he classes up with these. The number 4, Win with Pride, with Next Flight Scratch, vying for favoritism. Dylan Davis riding this one for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, 2-1 on this horse. Didn't really have much of an excuse last time. Got the job done 2 back when the claim was voided.
My pick, the number 6, Ragtime Blues, Jalen Samuel riding for John Terranova.
Taking a triple drop, Andy, from 32 down to 12.5. This horse has some speed, and Jalen Samuel knows how to put him on the front end.
Dugout rounds out the field. Paco Lopez riding for Jeffrey Englehart.
As a former stakes winner, he's owned over $500,000, won 9 of his 20 starts. Second off the claim for Jeffrey. This horse didn't run too well up at his native Finger Lakes, Jeffrey's native Finger Lakes last out.
His full brother won the 2-year-old stake, I think the next race, actually, last time he ran at Finger Lakes.
Really?
Yeah, he upset the favorite. I'm blanking on his name. It's an Adios. It's like a play in Adios Charlie. I'm blanking on the name.
That's cool.
But, yeah, Dugout ran the race for. I just happened to have noticed that last time. You know, my feeling with I guess Win with Pride can win, and he obviously can. The problem with him is, yeah, his race 2-back can win. I guess his last race, this is his win 2-back. I guess at the end of the day, he ran a 73 buyer last time, which is good enough to win here. But he never ran at all in that race.
And he didn't really beat much this day that we're watching back in
He's not necessarily running against that much today.
No, he's not. And you see that he had the voided claim, and then he had a 2-month break. Well, now he's coming back in 4 weeks, so I guess that gives you some confidence. But, man, off of his last effort, this race I guess you could bet him off of, despite the fact that he was beating a suspect bunch of horses. Off his last race, you don't want him for a quarter.
I like the number 6 Ragtime Blues in here. If you look at his last races, I think on paper they look terrible, but I think they're very excusable. One of them was against Bo Liam, who, regardless how he ran, the ACAC, we finished second, was brilliant up in Saratoga. And he's not a miler, trying to go the mile, not able to get the lead, wide against a good rail. I think he makes a lot of sense dropping in. You think there's going to be a quick pace near. You always think there's going to be a quick pace. I always think there's going to be a slow pace. I'm usually right.
Yeah, I think there might. I think when you have these horses that have kind of seen better days.
But I don't think he has. I think his performances are not bad. They just were impossible spots.
I'm not necessarily talking about him, Andy, but I'm talking about horses like Dark Money, who's, I think, under the gun from the rail. Win with Pride. I think Ragtime Blues Dugout was a fast horse once upon a time. I just feel like there will be a little hitting in here. And Karen's Cove, this claim, it's an interesting claim. They claim
that's the number 2, Karen's Cove.
Yeah, they claim this horse for $10,000 on the raise. The pot's 36. This horse is eligible for a ton of starter races. We talked about this earlier today on Talking Horses. This horse is eligible for starter races. And the way the claiming game is played now, you can claim these horses and incrementally raise them. This horse wins today. This horse, it's a $20,000 winner's end of the purse.
Well,
it's a lot of money.
I do think it's reasonable to ask the question why they didn't claim him 2-back at Monmouth for $5,000. And I get what you're saying. They claimed him for $10 last time, and their hope is to ship him down to Fairgrounds, where Tom Morley will be this winter, and run him in the Star Allowance races. And that's why he's running for $12,500 today. They don't want him to get claimed.
You protect him a little bit.
Right, because it's hard to imagine anybody's going to be crazy enough to claim for $12,500. It's hard to imagine anyone would do it for $10,000. And listen, they are a very sharp claiming outfit. And Tom Morley is having an absolutely sensational meet here at Belmont. So all those things caught my eye as well with him. But I still wonder if at the end of the day he's necessarily good enough to beat these horses.
I will say another thing. And obviously we don't know this when you're handicapping races 2-3 days ahead of time. When you're talking about them 4 hours before their run. 5-1 is not a good sign here. For a barn that's going as good as it's going, I don't think 5. This horse is the
I'll agree to disagree. We haven't even talked about the favors they go in the gate, Dark Money. He's another one dropping simply off the claim. Linda Rice is over 40%, for what it's worth, dropping 50% off of the claim. So while he's suspect, he might have also found the right field. We'll see how it all plays out. Anthony likes the 2, I like the 6. We both like John Embrial, who has the call of race number 5.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow start for number 4, Win with Pride, and he trails. From the outside, it's the gray Dugout. Out for the early lead. Ragtime Blues runs in second. Dark Money is down at the rail in third. Break of 2.5 lengths to Karen's Cove, who's a bit tough to handle there in fourth. And the slow starting Win with Pride. Steadying there at the rail was number 1, Dark Money, who sits behind the front runners, Ragtime Blues and Dugout. So it's Dugout on the outside and Ragtime Blues down at the rail. In behind the duo of Karen's Cove and Dark Money. Win with Pride is 5th. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Dugout, Ragtime Blues, they continue to scrimmage for the lead here as they come for the top of the stretch with Karen's Cove in the clear on the outside in third. Dark Money is in behind horses and Win with Pride. The field comes off the turn and enters the stretch after a half in 46 2/5 seconds. Dark Money looking to split horses here. Here comes Dark Money up now to grab the lead. Far outside, Win With Pride has now moved into second. Dark Money has a 4-length lead as they come on for the finish, and it will be 3 in a row for jockey Jose Lizcano. Dark Money, Win With Pride was second, and Ragtime Blues finished third, then Karen's Cove and Dugout.
Steadied briefly behind the number 6 Ragtime Blues, and the 7 Dugout in the backstretch. Didn't matter. Jose Lizcano, it almost looked like a mirror image of his ride 2 races back when he got the money with the long shot off the claim. Dark Money dropping down. I agree, Anthony, his reason for it had been suspect, but he's just too good for these.
And you said that right outside the quarter pole, the field turned for home, and you could see he is going to get through there. And when he does, he's going to get the money. He's just too good for these horses. His old form, if you go back to the olden days of Dark Money, he was going to do to this field what he wound up doing.
Yeah, he was just a rocking chair winner. And here, you know, both you and I thought Karen's Cove, and you and I were on the same page. He was kind of an interesting horse, and they're a sharp outfit. He's just not good enough. Those
how much did you want on him at around the 5/16 pole, just sidling up to the 2 speed? And he got to the top. He got to the top right there, and he just had nothing left for the last quarter of a mile.
Dark Money. That's right, Jose Lizcano.
Natural pick 3.
Getting ready to go out. The guy got to go out there with some confidence as he's riding Gear Jockey, who's carrying me around in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
He's live.
That has been very damaging to a lot of horses in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in the past.
He's live.
Like
he had another one later on in the day that I thought had a puncher's chance. I can't remember who it is now, but yeah, Jose is one of the more less talked about riders who day in and day out has just won.
He's won a lot of races.
He's just won.
And, you know, he's won with 2 relatively short prices in the last 2, but he had a 15-1 shot with a perfect ride getting the money 2 races ago. That's 3 in a row. We'll see if more good fortune awaits Jose Lizcano as America's Day at the Races will continue.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front. McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by ABR. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Coming back to the winner's circle, a very happy Jose Lizcano Riding for Linda Rice, getting the money with Dark Money as the heavy, heavy favorite. Looking through, Jose Lezcano, he's live in the 6th on the number 4. He's not in the 7th. Anthony, bring us through this race, will you?
Yeah, you see Dark Money right there behind the speed, and he's just going to split horses right around the 3/16 pole. And he went from being 4th to 1st in about 7 jumps.
Yeah.
And he was just gone. Gone. Win with Pride, who did not break alertly, was able to pick up the pieces for 2nd, but he was a long way back behind the winner.
Yeah, this was a rocking chair performance for Dark Money. And looking through, Jose Lezcano was the favorite. I know horse that you like, Barkin, in the Ticonderoga. He's got 3 very, very strong chances, so it could be a sensational day for Jose Lezcano. He will not be participating, though, in race number 6. I know you had to have been a big fan of a horse trained by Red Terrell named Turn Back the Alarm.
Of course.
Yeah.
Grew up with Red's grandson, the late great Brian Morgan, and knew Red my whole life as a kid. He was a tried and true racetrack character and a real good horseman. And she was some filly.
She was a great. She was a white, well, almost white, right?
Nice
she was
filly,
a very, she was a very
fun.
nice looking
She was
horse.
fun.
Well, we'll be running the Turn Back the Alarm, and I know that, you have trouble not picking a horse named Gibberish, but it feels like Miss Marissa.
And Bob Edwards.
Bob Edwards and Gibberish. He must have named that horse for you. He didn't know you when he named her, or he would have. It feels like these 2 horses may have a rematch in their Del Cap race and just be 1-2 around the racetrack, right?
Yeah, I thought Gibberish would have gotten in front of Miss Marissa. There are a couple of really nice fillies. I don't think this is a knock on them. They're a cut below what we have as far as the upper echelon of fillies and mares in this country right now, but it doesn't mean they don't put on a good show. Miss Marissa had her by a length and change, and Gibberish refused to go away from her from the 3/8 pole to the wire, so it would be a nice renewal of the Turn Back the Alarm should these 2 hook up again.
Yeah, no, I love these stakes. A lot of stakes are named for race horses, great horses from the past, before our time, and it's fun to see about them. But I like when you got a race named for a horse that ran while we were at the racetrack. And this race is not for New York breds, by the way. We'll let you all in here. Can Jilted Bride maybe take a step forward and get it done? So I thought So Darn Hot might run okay in here for George Weaver.
Always a little. That daughter of Go Zapper is always a little interesting. She could use a little pace up front to try to pick it up, but in a short field like this,
I don't think it's going to be that fast.
I don't either. And it's almost counterintuitive. You say, well, all right, in a short field, maybe she could be closer. Probably hurts her chances as opposed to having, a bigger field, more speed, more pace in the race.
And Miss Marissa's good.
Miss Marissa is good. Yes, she is. She's done. When she's able to get to the front and control. She is a very, very tough, hard-knocking filly. Like I said, is she, does she belong in the Breeders' Cup Distaff? No, she doesn't belong in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. But she certainly wins, these grade 2s and grade 3s. She's certainly able to gobble them up.
She hit the wire finishing 3rd with Horologist in her last start in the Beldame. And I agree, she's a cut below, but doesn't mean she's not a grade 2 to grade 3 type performance.
And you know what? They make an awful lot of money, those cut belows, Andy.
No question about it. Looking forward to her tomorrow. Churchill Downs. Lots more action to come at Churchill, lots more at Belmont. Big A and I will be back after a quick break.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are winning. Another fantastic win for Run Happy when Following C won the prestigious Grade 2 Schosberg and punched his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where he will attempt to follow his sire's footsteps. And after 2 wire-to-wire wins to start his career, Run the Daylight showed a new dimension, coming from off the pace to say perfect was another win. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November Sale at Fasig-Tipton. Following a 14-length victory in her debut, Guarana immediately jumped into the deep end, making just her second career start in the prestigious Grade 1 Acorn Stakes. Here she demolished Kentucky Oaks winner Serengeti Empress by 6 lengths, and she did it in stakes record time. From there, she defeated a talented field in the Grade 1 CCA Oaks at Saratoga. At 4, Guarana added a third G1 to her record, with a victory in the Madison Stakes, trained by Chad Brown. Guarana showed great versatility, winning at 7, 8, and 9 furlongs over the best fillies in the country. Her sire, Ghost Zapper, is the broodmare sire of Triple Crown hero Justify, and the bottom of her page is a history lesson in the esteemed Phipps family breeding program. Now in full to leading General Sire Into Mischief. Brilliant Grade 1 winning millionaire Guarana, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Hill & Dale Sales Agency agent.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Taking a look at Churchill Downs. Well, the big A. Anthony Stabile and I were at Belmont Park, but a lot more action to come at Churchill Downs as well today. Race number 3. Getting ready for race number 3. 6 of them lining up. Ginny B and Folly right now are vying for favoritism as they're going to go a mile around one turn beneath the Twin Spires.
Yes, out of that chute, still in the paddock.
Who do you like?
It's a nice paddock at Churchill. It's not the biggest paddock in the world. It's easy,
no, it's not.
Easy for me to navigate. On my old HRRN days, I was able to get from trainer to trainer. I didn't have to take too many steps.
Well, you move fast on your feet, Anthony.
Now I do. Yeah, a little faster now.
Where are you going here?
So I had a tough time. I didn't want the horses shipping in from Ohio. And
that would be Belterra.
Belterra Park, the 2 Folly.
It's only just across the river from Kentucky. It's not that far. Loaning Valley a little farther away.
It is. So I went.
So you don't like Folly?
I didn't say I don't like Folly. I mean, Folly could obviously win this race, but I would much rather. I'd much rather side with Ginny B. Now, Ginny B caught a sloppy track last time, and her races on wet tracks leave a lot to be desired. Now she gets back onto some fast ground, and I'm hoping that that's enough to overcome here. She had a lot of seconds in her career, too. That's the only thing that bothers me as well.
Yeah, it feels like the speed is down inside. Rafael Mojica down on the inside with Smoking Hot Bobby.
You ever think you'd say that twice in a half hour?
You know, you see some names sometimes on Breeders' Cup weekend at the big tracks you don't always see, as so many riders are heading out west, and so you'll see them. But the answer to your question is no, I did not expect that.
I'm sure you did.
I would have definitely lost that bet. If somebody had said to me, you're going to be mentioning Rafael Mojica a couple times in the show, and I mean, he's been riding for quite a while. He probably rode with the MiG. That's how long he's been riding. Talk to him about that.
In the 90s.
The one Smoking Hot Bobby, as we mentioned, going out down the inside. The inside speed.
Yeah, inside speed. Dropping in, cutting in 2/3 here from 62 to 20.
The number 2, Folly. Deshaun Parker coming in to ride this one for Troy Newton.
Rides a 2-race win streak into this from Belterra. I'm going to try her hand at Churchill.
John McKee on Matt's Honey for trainer Norman Cash.
Won over a course labeled good at Mahoning Valley last time out.
Number 4, Positive Vibes. Cheryl Shiflett saddling this one for Augustin Gomez.
Longest shot on the board. This horse crossed the wire first in April at Keeneland, was disqualified. Last win came in September of 2020.
Ginormous James Graham riding for Michael Lauer.
0 for the distance, 0 for Churchill Downs. Ran at this level last time out and really did not do much running at all.
Rounding out the field, a horse that can pretty much handle any surface, turf or dirt. Ginny B, Bernie Flint, Corey Lannery has them out.
17 times in the money from 30 tries. 14 of them was second and third. I picked this horse, but that scares me a lot, sir.
I struggle a lot with this race. I thought that, off the race 2 back, that Ginny B was a fairly logical horse in this race. But I agree. It's hard to make a strong case as we head over to Twin Spires, by the way, who is offering the bet back bonus in race number 3. Trying to get there. Sorry. With the bet back offer, place a win bet on select races at Churchill Downs today through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. And right now, the horse taking the most money, the number 2, Folly. I'm kind of with you on this one, Anthony. I guess she could win.
Minute, what?
Yeah, we
have
don't
an
agree a lot.
earthquake.
She ran such an aberrationally big fig last time. It seems like she's a funny horse, right? She's got that 79 Beyer 5 back and the 76 last time. She's going to win if she runs those numbers. The other numbers, not so clear, right?
Well, it took her 5 months to come close to the 79 and 76.
So you're saying she can't do it back-to-back.
I'm saying she hasn't done it back-to-back. And now she's 2-1 and Ginny B's 9-5. At a short price, I don't want to find out. At a short price, I don't want to find out.
I'm leaning to you, but now she's the second choice, and Ginny B. I prefer Ginny B in this race, as you say, getting back to a fast track. But I also like the fact that you would think that Ginny B, Corey Lannery, they're supposed to be aggressive. And sitting second, can you make a case for Smoking Hot Bobby to wire the field? Her race 3 back at Pleasanton, by the way.
Yes.
Might be fast enough to win.
Fair circuit. She's only run 6 times on dirt, 21 times on synthetic, a couple of turf races. I mean, look, last time out she didn't belong with those horses. And you could just say, you know what? They gave this filly a race off of nearly a 3-month layoff. Gave her a race against much, much better. I mean, she had no chance in that race. She got beat 30 lengths. She was last by 30 lengths. And now she comes back.
And she couldn't make the lead. That's the thing, and she's supposed to make it today, right? I mean, I don't love her,
back
but
in 12 days, 13 days as well. She is supposed to make the lead. She's going the one turn out of that chute, and she's supposed to make the lead now.
Let me ask you a question. If you and I did a fair circuit, like a video of you and I traveling the fair circuit, what do they got? They got Fresno? Is Fresno one?
Fresno's one. Pleasanton's one.
I know my man Andy Beyer likes the mule racing. They would run out there. He was always big on the mules. I frequently have bet on some horses.
I feel like
some mules that were masquerading as thoroughbreds in my day. If you haven't played the races, you haven't. But I think it would be fun to go to those races.
Was it Black Tulip?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah,
my dad used to work around a horse for John Wisniewski in the 80s named Black Tulip.
Really?
Not the mule, though.
Yeah, I think it would be fun to go out to those races. I think the Great Barrington Fair, I went to those races as a kid and saw some things. If I hadn't been there to see them, I wouldn't believe it if somebody else told me about them. But the Great Barrington Fair, not a far drive from Saratoga, actually. So we're going to take a quick break here as we pause. We'll be picked up by Bally Sports, Southern California. We'll be right back. We welcome our viewers from Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego for America's Day at the Races. You know, I've been on here for almost 3 hours, but we're just getting started. We've got another 4+ hours to go. We got 8 more at Churchill Downs, 5 more at Belmont. He is Anthony Stabile. I'm Andy Serling, joining you from our indoor studio here at Belmont Park.
Toasty. It's very toasty here.
It is very nice.
I'm not saying it's
beautiful day.
I do not recall saying toasty was nice, but it is a little toasty in here. I have a little extra insulation if you haven't noticed, Andy. So it's a little
Breeders' Cup weekend. The Breeders' Cup races still. The Breeders getting closer though. They're about 2.5 hours away from the first Breeders' Cup race. But we've got some great action here. We've still got 3 stake races to go at Belmont Park and the 3rd at Churchill. Anthony, you and I have been talking about it a bit. I think we both prefer, of the horse taking money, the 6 Ginny B. I'm going to try to make a slight case for Smoking Hot Bobby to wire the field.
Listen, you know me. I'm a sucker for speed, Andy.
Yeah.
And if she can get loose, and you mentioned she couldn't get loose last time. Obviously,
she's supposed to.
Obviously, 2 starts back, she wasn't going 21-44 and change on the all-weather out of Golden Gate. Yeah, I mean, she's supposed to get to the top in here, and I'll tell you what. If this was the summer meet or even that September meet, you'd think her chances would have been greatly enhanced the way that track was playing inside. I feel like the first couple of days here it was, and then yesterday in front of our very eyes, it started to change a little bit.
I still think.
Still think you want
it's
to be
not,
down
I'll put it
there?
this way. I don't
think it's
I haven't seen enough to say it's a strong bias, but I don't think it's a bad place to be.
No.
And listen, dirt racing in general favors horses that are forwardly placed unless there's a pronounced anti-speed bias.
I think it's starting to play evenly. I don't think there's anywhere bad to be on this track right now. I would agree with what you're saying. It's not.
What about the 3 who's taking some money? Matt's Honey drifted up to 7-2 now. This one I didn't get, and I agree with you. I don't want this horse coming in after recently running the last 2 races at Thistle Downs and Mahoning Valley. The last race at Churchill just isn't good enough to be contentious.
No, it's not. But in her defense, she has run well enough in the past at Churchill. She has some representative races at Churchill Downs, and quite honestly, they're not that long ago. They were in May and June of this year, about 3.5 weeks apart.
I don't think her recent races are good enough to win.
I don't.
Here,
I agree with you.
I'm going to start out my pick 3 here, which
Okay.
there's a pick 3 here, with the 1 Smoking Hot Bobby and the 6 Ginny B. How about you? You've got 2. Who are your 2?
I would use Matt's Honey and Ginny B.
Okay. Anthony's 3 and 6. I am 1 and 6. They're heading gate for the 3rd race at Churchill Downs.
Santa Rosa, another fair track, by the way, thanks to our friend Jeff Siskin.
So I'm thinking, so I think you and I at some point, I think we have to make that fair.
You know that's during Saratoga, right?
Don't they run early before Saratoga? I'm not going to Saratoga.
No. I mean,
not happening.
Maybe 10 days before Saratoga. Because they go to Los Al now. Los Al took some of those days.
Yeah, I can't go to
I think we're going to have to Pasadena on this.
I have to go to Goodwood.
See what I did, though? I said Pasadena,
Deauville.
California.
I'd like to go to Deauville and
nice talking
Goodwood.
to you.
Travis Stone with a call for race number 3.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Matt's Honey bobbled just a bit coming out of the starting gate. Smoking Hot Bobby for that inside post breaks okay. Ginormous is there, so is Folly and Ginny B on the far outside. Smoking Hot Bobby joined by Ginny B. And so those two will show the way as they head up the chute together and come for the main track. And now Ginny B steps on it to open up by a little bit more. Is the leader by a length. Meanwhile, here comes Positive Vibes quickly up into contention to grab second. Smoking Hot Bobby toward the inside is now third. Folly comes away in fourth. Ginormous is fifth, well in the clear, losing a bit of ground though. Matt's Honey is on the move from the back of the pack while last. So down the back stretch run, Ginny B and Positive Vibes to go head to head. Their opening quarter mile, a moderate 24 and 1/5 seconds. They head to the halfway point. Still going head-to-head, this time the half in 47 and 3. So out of the far turn, Ginny B and Positive Vibes sharing the lead together. They're 2.5 lengths ahead of Folly, who now comes on to grab third from Smokin' Hot Bobby, who's under pressure fourth and toward the rail. A margin of 3 back to Matt's Honey, and it's a ways back to Ginormous. So round the far turn, Positive Vibes rests an arrow lead away from Ginny B, turning for home in front, but Folly is looming in behind, just 2 lengths to make up there. At the top of the stretch, long shot, Positive Vibes in deep water as Folly continues to rally. He's on the wrong lead, but closing in nonetheless. Ginny B is down toward the rail, then it's Matt's Honey at the final 16th, and Folly has come away with the lead. Positive Vibes is running hard, but is back into second as Folly opens up to the wire and scores by 2. Folly does not disappoint. Positive Vibes was second, Matt's Honey was third, and Ginny B was fourth.
Well, it was Folly, able to come close to duplicating that performance last time, winning 3 in a row right now to Sean Parker coming in and getting the win. And you and I were both dead in our pick 3s.
Yes, a couple at Beltara and now at Churchill Downs. Now we're more dead than alive in these pick 3s, and Folly just rolls by. I'll tell you, Positive Vibes ran well, did the dirty work of chasing Ginny B, made the lead off the turn, and just tired to be second to one of the favorites.
Heading to the track for the 6th at Belmont, which kicks off our late pick 5, Iron Lion in Zion. Dylan Davis riding for Tom Morley.
Full to recent winner Shane's Pretty Lady was chasing the pace first time out.
The 2 Clash AJ, Christian Ramos riding for Eduardo Jones.
Half the 3 stakes winners was second at 51-1 here at Belmont in his debut.
Supreme Being coming in from Parks. Uriah St. Louis has pulled off an upset or 2 here with Nick Juarez.
Big Fig going a mile, cuts back to 1 turn now and faces Statebreds for the first time.
Number 4, the Institute, my top choice, Jose Lezcano riding for Horacio de Paz.
Ran well on debut and then did not fare well up at Finger Lakes in the Aspirin Stakes.
A man who spent the afternoon with us, Rick Schosberg, saddles Boss Making Boss Moves with Paco Lopez.
Big effort in Maiden claiming debut, got beat just a length at 11-1.
First-time starter. I know you have a tip on the number 6, Agility, Jorge Abreu and Manny Franco.
That's the 7, Something Majestic. Pair of blinkers for Bob Placeris. Yeah, Something Majestic. Pair of blinkers for Bob Placeris. Goes back to the dirt where he debuted after a turf try.
Raw Courage. Eric Cancel rides for John Toscano Jr. off the claim.
Yep, pair of blinkers going. This horse was favored for a tag going 6 furlongs last time. Was a well-beaten second.
Number 9, Nightly Mischief, Jeremiah Englehart.
Yeah, this one makes his second start for Jeremiah. Third last time going a mile. Another one cutting back in here.
Very Dangerous Firster, the number 10, Conquest, son of Nyquist, for John Kimmel with Kendrick Carmouche.
After a stakes place runner named Euphoric by 2016 Derby winner Nyquist taking some money. Carmouche rode the 5 first time out, goes to this one in here.
Give Me the Money, the number 11, Jorge Vargas riding for Mike Maker.
Ran in a couple of state-bred stakes up at Finger Lakes, returns to the maiden special weight ranks for first time since disappointing as the 3-2 favorite back in August at the Spa.
And fine, now we'll get your tip horse, Agility. He's favored in the doubles, but lukewarm right now at 4-1. Expect some late money.
Half to a stakes winner named Pain and Misery. We all know about that. Practical Joke, one of our favorites in recent history. Sired this $160,000 as a weanling.
Yeah, paid a lot for this one as a weanling. Jorge Abreu is strong with first-time starters, and it does seem like firsters are dangerous. We haven't seen scintillating performances from anybody in this field, and I think you've got 2 live firsters in Agility and Conquest. Let's get more on them and the rest of the field from our man, Richard Migliore.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Interesting group. We'll start talking about 2 horses that ran, and then we'll talk about 2 first-time starters. The Institute, Son of Into Mischief, he looks really good. I mean, he's making a great impression. He probably should have won first time out. A couple of decisions that day just didn't allow him to show his best, and I thought he finished well. He broke sharply, was part of the pace, was eased back, and then eventually steadied back at the half-mile pole, and he came with a run. He's a half to Shalimar Gardens, who broke her maiden going a mile. I think he'll appreciate the 7/8, and he makes a lot of sense. He is your favorite. Could not be better turned out for Horatio De Paz and owner Barry Schwartz. The 5 boss-making boss moves for trainer and colleague, I can say now, Rick Schosberg. I think this horse took a big step forward off his first race. He seems very focused now, has an intensity about him that I think in the right way, a horse that's going to take a step forward off of his first race. And being by Lauban, I think he'll appreciate 7 furlongs. Now we get to the 2 first-time starters. The 6, Agility, good-looking son of Practical Joke. But to be honest with you, he carries some weight. I mean, he's just got a little bit of thickness to him around the belly that makes me feel like maybe he'll be better for the race. Now, I say that without the benefit of knowing this particular horse. Some horses just carry more weight than others, and it doesn't affect their fitness level. It's just them. They carry more weight. But looking at him from a physical perspective, it just feels like he's going to be better for a run. And I agree with you. Jorge Abreu does a great job with first-time starters, but I just going to take a wait-and-see approach. He's carrying a little bit too much weight for my taste. The 10, Conquest, he checks all the boxes as far as what I want to see from a first-time starter. He looks very fit. I like the fact that Kendrick Carmouche takes the call here. He's a half to a horse named Euphoric, who was very fast Philly Stakes place, was beating the nose in the Miss Preakness Stakes. And full disclosure, I've been out several mornings. I usually go out and spend time with John Kimmel. I have watched this horse work several times, and he has impressed me in the mornings. And I like how well turned out he is in the way he's acting here in the afternoons. That's the one thing you can't tell when you watch horses work in the morning. How are they going to react to the atmosphere of the afternoon? He's been very professional, and from what I've seen from his morning drills and how fit he looks, that's where I landed, guys, on the 10, Conquest.
Thanks, Richie. Of course, Richard Migliore and John Kimmel enjoyed a great deal of success together with a lot of good horses. Successful Peel's one that comes to mind, and Hidden Lake as well. They won multiple Grade 1s when John got that horse from California. I like the For the Institute. I'm just going to sort of go to one who's got experience. I respect the first-time starters, both of them. And this is the race we were talking about. And Jose Ortiz, she broke on top. She got speed, and he's asking her. So it's not like he came out thinking I was going to the front. And then when others sort of came, for whatever reason, he decided to take her back. Now, Not necessarily a terrible move at this point, but as it turned out, he let a horse that he couldn't get by get in front of her, and I think doing it from the inside, she just lost more ground than he wanted. You know, you do it at the break of the turn. Tough spot, right?
Yeah, tough spot, and then a fantastic re-rally to get beat by just a length in here.
Well, I think his instincts weren't wrong. The problem is you do it from the inside. He got himself shuffled, and he just wasn't able to pick up the ground that he lost. She did not run, or he did not run well in a subsequent start when they tried the stake race. Adios Asher, by the way. That's the horse I was thinking of. That's a folded dugout. That horse who won the last race. I knew it was the PP somewhere. But anyway, I thought the horse ran well enough first time. Can he rebound and get back to that first race? I think that would make him tough. But I also want to say a good firster is going to beat this horse.
Yeah, good firster is going to beat these horses 100%. I don't disagree with you at all, my friend. Even right here, looks like he can get to the winner, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he ran badly in there, and I think when you consider he took him back and he stayed a little bit, a first-time starter, I thought it was a good performance by him. Listen, I agree with the public. Of the horses that have run, I like him the most. You have some other ideas. I thought you thought Iron Lion and Zion, who I didn't get, but you thought he was dangerous. Public agrees he's 5-1. But there is a tension. You like Agility, the firster. I know you got a story on him, the son of Practical Joke.
Yeah, I did. I was told this horse was, probably not going to win going 5.5 or 6, so they waited, let him develop a little bit. And how could you not love a horse? How could I not love a horse that Richie said was a little girthy around the belly?
Girthy?
That's what he said. Something like that.
Is that in the English language?
Yeah. It's a horse racing thing, Andy.
Mitch Levitas said it is, but then again, he's girthy. They head in the gate. John Embrial has the call for race number 6.
Waiting for a boss, making boss moves, and give me the money. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Boss making boss move, steadied shortly after the start, is at the back of the pack along with Iron Lion in Zion. Clash AJ is up for the lead with the Institute now moving up in between horses. Agility is right there, and on the outside, the gray, Something Majestic, a close up 4th. Then it's a break of 2 lengths back to Conquest, who has advanced into 5th. Supreme Being down on the inside runs in 6th. Raw Courage on the outside is in 7th. Nightly Mischief is next in 8th, followed by Gimme the Money, Boss Making Boss Moves, and Iron Lion in Zion. The opening quarter was 22 and 3/5 seconds. The Institute and Agility, and those two are heads apart for the lead. Clash AJ is now back running in 3rd, and alongside is a Conquest next in 4th. Gimme the Money has advanced on the outside along with a Raw Courage as the field comes for the top of the stretch. And it is Agility on the outside and the Institute on the inside. The half went in 46 and 1/5 seconds. Conquest continues to gain ground in 3rd. Then comes a Raw Courage as they come down for the 8th pole. And it is Agility. And on the outside, it's Iron Lion in Zion, who has made up a ton of ground here. Here comes Iron Lion in Zion. And it will be the maiden breaker, Iron Lion in Zion and Dylan Davis. Boss Making Boss Moves was off slow, rallied to complete the exactor, and it's a photo for 3rd.
Two horses that were well back early. The one, Iron Lion and Zion, had no speed. Boss Making Moves didn't break, and they were well back early. But they were 1-2 at the end, and Iron Lion and Zion, that makes it 2 wins today for Tom Morley.
And this colt by Bellamy Road was making up ground in bunches, Andy.
Yeah, look at him right now. He's on the rail, 3rd to last, right?
Right. He has 2 horses beaten still right here as the field's going to hit the quarter pole.
Splits.
Now he splits horses, and now he runs to daylight under Dylan Davis, who did a really good job keeping this horse from losing momentum. He does a little bit of a bump there, right there. Exchanges a couple of blows. Can't get a license plate. I think it's the 8 raw courage, and then it's done.
I'm going to tell you something, though. This was a very fast pace for today's races. 22:74, 46.3. We've seen much slower pace in this track. When you think they finished in 126.28, they came the last 5 furlongs, Anthony, in 103.54. And that's why the horses that were last and second to last were able to run 1-2. And I think your pick, the first time started the 6, Agility, going 7 furlongs on top of the pace the whole day, and taking nothing away from the first 2. But I think Agility ran very, very well in this race. When you consider, I mean, the 4-horse, the Institute, who was there on the pace with him, he was completely done top of the stretch and finished well back. I do think Agility ran well in here, but nice run here and a good day for Tom Moore.
This horse's full sister was cut out to be a good one. She didn't kind of pan out, but this horse ran well today. Runs through the wire. This was a good effort by this horse today.
Well, all good things must come to an end.
I was just
getting warmed up.
I was just about to say the same exact thing. That was the name of the last 2 episodes of Dawson's Creek. How about that one? You didn't know you were going to learn that today on a Friday afternoon on America's Day at the Races, but you just did.
Who would have thought that one of the greatest actresses working, Michelle Williams, would have come out of Dawson's Creek? We digress. It's been a lot of fun. A lot more fun. You're going to be hanging out with our man Greg Wolf, who's stepping in just a moment. A lot more action to go on America's Day at the Races as things continue here at Belmont Park.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard McLear here in the winner's circle with winning rider Dylan Davis. Iron Lion and Zion showed good speed first time, but Dylan, he really ducked in at the break today, kind of ran the empty space.
Yeah, he was on nerves. His second time out, he knew what he was doing. He had a lot of built-up energy in there. Kind of spooked him jumping in, and I thought he was going for that inside rail. Almost hit the starter. After that, I mean, we had a plan being forwardly placed and not really fighting with him too much, but change of plans here today. After that, I just tucked him in and covered him up and tried to keep him as clean as I could. It's difficult with being that far back. This track's kind of wet. But then he started picking up into his own at the 3/8 pole and found some way. I weaved my way through the pack and was able to get out in a clear spot there, turn it for home, and then he finished well for us.
Dylan, you're having such a good year, coming off a great Saratoga, winning your first Grade 1. The confidence level that you have, do you think when things go wrong and you have to go to plan B, it's just easier to adjust because you have that confidence?
Of course. You come out with the first plan, and it doesn't work out, the trainers and owners have trusted me to go with that plan B option and my guts instincts, and by winning that grade 1 and winning a bunch of races here this meet, I just have a lot of confidence and understand what's underneath me and knowing that I can get to the wire first, even though we're not going with that first plan.
You said about the track being wet. You have 4 pairs of goggles on. You actually went through 3 pairs. They're really coming back to kickback. Yeah, it is. It's very tough.
There was a point there I turned into the turn where a rider come up in front of me. I think it was Paco. I actually liked that because then they kind of eliminated some of the dirt into his face for at least an 1/8 of a mile. And then it was able to get his stride into him. But the kickback was very tough. But once we was able to get through, I pulled out my last goggle, and it was clear sailing from there.
Now, Dylan, you ride a horse later on in the Awad Stakes. General Ken was very fast on debut at Delaware, showed a lot of speed. A horse you've never sat on, but you did talk with trainer Chad Brown about him. What's the game plan there? How are you going to handle it first time riding him?
I did not talk with Chad, but I did talk with the assistant Dan. I saw his replay, his only replay there. He was a nice free-running horse there onto the turf. And, I feel like I have the same plan today. It depends on what the riders want to do, but I'm going to be free-running again if he's on the lead or he's laying second. It looks like a horse that you don't want to bother with and let him do his thing, and that's what I'm going to do.
All right, Dylan, you're riding great. Keep it up. Great job. And, guys, so important when a rider has confidence, he can get to the line of scrimmage, read the defense, and call an audible, Greg. It's a good thing when you got confidence.
Mig, thanks. It's been a career-changing meet for Dylan Davis. He's riding so good, and when you ride like that, coming out the first Group 1 win of his career as well, north of the border, getting an opportunity for Christophe Clement. You do that, and I know guys are out of town for the Breeders' Cup, but you put yourself in a position to ride for someone like a Chad Brown in a feature race in a stake.
And you know what, Greg? It's really since he came back from his injury right around Memorial Day, where he's just come back a little more hungry, for lack of a better term. And I'll tell you the one thing I've noticed. He's gotten stronger. His biggest knock before the injury was he didn't finish as strongly as some, and you have some of the best finishers in the world here on this circuit. He has come back a much stronger rider, and that is so important. Combined with the hunger that he said he's hungry. Strength and hunger is a dangerous combination.
He's having an incredible meet. He's been near the top start to finish, and he's showing that he's got staying power at this meet as well. Good for Dylan Davis, keeping things going. Tom Morley having a terrific meet as well, continuing.
And Dylan's ridden quite a few of his winners as well. Yeah.
6 in the books. That kicked off the late pick 5. We'll set up the pick 4 coming up in a moment. Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, they have formed a deep bond over the years, forged through many trips to the winner's circle. With Vino Rosso, that success came with a lot of frustrations along the way, but the end result made it all that much sweeter.
When Todd tells me a horse can really run, he's going to be right 99.9%. I actually thought this was the 0.1% with Vino Rosso. He was going to be wrong. And honestly, for the talent that he portrayed in the morning, he was a disappointment at 3. He won the Wood Memorial, but he was disappointed in the Travers. And, the Belmont Stakes, he had to take a shot at Justify. It was 4th place. But after the Travers, we put him away. And Todd said this horse needs to grow up mentally, and he's going to be a 4-year-old.
Vino Rosso, dead game at the rail. These two will decide a thrilling Jockey Club Gold Cup, and it is very close. It looked like Vino Rosso has edged out Code of Honor.
I was in Italy for the race. When they took him down, I could not have been any happier that I was not in the same country as that call. But Todd handled it with such class. He didn't, just walked away from the reporters. That's his style. Probably the worst call. If I would have been there, I might have acted a little bit differently. But Todd just walked away, said no comment, which is a lot for Todd because he never says no comment. He's so accommodating to the media. I think we both said to each other, when this horse wins the Breeders' Cup Classic, it will be more special.
Vino Rosso, like father, like son, the son of Carlin, rocks in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic.
To cap off his career, winning the Breeders' Cup Classic in that fashion, in California's home track, and going there almost like a visiting team. You had to beat Badford, and you had to beat McKinsey on their home turf. It was pretty special. This is the horse Todd's been talking about for 2 years, and finally he went off, like John Elway winning the Super Bowl, off and just retired.
Pretty nice way to rebound after an incredibly tough DQ in a Grade 1 for Vino Rosso. Look at what Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, just a few of their wins, and their Breeders' Cup winners, obviously. Rosso, Stop Charging Maria, Uncle Mo, going to try and win another one later today with Command Performance, a horse who was really the only one who seemed to be making up ground on Jack Christopher in that Grade 1 Champagne.
Yeah, you know, he's dead last turning for home. He's in Mike Rapoli's silks this day. Later on today, he'll be in Vinny Viola's St. Elias colors, and he's coming at Jack Christopher. He makes a dent into Jack Christopher's lead in the lane here. Now, Jack Christopher, unfortunately, won't be playing this afternoon, but Command Performance will be, and I'll be curious to see how he handles the two turns. A smidge more distance at the mile and the 16th. I'll tell you, I like Jack Christopher a lot today. I don't like Command Performance as much, but I do think Command Performance is going to be very, very tough. I'm not a Corniche guy. I like Command Performance this afternoon.
He's dangerous, and third start of his career. He's going to be trying to get his first victory of his career, but that was an impressive runner-up finish, and yeah, obviously a little star power lost in that race with Jack Christopher coming out. Hopefully everything okay with him long-term. Corniche going to be the one out in front, though, it looks, in that race.
Yeah, you know, the Corniche effort in the American Pharaoh, I know he won by 3.5 lengths and he was never really threatened on the lead. It was not as stylish. It wasn't as flashy as his maiden win sprinting, and it kind of makes me want to fade him a little bit today. Yeah. Now, that changes, I guess, a little bit with Jack Christopher gone, because he's supposed to be more forward now. Problem is, he's still out in post 11, Greg, and I know he has a long run to that first turn. That might not be the best thing for him. You know, these horses, especially the young horses, have the long run to the first turn. I don't want to say they can run off, but they can pick up a lot of momentum and build up a lot of speed going to that turn. And that turn will finally hit them, but the damage could already be done.
We shall see. $1.5 million son, a quality road. He's a perfect 2 for 2 in his career. Speaking of Rapoli and Pletcher, they're going to team up again in the Awad with Royal Spirit. Still a maiden, but he's been impressive, including against Dakota Gold, who's running in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf later today. We'll be back.
War Dancer's Saratoga momentum continues as his progeny keep winning. First-time starter, She's Dancing wins by 7 lengths.
She's Dancing, making this look like a walk in a park.
Battle Scars 2 starts and 2 wins at Arlington.
Battle Scars first up on debut.
Pop the Bubbly at a mile and a 16th.
Pop the Bubbly to the outside of Concept. Pop the Bubbly gets the win.
And Show Me the Honey at 7 furlongs at Belmont.
And Show Me the Honey is the winner.
Become a part of the momentum. Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mare today.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic. Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Regional networks out in Southern California. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Fourth at Churchill. It's a start of a pick 4, 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint. That one there coming onto the track of those white blinkers, the 3. She is 1 to 5 on the board, undefeated, 2 for 2. Speed as well. She just won on the slop at Keeneland last start. We'll get to her in a moment. Let's start with Loot, Scoot, and Boogie on the rail for Steve Asmussen.
Added Lasix and got the job done finally in start number 6. That was in the mud back in January at Oaklawn Park. Looking at a 10-month break.
Town Beauty, 8-1. Adam Beschizza for Eddie Keneally.
Got the job done for $30,000 maiden tag, 2 back. Tried the starter last time. Off a little slow, made up some ground. She's 8-1 like the rail runner.
Airborne Gal. They're betting her like she can fly to the wire.
Fast track win on debut at Saratoga. Sloppy track win 2.5 months later. First off the claim for Wesley Hawley, Corey Lannery. Not a man alive pay the mortgage at 1 to 5.
Nope. Here's Connie K. John Court still going strong, 9-1.
One debut at Oaklawn Park against Arkansas Breds. Winless in 4 starts since. Tried the turf as well in that little run.
And Blinker's coming off on the outside. Duplicitous, daughter of Twirling Candy.
Another runner in here for the Hawley barn. After the scratch, you have to wonder, maybe this one was entered to make sure this race went for Airborne Gal.
Time for the market mover, and she is on your screen right now. Connie K at 9-1 right now. Randy Morse, John Court won her debut. She did at Oaklawn against Arkansas Bred Company. She dominated them. Quickly out of the gate, she won by 6 lengths. Next 4 starts going's been a little bit tougher, but she did run well against 50 non-winners at 2 at Churchill. That was back in June. If you want to bet the market mover or anybody else in this race, you could do so with Twin Spires. Download the app, get 200, that code to use at sign up. More stakes action coming up in Belmont. Back to New York here, and we have the Awad up next. Mile and a 16th on the turf. We talked about the Rapoli and Pletcher runner, son of Into Mischief, Royal Spirit. Start number 3, looking for his first win. He's the 4 to 5 favorite from the outside post. With more, let's go to Richard Migliore.
Yeah, just talk about 2 horses quickly, Greg, starting with the 2-horse General Ken, who was an impressive maiden winner, debut winner at Delaware Park when he showed very high speed, kind of blitzed the field throughout. Good-looking son of Violence. He's got a little bit of that kind of speedy look to him, a little bit more compact. I like what I'm seeing here. I was walking into the paddock with one of his co-owners, Louis Lazanero, and Louis told me that he and Michael Dubb, this was a private purchase after that win at Delaware Park. He was impressive, and they like what they've been seeing from him, that he's been training well. And I tell you, I like what I'm seeing from him in the paddock. For a horse that possesses such natural speed, he's really just very composed, and that speaks to a horse's general overall class and having a good mind. So very interesting runner here. The 3-horse Daunt, talking with his owner, Mark Keller, acquired this mare in foal with Daunt, this Nyquist colt, at the Keeneland sale. And I got to tell you, I am impressed with this horse from a physical perspective. This is a really good-looking son of Nyquist. He's out of an Artie Schiller mare. And, you know, Bobby Robato, a trainer who tends to race his horses into condition. I think this horse is really third start. You're going to see a lot more from him. He broke his maiden in his second start, but I think he's got a big step forward in him because from a physical perspective, this son of Nyquist has really, really come on. Impressive-looking colt here from Mark Keller and Bobby Robato.
Faced Royal Spirit in the debut. Start number 2, broke through, got a win. The Dam, graded, stakes placed on the turf. Daunt, contender, certainly, in that Awad as we get you back to Churchill Downs. And good vantage point from up there to catch all the action. It's all the money still on Airborne Gal, has the speed. Could be tough to catch. Can anyone keep her company here?
I don't think so. I can't imagine so, Greg, as they finish the load.
Travis Stone with a call. Here's race 4, starting off a pick 4 from Louisville.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Duplicitous, good beginning, so too Connie K. Connie K comes out to grab the lead, and here comes Loot, Scoot, and Boogie. And Town Beauty between them comes on as well. And Airborne Gal broke near the back, but races up on the extreme outside, and now she's in front. So it is Airborne Gal out there setting the pace. Connie K runs along in second. Loot, Scoot, and Boogie toward the inside is racing third. Town Beauty fourth by 4. Duplicitous is now the trailer. 4 furlongs to go. Airborne Gal skitters clear by 2.5 lengths. Whipped through the opening quarter in 21 and 2/5 seconds. The pace is sharp. 3 furlongs to go. Airborne Gal isolated up top, leading by 2. Connie K with a good beginning is tracking the pace from second. Town Beauty's racing third. Meanwhile, Duplicitous is launching a rally. 3 or 4 wide there, but nonetheless right into the race and only 2 lengths behind now. At the top of the stretch, Airborne Gal with a swarm of challengers. Town Beauty comes on in between with Connie K. Duplicitous is there as well. Nothing left for Airborne Gal. Connie K comes away with the lead. Duplicitous tries to rally still. Town Beauty's back to third. It's Connie K in front by 2. Duplicitous runs out of time to catch Connie K. Connie K wins it by 2 in the end. Duplicitous was second. Town Beauty was third. And at 2-5, Airborne Gal was fourth.
What did you tell us before?
Not a man alive paid that mortgage at 4 at 1. Well, she was 2-5, but they're not going to pay the mortgage at that either.
Got to get out of the gate.
Today.
Did not get out of the gate,
no.
and that cost her. Huge upset. Connie K, the win. The market mover, 5-6-2.
John Kenton Court getting the job. I did an interview with John Court one time on radio. He was eating potato chips while we were talking. You'd have lost that bet. If one of us was eating potato chips, it would have been me and not him, right?
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
He keeps himself in pretty good shape, though, for eating potato chips. Still going strong in his 60s.
Yeah.
Back to New York here, the Awad, our post parade here coming up momentarily. We've got a 4-5 favorite in a horse who's the only one in the field that could say this. He's never won. He did face Dakota Gold, who is a player in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf for Danny Gargan. He's 8-1 morning line.
More than a puncher's chance later on this afternoon out of Del Mar. I don't disagree with you at all, Greg. Yeah, it's an interesting race. You have a maiden, and it's not like you don't have an alternative or two, but they're really pouring out now even money. They're really pouring this money in and on the maiden.
Here's Artie's Angel, big long shot for trainer Douglas Nunn.
Yeah, got the job done at 3-1, breaking his maiden at the good old Big M, the Meadowlands, last time out in his 5th career try.
So General Ken, he ran that huge effort, and we'll get to him in a minute, and then privately purchased. Here's the 3 Daunts for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, you see him in those familiar Mark Keller purple and green. Got the job done second time out after being a big price first time out.
So 7-2 on General Ken. Manny Franco in the irons.
Well, that's Daunt.
Sorry, Daunt. I was talking about Daunt. I said General Ken. 0-2-0-3-5, George Weaver, Eric Cancel.
He won one of those restricted maiden races last time out in a big way. The problem is I do not like the field he beat that afternoon. He ran behind the division leader and on the bench, Annapolis, 2-back. Gino,
there was talk about this horse being very good before his debut, and he got up to get the win.
And just as soon as you started talking about him, Greg, pony rider let him loose, unhinged him, and Gino's going to stretch out and try the open company for the first time.
Royal Spirit. Here's the Pletcher Rapoli runner, son of Into Mischief.
We'll see Command's performance in those very same St. Elias Silks later on today in the juvenile at Del Mar. This horse added blinkers and Lasix. He'll lose the Lasix here in New York, but he had the blinkers on last time out. And Dakota Gold, like you mentioned, a player later on today.
And there's General Ken. Here's the private purchase off a race at Delaware. He was so quick. He had the rail in that race, spurted out of there, opened up on the field, and he never looked back.
I'll tell you what. He won in a common gallop, and you don't use that term quite often, especially with a 2-year-old. Going a mile and 70 first time out. I mean, this horse just went to the lead, improved his position with every pole. He's the controlling speed in here. You would imagine if Dylan's just got to put him on the front end, he's going to be ultra tough.
Got to feel good to have a race named after a horse you campaigned. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm with Dave Donk, who has the 5-horse Gino here in a race named for a horse that you trained, Dave, Awad. Little bit different type. This horse broke his maiden in his first start going 6, showing some precocity. Awad took 6 starts to break his maiden, but he broke his maiden in the Pilgrim Stakes. Is there any way you can compare the two?
No, not yet. One made me. This one I'm trying to make. Listen, I ran him the first time. I really needed to get him, wanted to get him to the grass. And at the time, my only option was 3/4. We've kind of had a little lack of maybe some of the turf racing for the weather-wise and stuff, the 2-year-olds getting them on the grass for the state bred. So I was fortunate to get him in. I wasn't here that day. I just told Johnny, listen, I like him. And you know what to do. Just educate him, and if he's good enough to win, he'll win, and he was. His pedigree is to, I think, stretch out more on the dam side, and he's a big scopy horse. I like him. He's got some class. This is a big test for him, but I don't have anywhere else to go anyways.
Talk about big scopy horses and a lot of class. So Wad embodied all of that. But he was a bit more of a work in progress and got better as he got older.
Yeah, he was a bit of a handful, very studdish, which was typical because he was by Caveat. The whole line, the bold bitter line, that's just kind of the way they were. But listen, then, you didn't get to the grass, if you go back in his form, till September. We didn't have grass racing for 2-year-olds, so until September. Broke his... And then he got beat in a maiden race by Sea Hero and Hallisey, and then came back and got beat again in a little stake, and then broke his maiden in the Pilgrim. So
best of luck here. Another horse that maybe will add on to your resume for sure. But, guys, he talked about Caveat. He was with Woody Stevens when Caveat, in the skein of 5 straight Belmont wins when Caveat won the Belmont. And also, if you call Dave's house, the answering machine says the house that a Wad bought. So pretty cool stuff.
One of 11 stakes that Awad won, that Pilgrim. That's where he actually broke his maiden. He remains to this day, and there's David Donk's runner Gino here, who comes in undefeated 1-for-1. Remains to this day the second richest Maryland bred in history.
Yeah, he was a cool horse. He was a fun horse. And Richie was talking about how the house that Awad bought, he put Dave on the map, and Dave has said it. Him and his wife Faye. It gave them the courage. It gave them the idea that we can do this. We can do this on our own. And people don't realize how tough it is when you leave the tutelage of Woody Stevens and you go out on your own. People think, well, okay, it's going to be that easy. You're leaving one of the titans, one of the best of all time. So you're going to be under a microscope more so than 95% of the assistants that go out on their own. And I'll tell you what, he has been a mainstay, Dave Donk, on this circuit for 3 decades. I think that Jets hat is 3 decades old as well. It might be. He wears it everywhere. It's in his favorite race video about Awad on the Nairo website. He's a good guy, good horseman, learned a lot. Obviously was around one of the best trainers of all time and always good. You always have confidence when you bet on a Dave Donk horse. At least I do. I always feel like I'm getting my money in good when I'm betting on Dave Donk.
His horse, the 5, Gino, in this year's edition, got up to win by a neck sprinting in his debut. Now a stretch out. Here's the 2. That horse with the white blinkers, that is General Ken, who was so dominant in that debut at Delaware, privately purchased, now with Chad Brown. Michael Dubb, Louis Lazzanero.
He's even money now. I think I know who changed that tote board a little bit. I think you just may have said his name.
Are there L's in there?
I think my man, yes. I think
What'd you think of his race?
I thought it was fantastic. I thought he was a cinch here today. I wasn't worried about the maiden. I just think this horse is going to go to the lead and just keep going. I really did. I had no worries about the maiden. And the maiden ran behind a really nice, I think Dakota Gold, like you do, right? We talked about this. I think he has a real good chance later on today in that juvenile turf. I do. He had the Lasix last time. First-time blinkers sometimes will wake a 2-year-old up. He doesn't get the Lasix today. He gets the blinkers as the field loads in. There goes General Ken. He'll run in Louis silks today. Not used to seeing that when Mike Dubb led another one into the winner's circle this week without his silks on. He's running in Louis' white and burgundy ball today.
We'll see if he can get his picture taken. Royal Spirit taking plenty of support outside. Pletcher, Rapoli, but it's General Ken, the private purchase, now with Chad Brown. Well, that Delaware form transfer here to Belmont in the Awad. We are set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And the rough. Gino out for the lead. Royal Spirit is on the outside, and General Ken down at the rail. Then it's Daunt, who's racing in 4th here in the early going. It's a gap of 2 back to the trailers. Artie's Angel and 0-2, 0-3-5. The field is moving up the backstretch, and Gino sets the pace here, leads by a length and a quarter. Royal Spirit, the maiden on the outside, runs in second. General Ken, the favorite, is down at the rail in third, and Daunt is alongside in fourth, and the opening quarter was run in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Gino continues to lead here with Royal Spirit in pursuit in second. General Ken at the rail in third, and Daunt is next in fourth, followed by Artie's Angel and 02035. They continue along with Gino still in front. Gino is the leader by a length. On the outside is Royal Spirit. Royal Spirit now getting a bit closer, and 02035 has made a move on the outside to grab third. The half was running 49 and 2. Gino in front, but the lead's down to a half length. Royal Spirit is on the outside in second. Then it's the trio of Daunt, 02035, and General Ken down at the rail. A gap of 3.5 lengths to Artie's Angel, who is the trailer, as these two-year-olds come for the head of the stretch. Gino on the inside, Royal Spirit on the outside. Daunt will need a way through. So too will General Ken. On the extreme outside is 02035. Three quarters went in 1:13 and 4. Gino digs down on the inside, is holding on to the lead here. General Ken is now coming on through. Daunt is alongside, and then Royal Spirit with a 16th to the finish. It is Gino trying to hold off General Ken here in the last 50 yards. It's going to be tight. Oh, too tight to call. General Ken or Gino, heads apart on the wire.
This might be a heartbreaker for Gino. Ran a brilliant race. Did General Ken come and get him in the final jumps?
He got him the last jump, Greg. If you bet on Gino today, you have to feel awful right now because he is literally a winner every step of the way. Now, with that said, I don't know what the instructions on General Ken were today. I don't know how he wasn't on the front end. And with this effort, General Ken, what to me was light years the best. That does not take away the fact that Gino led this field every step of the way except the one where they pay you.
Ran a huge race. But it looks like he's going to come up just a little bit short here. Jorge Vargas Jr. trying to get a little extra out of Gino, stretching out here at start number 2. But here comes General Ken. Dylan Davis going to time it perfectly.
It's amazing. It's such a brutal. I said this to Andy earlier. Jorge Velasquez, the Hall of Fame rider, once told me this game was a beautiful disaster. Jorge Vargas does everything right. He steals away to an easy front end lead in front of a horse who everybody expected to be on the front end. He gets away with a moderate pace. He cuts the corner turner for home. The two favorites, one's chasing him, the other one's in trouble. He does everything right. Dylan Davis and the winner at 4-5 is General Ken. Dylan Davis on the winner. Everybody expects him on a lead. He's bottled up. He has to find room. He has to go to the 3-path. He doesn't do everything right and gets his picture taken.
Heartbreaking here, but if you do like a 17-1 shot, maybe if you did bet to win, back him up underneath with a favorite or two. Because this is still going to be rewarding here with this exact of 4-5 on General Ken, who's now 2 for 2, wins that debut at Delaware. And Michael Dubb, Louis Lasnero, they liked what they saw to purchase this one privately, and already it's paying off.
Sure. Already a stakes winner. Got the award under his belt. I don't know what you do with him next. I don't know if we have anything late season at Aqueduct for the 2-year-olds. I think we do. I don't know if that comes back too quick or trip out of town. I always stay local. You know I'm an East Coast guy. No offense, I know you're a Cali kid, but I'm an East Coast guy, so I always stay here. There's Louis.
They can ship. Yeah, they're nice.
The white pies will be rolling out of the kitchen at Nove tonight. I can tell you that. I might run up there and get one.
Well done spotting this one and finding a runner, and already a stakes winner now here in start number 2 for Louis Lasnero and Michael Dubb. $3.80 for the victory. Gino ran very good, going long for the first time in his career in start number 2. That exact to 16:40. 4-5. General Ken kicks off the late pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to some of Saturday's stakes action on the card, including the Mohawk and the Speedy Rinaldi. He got pressured, ganged up on last time out. Going to get loose on the front end tomorrow. We'll preview it next.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. a formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a six-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, Regional Networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you where you can play all the action. Naira Bets, download the app or go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Dylan Davis, terrific meet continues for him. Rides here for Chad Brown and company. General Ken just up in time to get by Gino, who tried to go gate to wire for the win. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. I'm here with co-owner Louis Lazzanaro. Private purchase with General Ken. What were you thinking the first part of the race? Were you surprised he wasn't on the lead?
Everybody's telling me he's going to be low in speed going on the lead, so I really thought that he would be on the lead. And I guess the other horses broke a little quicker than he did, and he had to change gears. But he did a good job. Did a great job, Dylan.
Let me ask you a question now that, you know, he showed this different dimension. That's really promising that a horse that could win wire to wire then show this kind of acceleration, turn of foot to get it up in the shadow of the wire.
Well, it's exciting so far. We'll keep on going and see what happens from here. And
Louis, you've been just a huge supporter of this game for so many years. What is it about racing? What can you explain to the public? What keeps you coming back for more?
I guess the excitement of a win, the gambling part of it, owning a horse part of it, and the friends that you meet over here. It's just a great combination of an event that you could, if you can't own a football or a baseball team, you can own a racehorse and have a lot of fun with it. So a lot of people involved, a lot of people ask questions, a lot of people root for you, and that's it. So it's a great business, great industry, and I'll always support it.
Thank you so much, Louis. We're lucky to have people like Louis Lazzanaro in this industry. And just like you said, the relationships you make, the friendships, and, hey, if you can't own the New York Rangers, you can own a horse like General Ken.
Who has a pretty nice future in front of him, too. Do you think the simulcast is on right now at Nove and they're celebrating?
Yes, Ashley and the crew, Rob and Louis, they're all around the screen right now. Yes, absolutely. Right. Getting ready for a big Friday night.
I just wish he brought some pizzas down with him.
We can arrange that.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can
All
get
right.
some white pies.
Now you're talking my language.
We'll get my pal Stephanie, his wife, to make some white pies for us. Don't worry about that.
Here's the Pick Six follow on 3 legs in. We're halfway home, yet Iron Lion and Zion the biggest price to this point. General Ken wins as an even money favorite. And it is, promising to see this horse win with a couple of different styles, too, as Mick pointed out.
When you make a private purchase, right, you more often than not, you are buying a horse based on what they have done. When you're buying a 2-year-old, you're buying a little bit, as we would say at the poker table, on the come. a little bit. You don't know exactly what you're getting for a horse who, quite frankly, came from fairly obscure connections down at Delaware Park in a random fall maiden race. Yeah, I don't know what they paid for this horse. I can't imagine they paid a lot of money for this horse. But, yeah, debut win in a pretty good time on the front end. Has to overcome a little adversity when things don't exactly go their way at the break. And he goes from a maiden win to a stakes win and, you know, has some options now.
Got to feel good, especially when you lay out that money, make a private purchase, have it come back and do that. That's exciting. 8th race next. That is the Ticonderoga, mile and 16th. On the turf in this field, and we'll set it up for you in a moment. We're going to preview Saturday action right now, the Mohawk. And I love this race. Rinaldi, he's so game when he can get out in the front end and do his thing, but some like it Hot Brown. Won this race last year. Looks like he's going to be really hard to deny this year.
When you look at this field, you feel like you're going to like a 90s alternative concert 25 years later. It's all our old friends. Some like it Hot Brown and Therapist and Cross Border. These are all horses, by the way. They're all open company horses who just happen to congregate for what would have been New York Showcase Day.
Well, Some like it Hot Brown.
Big effort here.
Coming off a third in, and this is not the one we're showing you, but the Keeneland Turf Mile.
That was set piece, getting him along the inside.
That was 3 starts back.
3 starts back.
Yeah, the Wise Dan.
Now he returns to state-bred competition.
So he just hit the board against In Love. I think In Love's a major player in the Breeders' Cup Mile for Palo Lobo.
I think he certainly has a chance. Right, 2-race win streak. He won that Keeneland Turf Mile race. I'm a big fan of his rider, Alex Achard, by the way. Yeah, you know, something like a Hot Brown originally was more of a front-running type, and obviously with a horse like Rinaldi in the race, you're not going to be getting the lead. Rinaldi will be on the lead, so something like a Hot Brown and Jorge Vargas will be on the chase, for the lack of a better term. You mentioned Rinaldi's last effort. It looked like an overseas race where they send rabbit after rabbit after rabbit.
Well, Micropoli had microsecond.
Yep.
Go pressure him almost as a rabbit for Mo Reddy. Microsecond dropped out of the race halfway through it. He was done. Mo Reddy wound up second last, so it didn't do him any good in the end, but it did kill his chances.
And here is where Rinaldi is at his best, when he is able to control, like he did up in Saratoga. Control, cut the corner, get some separation. Louis Saya. Now, Louis Saya, he doesn't have his regular rider, Louis Saya, as Louis, of course, going to be riding Essential Quality and a bunch of others in the Breeders' Cup tomorrow. He gets that separation, and more often than not, Greg, the separation is what gets him the win. Right here, value proposition keeps coming at him, keeps coming at him, keeps coming at him. But when you have that separation, he doesn't let these horses stay in the race. It's so important. It might make him a little vulnerable not to have his best friend on his back tomorrow, but I'm sure Louis talked to the rider and just said, listen, this is what you got to do with him. Get him to the front, make sure you get some separation, and use his speed.
And it doesn't, to me anyway, it doesn't look like there's anyone who could do what Microsecond tried to do to him in that last out effort in the West Point. He's going to be alone in front.
He's a dangerous hombre tomorrow for the simple fact that there doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get in his way on the front end, and that's very important for a horse like him who really does. We just talked about General Ken finding another gear today. Rinaldi doesn't have that other gear. Rinaldi has one gear, and that's go to the front.
Saturday stakes schedule, we're loaded with stakes action on Breeders' Cup Saturday. We hope you join us. We're going to talk plenty about those races all afternoon long as well, so you can keep flipping back and forth. We got more from Churchill coming up. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 8 minutes to race 5 under the Twin Spires when we return.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal: make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
The symposium is important because it gathers everyone together, right? To get together face-to-face is where it's going to happen, where you can actually make the deals that you need to.
We all get together and try to determine things that are happening in the business, things that should happen, and things that we need to turn our attention to.
The symposium brings the different aspects of the industry together, and it also gives the vendors an opportunity to interact with their potential customers.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. We have the 5th from Churchill. Up next, it kicks off the Derby City 6. Sun shining underneath the Twin Spires, and the race to kick off the sequence, $15,000 maiden claiming race, a one-turn mile, and 8-5 favorite to the outside, Big Pete for Chris Hartman. Here's the one to kick off our post parade this point in time.
Cutting back from a two-turn mile at Indiana Grand to a one-turn mile and dropping all the way down to a $15,000 maiden claimer out of the special weight ranks.
Next store, horse dropping from 40 maiden claiming at Monmouth in the debut.
Yeah, trainer changed to Ron Moquette. Francisco Arrieta climbs aboard. Another one, two-turn mile to a one-turn mile.
Remember Normandy, 9-2. They did try him at Finger Lakes in the slop in a maiden special.
Nick Zito, runner, should try to bottom this field out with the speed he showed last time at Keeneland, went 5th. Right or wrong for Nick Zito?
Here's Eli for Adolfo Macias, Keen Ice 2-year-old.
Yeah, his two best races came with Lasix. He will not be receiving that this afternoon.
Longcrow debuted on the grass, then they tried him going a mile and 16th at Keeneland against Maiden Special.
Yeah, this horse, another one dropping down, has 0 speed. He was a huge price both times. Hard to endorse. I can't believe this horse is 4-1.
Greg Foley with a 7 shadified, blinkers on.
Yep. Did not run well first time. Florent Giroux first time. Jimmy Graham now was 37-1. He got off slowly. We'll see what he does in his second start.
And you agree with all this money here on Big Pete?
I think people are gravitating to the most logical runner in here. Big Pete ran 4th last time for 20. That's not a ringing endorsement, Greg. He was 6-1 and change. He didn't really do a ton of running, but boy, I don't know, man. He's a logical horse in here. He'd probably be the most logical winner in my opinion. I couldn't take that price if you paid me to.
2 minutes to post here in race 5. Twin Spires take advantage of their bet back offer. Place a win bet on select races at Churchill Downs Thursday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in. Bonus funds credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app and go to twinspires.com. So 2 minutes to post here coming up. 8-5 favorite, Big Pete. We'll get back to this race in just a moment. We return to New York. And more stakes action coming up. Ticonderoga is next. Mount of 16th on the turf with more on this group. And the big favorite barking at 7-5. Let's go to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, we'll just talk about two horses quickly here. The 5, Kara's Dreamer, who last time showed more speed than she had the previous start. Spoke with Mitchell Freeman, her trainer. He said that Dylan Davis said she just got very keen. They did slow the pace down. They went half in 49-2, and she just got keen, so he kind of put his hands down and let her march on. I asked Mitch if there was any sort of game plan strategy. He said, you know, the way Dylan's riding, he's just going to trust in him to give her the best trip possible. And from a physical perspective, she couldn't look any better here in the paddock. She has a tendency to do a little bit of that Zenyatta walk, that kind of extended, almost kind of like a dressage move. But I like when I see horses do that. Just seems like she feels good, and she's got good extension there. And the 6, Barkin, your favorite. When you look at favorites, particularly horses shipping in from out of town, you're looking for potentially some negativity, something that you can point out that maybe you feel could make them vulnerable. I can't see that at all. I think she looks tremendous for her trainer, Catherine Day Phillips, and really just making a great impression here. And, we'll watch her warm up on the track. But, again, I'm always looking for maybe some kind of a weakness. I'm not seeing it. Barkin looks best on paper and could not look much better in the paddock.
Mig, thanks. There she is, short price, and coming off a third, beat less than 2 lengths. In Group 2 company at Woodbine, LaDragonty would come back and hit the board, just miss against Muna Bakina, her stablemate, in a Group 1.
The E.P. Taylor over the same name turf course up at Woodbine. I wound up picking this horse today. This is not the toughest renewal of the Ticonderoga. The fillies and mares we've seen in the past, and here, namely last couple of years, 55. With 55 not around here anymore, and this filly was a 3-year-old last year, so you wouldn't have really come barking up that tree, pun intended, as a 3-year-old. Now she's 4, she's older, and Andy brought up a point earlier when we were talking about this race that she got better when they stretched her out in distance. Again, against this bunch in the Ticonderoga, I don't know if distance is even going to be a factor. And I'm a big guy with distance, but I don't know if it's going to be a factor here.
All right, we'll get back to it as we return to Churchill Downs right now, making their way to the gate for the start of this Derby City 6.
I like a horse here.
All right.
I like Hang Tight, the number 2. First time Ron Moquette, cutting in half from the Monmouth race, cutting back to 1 turn. This horse took a little money first time out. Outrun early is the comment. I got to tell you what, that's the last place in the world, Monmouth Park, where you want to be outrun early. 1 mile oval, historically a speed racetrack. I'm going to give this horse a chance going to a 1-turn mile, going to Ron. 9-2, 4-1. I would box 2-8 and play the 2 Hang Tight to win.
Hang Tight, the 2 took money in that debut too. Was at 5-1 for Kelly Breen. Very sharp trainer now with Moquette, former trainer, of course, or the trainer, I guess, for he's retired now, of the great Whitmore, our reigning sprint champion.
He's his wife Laura's pony now.
Who's going to win the sprint this year?
Oh, that would be Jackie's Warrior, sir.
He's going to be a short price.
He's the free bingo square on Saturday.
And a lot of people believe that, including both of us.
Yep.
Big Pete, the favorite, last in line. Mitch Murrell. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Big Pete veered down at this start. Nonetheless, races up toward the leaders early on. Also, there is Remember Normandy as the field heads up the chute and comes for the main track, and it will be Remember Normandy who's out there setting the pace. Big Pete comes on to grab second. Eli not far behind them, racing in third. So up the chute they go. They come for the main track with Remember Normandy out there setting the pace. Big Pete tracks the pace from second, a margin 2.5 back to Eli, who's now third. Long Crow to the inside, fourth, 5 back to this point in time, who's already about 8 lengths off the lead, just ahead of Hang Tight, second to last. And Shady Fight is the trailer, 12 lengths off the lead in a strung outfield. 23-3 was an opening quarter mile. And it's Remember Normandy showing the way, heading for the far turn. Over to the inside, leading by a length now as Big Pete gets a little bit closer, running along in second. Eli comes on to take over third. Long Crow toward the inside, fourth, within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Still a big break, about 9 lengths back to this point in time. 4 more back to Hang Tight, and the trailer is Shady-fied. Round the far turn, Remember Normandy still with a narrow advantage. Big Pete cranks up the pressure, and Big Pete is looking for the lead at the quarter pole. Eli switched outside third under a drive. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Big Pete comes away with the lead. Remember Normandy fights on but loses ground. Long Crow's in behind horses. Switched outside length to make up. Furlong to do it. Big Pete in front. Long Crow finding stride late in the game, and Long Crow takes over the lead at the final 16th. And Long Crow opening up on Big Pete, who fights to the finish but is second best. Long Crow the winner. Big Pete second. Remember Normandy was third, and Hang Tight was fourth.
Long Crow, the son of Keen Ice, he did not run a step in his dirt debut, start number 2. That was against Better, Maiden Special. Keeneland dropped down in class, that dirt experience underneath him, and he gets a W.
It was a hard-fought effort. And in a race like this, it's hard to say they knew. But was he favored?
Yeah.
Oh, then they knew.
They did.
You're right. Oh, there it is, 2-1. Oh, yeah, they knew. That's an absolute they knew. Welcome to Kentucky, they knew. Enjoy your visit down to wonderful Louisville.
Homebred.
Wow.
for Calumet Farm. Corey Lannery helping get this one to the wire first as we're back to Belmont. Stakes action continues as we take a look at the one to beat in the Ticonderoga. This is Barkin coming out of that third place finish in that Group 2 Canadian. The only concern, we'll take a look at this performance, is being on the inner turf, and is she going to get a wide trip here? But let's look at this Canadian that La Dragon T would wind up winning for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, La Dragon T, and like you mentioned, comes back in the Group 1 EP tail and just
widest of all
loses to Muda Makina. This filly, Barkin, just staying on. You know, we talked about maybe wanting the longer distances. Based on this effort, maybe the mile and a 16th will help her cause. But she just got a little even late in the game. I just think, based on that race, and it's hard to assess class to a horse off of one race, Greg, but based on that effort, she's the class of this race. I mean, that was a big run from her.
It was. Her turf kind of coming out party was that maiden win last year's at 3-0. She just dominated a group of Woodbine by more than 6 lengths, and turf is certainly what she wants to do. That was an impressive performance, but some of the figures, Jacosa's not that far behind her, and Jacosa, this Yaddo effort for Jimmy Bond that she ran was really impressive. I mean, she was wide and just inhaled that group, ran huge when he was having a tremendous summer.
I think the one thing that we've failed to talk about with Giacosa,
this is impressive.
She might be a Saratoga horse, Greg. She is 3 for 4 at Saratoga in her career. She has just 1 win from 8 starts elsewhere. That win came here at Belmont Park. Again, Tootsie.
My Heart Belongs to Daddy's a very good horse. She got to be inside all the way around.
Yeah.
She's down on the fence. She puts her away with a wide trip.
She's not as good as she once was, and Giacosa is clearly the second filly to beat in here. Clearly. I'm a big believer that Barkin is coming in here for the first time and finding the right bunch of fillies and mares to try for the first time.
And that kind of trip, too, that you saw from Jacosa is going to be tough on this turf course. Here's classic lady, Christophe Clement. She was beat third to Jacosa in that performance we just showed you.
She's really the last of the old guard in here. You see 55 on her lines, Out of Trouble, War Canoe, all of the old New York bred filly in there, warriors. She's the last of the old guard.
Here's Silky Blue, who can be forward with Manny Franco.
Not only can she be, she's supposed to be the controlling speed in here. I don't think she'll go this far in a horse van, but we'll see if she can take him gate to wire on the inner at Belmont.
12-1 Eric can't sell on Timeless Journey for Clement.
Former claimer, hasn't won since the sloppy main track at the Big A back in December of last year.
9-1 on Kara's Dreamer. Dylan Davis trying to make it 3 in a row.
Had a strange trip when she got the money in an A other than at Saratoga on closing weekend. Ran on well when she got to the lead after a middle move in the Hettinger last time out.
Here's the 8-5 favorite, Barkin for Catherine Day Phillips.
Yeah, I mean, just first time against State Breds. She won 2 in a row before tasting defeat to the hands of La Dragon T. She's a deserving favorite in her first start south of the border.
20-1 right on her morning line. The 6-year-old mare by Giant Oak, Dancing with Daffodils.
Yeah, she's become a little useful and versatile in her old age, the age of 6 now. She's a big price. Does a little bit better work at shorter distances.
Jacosa, she's won back-to-back starts. They both came at Saratoga this summer for James Bond.
Yeah, 3 for 4 at Saratoga, like we said, 1 for 7 elsewhere. She could use a little help up front for her closing kick.
And 32-1 long shot outside to send Tootsie for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, she went back-to-back in September and November of last year, but that November 1st win over a year ago was the last time she even finished in the trifecta.
Standing by with the trainer of our 3-2 favorite here in the Ticonderoga. Let's go to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I'm here with Catherine Day Phillips, who has the favorite Barkin, who ran so well in the Grade 2 Canadian. Kind of nice to have this option to come here and run against restricted New York breds, isn't it?
It is. We've kept our eyes on the races here, but at home we've had plenty of opportunities, so now it's time to come here.
One thing that really impressed me about her in the paddock, this time of year, colder nights, the weather's starting to change. Her coat hasn't turned at all, and she couldn't look any better.
Yeah, No, she has lots of dapples. We did clip her a couple of weeks ago, but she's doing well. She's a happy filly.
This race doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of pace. What kind of trip would you like to see play out for her?
I'd like to see her fairly close to the pace, or at least not too far off the pace with leaving too much to do, and then just getting her in a spot where she can close nicely as she does.
Well, she couldn't look any better. Best of luck here, and you're so happy to have you shipped down. Somebody who's just had so much success for so long, not only in Canada, anywhere she goes.
Catherine Day Phillips, Mig, thank you. Winner of multiple graded stakes as well as multiple Sovereign Awards. Tremendous trainer. And with a 7-5 favorite here, hopefully taking advantage of a spot with a New York bred, is no question the one to beat.
Yeah, no question about it. She's the one to beat. Little class edge, first-time state breds. And, yeah, 7-5, I think she'll be closer to even money when all's said and done. And I think, Greg, that's a big function of, I really don't know where else, after Giacosa especially, where else are you going to go in here? Classic, I'll tell you this. Classic Lady at 7-2. We use this term a lot in racing. Has seen better days. Man, I don't know if it is more appropriate than for her. You've just seen a steady decline in her speed figures over the course of the last 2.5 seasons, really the last 2 years. She's only run 5 times since November 11th of 2019. So missed most of her 5-year-old year and most of her 6-year-old year. She shows up when she comes to the races, but taking her as the third choice in here just to say you don't want to take the favorite that's not smart gambling.
Meanwhile, look, both the favorite and Giacosa, the clear-cut second choice, they're going to be back on a course where you want to be forward, and where you start on this turn. Not advantageous to be drawn toward the outside, although it's not that big of a field. But Silky Blue potentially could really take advantage here, drawn inside.
I mean, if there was ever a scenario that this filly was going to get some added distance, right? She's won going 7. She's won going 7 3 times, in fact. All 3 of her career wins came at 7/8 of a mile. If she was ever going to get it, it's today. Because she figures to be left alone on the front end, number one. Number two, you just talked about the configuration. She's drawn inside where it's a huge advantage, especially if you have speed. All of that points to her being on the lead. And if I'm Manny Franco, I don't just put her on the lead. I get some separation. I try and put a little distance between myself and whoever's going to, you look at this racing, forget about handicapping the speed. I guess Cara's Dream will be sitting second. I'd imagine Jose Lascano is going to keep the favorite a little bit closer. You see a little bit of an equipment adjustment on the 9 2-cent Tootsie. Classic Lady maybe protects the rail in here. I don't know. I tell you this, if we're talking about 3 or 4 different fillies battling it out behind the speed, you put the speed on the lead and you have some separation.
Meanwhile, there's Giacosa. Back-to-back wins at Saratoga. Hasn't been quite as effective here in New York as you look at the resume, but coming off that win in the Yaddo, and we showed you the race. I mean, it was visually impressive. Wide around that turn and just inhaling that group with that big move. Can she keep it going here at Belmont?
Yeah. That's the question. Her other win, her 4th career victory, is at Belmont Park, and we'll see if she can do it today. And they're barking late when he just came in, Greg, down to even money now. And that's what we figured, right? We figured we weren't going to be able to. That 7-5 was a pipe dream. We weren't getting 7-5. I would have taken 7-5. That's how confident I am in her chances, and it's almost as much as an indictment on the rest of these at this point in their careers.
The only one, it's Silky Blue, who we touched on that too, is going to be in front. Can Cara's Dreamer and Dylan, does he try to pressure?
Well, last time Cara's Dreamer settled very early, and it was almost like watching a harness race at Yonkers Raceway. Just this move, this rush to the lead, where she brushed wide and cleared over, and she opened up a couple of length margin, got tired late to a couple of nice fillies. Yeah, I would imagine Silky Blue's going to go. Maybe Dylan tries the same move, but at the very least, I can't imagine she's sitting worse than second. There she is going into the gate.
Dylan looking for his 3rd in a row on the 5 here. Barkin, The 6th, the big favorite. It's the Ticonderoga. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off in the Ticonderoga Stakes. And it is Silky Blue who's out for the early lead from the extreme outside. 2 Cent Tootsie now moves up to grab second. Classic Lady is next in third. Yakoza's on the move on the outside and takes fourth. Then it's Dancing with Daffodils, and on the inside, Timeless Journey. At the back of the pack, Kara's Dreamer. And Barkin is last of 8 as the field races up the back stretch. Silky Blue, the leader here by a length. 2 Cent Tootsie is racing in second, then a gap of 4 lengths back to Classic Lady and Giacosa. They're heads apart, third and fourth through a quarter and 24 and 1/5 seconds. Then it is the trio of a Timeless Journey, Dancing with Daffodils, and on the outside is the favorite Barkin. Trailing the field is Kara's Dreamer. Leading the field is Silky Blue in front by a length and a quarter. 2 Cent Tootsie remains in second, 3.5 lengths back to Giacosa, who's on the outside of Classic Lady. And the half was running 50 and 2. Barkin has now advanced up on the outside into fifth. Timeless Journey is down at the rail. Then Kara's Dreamer and Dancing with Daffodils. Silky Blue and 2 Cent Tootsie, they remain 1-2. Classic Lady is now moving up and making her move. Classic Lady in third, Giacosa on the outside. Then comes Timeless Journey and Barkin, who's being asked for more as the field comes into the stretch after 3 quarters in 1:14. And here is Classic Lady now to take over the lead. Silky Blue down on the inside runs in second. Then Giacosa. Barkin is on the outside and coming on here, but there's only a 16th to the finish, and it is Classic Lady in front, and Classic Lady is the winner. And it was tight for second between the closing Kara's Dreamer and Timeless Journey. Barkin was fourth.
Classic Lady Christophe Clement turns that form around in her 6-year-old campaign here, picks up the 5th win of her career.
Yeah, she had one more good race left in her. Well, maybe more than that, and she found it today, able to wear down the front runners and get the job done under Paco Lopez. Good effort from Kara's Dreamer. Last time we saw her being ridden more aggressively. This time Dylan Davis took her from off the pace. She's going to wind up passing almost all of them to get second in between horses in a photo.
And Manny Franco on Silky Blue, he did his job, but Ruben Silveira did not make things easy for him on that big long shot, 2 Cent Tootsie, the 9.
Every time it looks like, and they weren't going that fast, so Manny could have been a little bit more aggressive and just put some distance between those horses. He didn't. She really just doesn't want to go this far. I think that's more of a function of her having some distance limitations.
Classic Lady, daughter of Jimmy Creed, Christophe Clement, Paco Lopez, Michael Dubb. Michael Caruso, your winning connections, wins at 7-2, and what, an even money favorite? 4-5 favorite in the end. Beat here.
Left with way too much to do, right? Jose Lezcano's riding well, but she was so far back. I don't think anybody expected, and 4-5, I don't think anybody expected her so far back. Michael Dubb with a share so far of the first 2 stakes winners on the card. This one in his silks, Classic Lady, and of course part of the ownership group with Louis on General Ken. Paco here keeping Classic Lady, the 6-year-old mare by Jimmy Creed, to her business late in the game.
7-2, Classic Lady. There is Christophe's main assistant, his son, Miguel, doing a tremendous job.
Richie Migliori, our Richie Migliori, giving him a little pat on the back, like family. Joey Migliori, Richie's son, and Miguel grew up together.
Christophe attending to things out on the West Coast.
Yes, Derry Nane and all of the other Clement runners getting ready. Yep, Slipstream.
We're going to take a break. 7-2 on Classic Lady. Winner of the Ticonderoga and an odds-on favorite defeated. Still to come, Gerrymander, a distant runner-up to Echo Zulu. Won't have to deal with her this afternoon when she faced her in the Frizette. Got to face an impressive firster, though, Nest, who looked very good first time out for Pletcher. Can she back it up and start number 2 in stakes competition?
Standing at Gainesway.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Ticonderoga. At Belmont, it goes to Christophe Clement. Familiar silks of Michael Dubb. Paco Lopez aboard for the victory. And apparently, this 6-year-old mare does have a little bit left in the tank.
Yeah, she found her good form today. And her good form was enough, especially when Barking was out the back. She was over by the arena when the field turned for home.
$9.60 for the victory, 153. The odds-on favorite not hitting the board. Said downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. I'm here with Miguel Clement, assistant trainer to his dad, Christophe, and Classic Lady. Third start off the layoff was the charm. Was there ever any doubt when they get to 6 years old that maybe she had lost a step, or you were pretty confident going in?
No, the filly was training very well, and fortunately Mr. Dubb was willing to take a chance and to go on with it, which is neat. You know, you're able to run a filly of her, a mare I would say at 6 years of age, and he's willing to take a chance, and thankfully we were rewarded.
Now, Miguel, she was upstate in Saratoga with you. You have that division for your dad up there. What's it been like now training there as the weather's starting to turn a bit up there?
Yeah, so it's a bit cooler, as you can imagine, but nevertheless, on the flip side, it's a quiet training facilities. There's a lot less traffic, and I think the horse actually seemed to thrive until about now, because as you can imagine, now it's a bit too cold perhaps, so they're going to close up shop there in the next few days.
And you'll head to Payson Park, would that be your winter headquarters?
Correct, so the stable will start slowly, gradually shifting towards Florida in the coming few days, and then I'll head down there whenever Dad comes back from California.
Well, your dad's out in California for the Breeders' Cup. What are you anticipating for your Breeders' Cup this year?
They're all training well, to be honest. We just hope for a good trip, and maybe we can get lucky and bring something home, which would be great. And I think it's long overdue for my dad, and hopefully he can get one today.
Well, that's something that's going to happen eventually. Too good a horseman with too many good horses. What about Slipstream stretching out?
Yeah, so Slipstream, Dad always wanted to go a mile with him. He thought from when he was very impressive here, winning at 3/4 or 7/8 on the turf, he thought a mile in California you could stretch his speed. He preferred that more than cutting back in distance to 5/8. No, he's very keen also on Darien N. I'm not sure about the post being post 11. And then he also has today, I believe, Pizza Bianca for Mr. Bobby Flay. And she's a very talented filly. She's only run twice, but she's very talented, and hopefully she can get the job done.
Well done here today. Congratulations. Best of luck out there in California in the Breeders' Cup, and a young man with a big future.
Well, we wish them all the best. Darien Ain's going to be their first shot in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Pizza Bianca, Slipstream as well, both very talented. Another look here at this 6-year-old mare's win.
Yes, off the cover, if you will, under Paco Lopez, who never really gets after her until she makes the lead and goes by Silky Blue. And once she does that, I assume Paco, who did not give the customary look back here, guess he assumed Barkin was going to be running at him, but that fizzled. Never really came with that run. She got beat 3 lengths when all was said and done. You know what just struck me out about that interview? I don't think I ever realized how much Miguel sounds like Christophe, speaks like him.
Yep, you could hear it, no question. Pick 6, follow along. 2 legs remain, including the Tempted. And a 4-5 favorite defeated. Certainly going to help this return.
Yeah. Iron Lion and Zion right now, that 5-1 shot really helping the cause.
Tempted next, 1 mile. 2-year-old fillies. Gerrymander getting away from Echo Zulu makes her the one to beat for Chad Brown. I love Ness' performance, though, in that debut and how easy she did it for Todd Pletcher first time out.
You got two fillies in here. Never thought, not often you say this. Cutting back in distance, the 2 Goddess of Fire and the 7 Nest both went 1 mile and a 16th last time out. They'll both cut back to the 8 furlongs today.
Take a look back to last year's Tempted, and we didn't know at the time. We're looking at the next Kentucky Oaks winner.
Yes.
Malathot.
Andy and I were talking about this earlier today, Andy Sterling. Time for us to get the grade back for the Tempted with a filly like Malathot, who's won not only the Kentucky Oaks, but, of course, the Alabama. So, yeah, big effort from Malathot last year. She would go on to win the Demoiselle at Aqueduct.
This performance, that was the end of things being easy for her. Things got a little more difficult after that, but she's just continued to be sensational. Her only beat coming in that Coaching Club American Oaks. She's going to come into the distaff for Pletcher off a layoff. She hasn't run since that Alabama win back on August 21st.
And for those of you confused, yes, that is the Big A. We were supposed to be at Aqueduct for this weekend, but yeah, that was Aqueduct last year.
So here's who's going to line up against Malathot in that distaff. Obviously, Latruska, the clear-cut leader of this division. She's the horse to beat. She's the one to catch as well. She is incredibly quick. 8-5 in the morning line, trying to collect a 5th Grade 1 this year for her. But Malathot is interesting, coming in fresh. Can she take another step forward? She's been tremendously talented.
She is going to have to, Greg. She's a nice filly. She has done everything they've asked of.
She's just nice, in your opinion.
She got beat in the Coaching Club American Oaks. That's her only blemish on her card. And she ran well here in the Alabama, getting the job done. She's going to have to get faster. I'm a fan of hers, but there's no, this is not opinion. This is fact. She's going to have to get faster to keep up with some of these older fillies.
She, to me, is a lot like Essential Quality in that she kind of does what she needs to do, but just keeps on winning all the time after time.
Okay. I think, I think she is better than the other 3-year-old fillies. She has that award locked up, as does Latruska with the older fillies and mares. But for her to come after Latruska tomorrow rather, and even fillies like Royal Flag, she did a Devil's Probably on par. Dunbar Road on her best day. She's going to have to get a little bit faster. And I think a lot of people feel, including myself, she might be better with more distance. She might be better at that Alabama distance at the 1.25 miles because she is not as, I don't want to say agile, but as fleet of foot early on. I know she can be placed close early, but she's not as athletic or as fast as Latruska as she dares the Devil. Even to a lesser extent, Royal Flag. I think Royal Flag's a little deceptive because she comes from off the pace. The other two fillies we mentioned are forwardly placed. Royal Flag's a filly who could be a little dangerous in here because she's getting better as the year progresses as well as a 5-year-old. But Malathot, if she takes a step forward, she'll be okay.
Her will to win has been just incredible. Watching her races, continuing to do her thing, and just, again, one blemish on the resume. Here's Todd Pletcher on his Kentucky Oaks winning filly.
It's what you would expect from any Breeders' Cup distaff. It's a collection of the best fillies and mares, in the country, and you got some speed in there. You got some closers. You got the best 3-year-old fillies, the best older mares. It's what you'd expect to see of a distaff, and so I think hopefully there's a good honest pace to run at, and we can let our filly do her thing, which I think she's ideally suited to kind of be in a stalking position. She enjoys a target, and seems like she's doing great.
She is dangerous. We know obviously she has a nose for that wire. She's had a little time too. She's a big filly, but time to kind of fill out and grow into that body a little bit.
Yeah. Listen, she's a beautiful filly. She is as talented in her division as they come. She's taking that step up in class tomorrow, I keep saying today, to the older fillies and mares. And she is not catching a weak bunch of older fillies and mares. She's catching a horse who people are buzzing around about as Horse of the Year in Latruska, a couple of Chad Brown fillies, the only filly to beat Latruska this year. Horologist is, not without some accomplishments as well. I think she's a better filly than Horologist, but yeah, she's gonna have to get faster. And from the wagering point of view, she's probably gonna be the second choice. And you're asking her to do a lot without finding any kind of real value in doing so.
Going to be fun to watch her in action. That is coming up with the distaff. Latruska's had a stranglehold on that division. Can Malathot win for the 7th time in 8 career starts for Pletcher? We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more from Churchill coming up. Late pick 5 is next. Steve Asmussen sending out this son of curling when we come back.
the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Repson.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Breds start with an advantage. New York Breds run for a serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York Bred Maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 6, late pick 5 starts here. 3-year-olds and up. Mile and a 16th. They've never won 3, or they are 3-year-olds in this group. That's the condition. The 9-5 favorite, Moliera, we'll see in a moment for Steve Asmussen. We start with Centrifuge for Anthony Quartarolo.
Comes in from Thistle Downs, going a flat mile, 0 for 4 locally beneath the Twin Spires.
Cazzarelli with a big chance here for Tom Amos and 9:30 Racing, 2-time winner.
Got the race off the 10-week break, now stretches back out. Does own a win at this distance and gets Jimmy Graham, one of his main riders.
And drops down in class, stretching back out. Canceliera, 13-1, John Court.
Yeah, this horse had a race off of the layoff, made up some ground late. Another one, though, is winless beneath the Twin Spires.
Moyer for Asmussen ran at this level last start and was getting to the winner, missed by less than a length.
Third off the break, has a couple of wins at this distance, ran at this level last time. Makes a lot of sense. Price is not great.
One to catch in the race, the Speedster Press Snooze, a new gelding.
Yeah, fresh gelding comes in for Alvin Taylor off the claim as well. Bullet work over at the Churchill Downs Training Center. Catch me if you can.
Mr. Quality, second start back off just over a year's layoff.
Caught a sloppy track last time, gets back to fast ground. He kept some nice company last year, Greg. He's interesting at 7-2.
And Spheroid, Dale Romans, Corey Lannery, and a son of Orb, the Derby winner.
Crossed the wire first for the first time in his career after getting awarded the money at Ellis Park in a Maiden 30. The slop didn't work, 2 back. Going to have to get a little bit faster, but certainly has license to.
Time for our Twin Spires market mover. And it's the one Centrifuge for Anthony Quartarolo. This horse coming out of a 2 other than allowance, as Anthony mentioned, at Thistle Down. Last time out, the blinkers went back on. They came off for a race. It's been at Churchill 4 times in the past. Has yet to hit the board. He's trying to break his maiden here earlier this year. Wound up eventually breaking his maiden at Thistle Down. If you want to bet the market mover or anyone else in this race, you can go to twinspires.com or download that Twin Spires app. Back here in New York, and we got the Tempted for 2-year-old fillies coming up. Another look at the odds in this 1-turn mile ahead, where we're going to see Gerrymander back in action for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Distant second to Echo Zulu in that Frazette. And Nest, start number 2 for Todd Pletcher. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
I tell you, it's a very good-looking group of 2-year-old fillies here, all behaving well, acting well here in the paddock. But I'll just briefly talk about 2, starting with the 7 Nest, daughter of Curlin, has already won, going a mile and a 16th, tough distance to debut at. She won quite easily that day. I think she was capable of doing more. And I have to be honest with you, I really believe that she's come on since the race. I was in the paddock that day doing the paddock report. Thought she looked good that day, but she has definitely taken a step forward from a physical perspective. And the fact that she's acting as composed as she did the first time. A lot of times horses will race the first time, and they'll have a tendency to, get a little anxious the second time, a little nervous energy, anticipating what's going to come because they know now that they're there to race. This filly is just very, very composed, showing a lot of class and showing she has a good mind. And I think she's going to take a step forward off of her first race, and she'll need to, no doubt. Gerrymander on the outside was runner-up to Echo Zulu, your prohibitive favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies later on today. She's already a Grade 1 place. She's got a great outside draw going a mile here. She's quick, but she doesn't need the lead. She should be able to put herself wherever she needs to be. And she's a Chad Brown trainee. That's all I need to say. They always look good.
All right, Mig, thanks. There's Gerrymander. Klarovich, Chad Brown, the favorite, coming out of that Grade 1 for Zet. But, yeah, got to deal with the likes of Nest and some other improving youngsters as well. As we're back under the Twin Spires, and still the 8-5 favorite. The 4-year-old son of Curlin for Steve Asmussen. What are you setting his over-under at for Breeders' Cup wins?
Wow.
1.5? 2?
Yeah, I mean, if you set it at 1.5, I'll just give me as much as I can at over 1.5. I mean, I don't think Echo Zulu or Jackie's Warrior are getting beat.
Okay.
So, and I mean that both would be huge surprises, not only because of their talent, but they don't have a lot of horse flesh in the starting gates with them, right? Field of 6, field of 8, 9 rather in the
Echo Zulu's got a real tough customer she's going to have to face.
I don't know about that. Speed kills, my friend.
We will see. Going 2 turns for the first time. We're set for the 6th. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're off. Pretty even beginning. Mr. Quality toward the outside. Press Snooze is there. Centrifuge and Cazzarelli comes on through to Cazzarelli. Splits rivals and quickly on to take the lead as they leave the straight and head in the clubhouse turn. Press News comes on to be second and is now 3 lengths behind Cazzarelli, who's running off in the early stages. Centrifuge settles in toward the rail to be third. Mr. Quality fourth by 3. Moliere fifth by 5. Spheroid and Cancellara settle in at the back of the pack. The opening quarter goes in 23-3. James Graham trying to foster out the early speed of Cazzarelli. The margin is 4.5 lengths with 5 furlongs to go. Press News just waiting back while second. Centrifuge toward the inside, coasting along in third. Mr. Quality comfortable fourth to that one's outside. Moliere's been switched farther off the rail as 3 or 4 wide past a half-mile pole. 5 lengths back from there to Spheroid, who started to muster up a late rally toward the inside of Cancellara. Onto the far turn for Cazzarelli, the half in 47 3/5 seconds. Leads down to 2. Press News is getting closer. So is Moliere with a 4 wide sweep. Moliere passing horses quickly, and Mr. Quality comes on as well. Centrifuge is bottled up toward the inside and a steady briefly there. Cancellara is catching up to the pack, and Spheroid. At the top of the stretch, Moliere has swept to the front. Moliere takes the lead and kicks away to lead by 2. Cazzarelli's trying to re-rally down toward the rail. Mr. Quality is there. Centrifuge on between horses. Cancellara long shot chance, but it's still Moliere by 3 lengths with a 16th to go. Cancellara's running up into second, but it will be Moliere, a much the best 2.5 length winner. Cancellara was second. Centrifuge was third, tight for fourth. Press News or Spheroid.
Moliere, Steve Asmussen, Francisco Arrieta, son of Curlin, wins for the 3rd time in his career, his first win at Churchill.
Heard about all of these issues the Asmussen barn was having over at Keeneland. Boy, it seems like a distant memory. It was just 5 days ago. Yeah, Moliere was just too good for these today. The 2nd time in for this level on the dirt. And she's able to get the job done pretty easily.
Dominant performance against this group for Concord Racing. And wins is the 8-5 favorite, 4-3-1 in that 6th at the Churchill to kick off their late pick 5. We're back in New York at Belmont, and the Tempted, the race that launched Malathot onto bigger and better things for Todd Pletcher, who we're going to see in the distaff tomorrow. Here's our post-parade, Sweet as Pie. one of 3 in the race for Pletcher.
Nice pedigree here. Tap it out of a Smart Strike mare. She got the job done from the rail, going 6.5 first time. More distance, the better, you would imagine. Looking for a big effort out of this filly today. Nice price, too, 7-2.
Surprising to see this big number for Todd Pletcher next door. And this is a filly in her second start who was 3rd behind Hidden Connection.
Little workmanlike effort when she broke her maiden and then came back a long way behind Hidden Connection. She's got to be just a neck for second that day. Cuts back to 1 turn and a mile.
Magic Circle 13-1, Rudy Rodriguez.
Big price debut winner. No match in the Frisette when chasing Gerrymander and Echo Zulu, your juvenile filly's favorite.
Red Hot Mess coming in from Delaware undefeated with a stakes win.
Broke her maiden from just off the pace sprinting. Won a minor stakes at Delaware from just off the pace, going 2 turns, cut back to a 1-turn mile.
Shug McGahee sending out a daughter of mastery, surprisingly.
She's a little interesting. She broke her maiden going 5.5 at Monmouth. You can say, well, why'd she go to Monmouth? You can say, how'd she win going 5.5? She's curious, a little bit of a fuzzy at 9-1.
Nest loved her debut, and the dam actually produced Idol, who won the Big Cap Grade 1.
Yeah, he was supposed to run in the Classic. They withdrew him this week. She's got a pedigree that says there's a big engine under that hood, and one going a mile and a 16th, and pretty good time first time out.
Yeah, Red Ortiz Jr., his hands were so quiet in this stretch. He didn't have to move a muscle. And here's Gerrymander, 6-5. Favorite, Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables.
She chased Echo Zulu in the Frisette and held second by a long way. Not a lot of bad things to say about this filly. She should be the controlling speed. The only thing you can't like is that price. I can't believe she's that short with the 2 Pletcher fillies in here, Greg.
Yeah, I'm with you. So the Tempted coming up next. We're 4 minutes to post here in this 9th on our Friday card. I don't think that's the promo we wanted. We'll try and get the correct one up here in a second here. We want to tell you 25 bonus today, $25 bonus, but I'll just tell you. By playing with Nightmare Bets, bet 150 at Belmont on the Breeders' Cup card as well. So Belmont, Breeders' Cup, 150 each. You get a $25 bonus. Make sure you opt in to take advantage. And all the details at NyraBets.com.
The rumor is it'll be even juicier tomorrow. The promo. How about that? Not bad.
That promo's gonna get
juicier.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my Game of Thrones. Those are my Varys. Those are my little birds telling me, my whispers.
Look forward to it. All right, so keep your eyes peeled for that. As we look at the 3-2 choice. The Into Mischief filly for Chad Brown. Start number 2, she broke her maiden. That was at Saratoga at 6 furlongs. And then she had to deal with Echo Zulu in the Frisette.
First time out, she was a tip. She got beat a pole as the 1-2 favorite in a field of 3. She came back, and she was 10-1 when she got the job done this day at the old Spa. Came back, like we said, Greg. You know, this was a gutsy effort because she was in the teeth of the pace the whole way and holds off the closers. She chased Echo Zulu around there. She held on nicely to hold the place money by a 3-length margin. She is supposed to be, now look, I don't necessarily trust that jockey Eric Cancel is going to put her on the lead. She's never been on the lead. I know she's chased a couple of times, but she's never been on the lead. She is faster than the horses in here. But you always have to take in jockey intent, right? Always got to take jockey intent, speaking of jockey. You always got to take jockey intent. And I wonder what Richie thinks about this because she's supposed to be in front, but this is a guy that doesn't really show speed all the time.
Well, let's go to Mig for more.
Well, I agree with you, and that's an issue. You have to be, when you're a top rider, you have to be a chameleon, meaning you have to fit whatever horse you're riding and play to their strength, ride to their strength. If a horse has a natural, has natural speed, allow them to use their natural speed. And that doesn't mean send a horse. It just means just don't get in their way. You don't, I always talk about 5 pounds of pressure. You break, allow a horse to get into their natural gait, and put 5 pounds of pressure on the reins, not 10 pounds, not 15, not a loose rein. 5 pounds of pressure, allow them to run into the bridle, but their natural gait, take nothing away. That comes easy. That being said, let's talk about horses from a physical perspective. The one sweetest pie, one going 6.5 furlongs, but this daughter of Tappet, has the look of a filly that's going to relish a mile and beyond. I think she won going 6.5 just because she's talented. I think she does have a tough post. You're breaking right on top of the gap there going a mile before you get to the course proper. And that could be problematic. She has to work out a trip, but she looks good. The 4, Red Hot Mess, is getting no respect, but she's the only stakes winner in the field, albeit a restricted stake or a listed stake, I should say, excuse me, at Delaware Park. Daughter of Shackelford, looks good. She was a $20,000 2-year-old in training purchase out of the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Spoke to her trainer and really likes the way she's coming into the race. And then I'll bring you to my top selection. That's a 7, Nest, who's already won going a mile and a 16th. And I think she's taken a big step forward physically. Loved the way she warmed up under Dylan Davis. And she gets the best of the draw as far as the Pletcher trio.
And Mig, thank you. Loved, again, that debut. It was just so impressive. She was so quiet. Has the pedigree. And it's not easy to win. Yeah, I know it was a 1-turn mile and a 16th, but not easy to win at a round of ground in your debut.
As a 2-year-old filly, that was an unbelievable effort. And, you know, I thought the raw time for that race was, I thought it was racehorse time for a 2-year-old filly making her debut. It was like she had some sprint foundation underneath her, Greg. She ran first time. And her pedigree tells you she's going to run all day. Like you said, half to idle. Yeah, I mean, I thought Sweet as Pie had a little more upside to her, but I also thought they'd be different prices. They're the same price. I probably should have this 8-1 instead of 8-7 instead of 8-1.
The Tempted. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Set for the start. And they're off. Gerrymander broke well from the outside. Magic Circle is right there. So it's Magic Circle and Gerrymander right together in the early going. Red Hot Mess is running in third. The gray Sweet as Pie down on the inside in fourth. Surprisingly, is on the outside and moving up. Goddess of Fire is there, and Nest is the trailer as they move up the backstretch, and it's the favorite Gerrymander who leads here by a full length. Magic Circle runs in second. Surprisingly, continues to move up in between horses. Red Hot Mess is on the outside, the quarter 24 and 2. Sweet as Pie down at the rail runs in fifth, about 4 lengths from the front. Nest has moved up a spot, and Goddess of Fire is now the trailer in seventh. Gerrymander in front here by a length and a half. Magic Circle now moves into second. Red Hot Mess, and on the outside, Nest. Nest now takes third. Then Red Hot Mess. At the rail is Sweet as Pie. Then comes, surprisingly, Goddess of Fire is at the back, the half and 48 and 1. Gerrymander with a narrow lead over Magic Circle, and Nest is racing in third, followed by Sweet as Pie in fourth. 3/4 in 1:12 and 2 as the field heads for home. It's Gerrymander on the inside and Magic Circle on the outside. Magic Circle and Gerrymander, they are right together with a furlong to the finish. Magic Circle on the outside. Gerrymander continues to battle on down at the rail. And the 2-year-old fillies will fight it out to the finish with Nest in third. Gerrymander has the lead. Gerrymander narrowly over Magic Circle. Nest was third. Sweet as Pie finished fourth.
Eric Cancel having to get busy on Gerrymander. Magic Circle battling her to the finish, and a little green in the stretch as well.
Fantastic ride from Eric Cancel. He used this filly speed today. He put Gerrymander on the front end. He got himself involved in a really, really fun stretch duel with Magic Circle. Manny Franco and Eric Cancel, two of the younger guys on the circuit, duking it out through the lane here in Elmont. And Gerrymander able to re-rally along the iron to get the job done. Nest put in a nice little run. She had things go her own way. She had a pretty good trip, but she's another one. You know what, Greg? Mile and a 16th first time, mile today. She's going to want as much ground as they give her.
Yeah, Magic Circle, you saw shy away from that left-handed riding crop usage from Manny Franco. Tries to get close and tight again to Gerrymander. By that time, it's too late. 8-3-7 finish. It's Gerrymander Mig in the Tempted.
Yeah, Gerrymander was very game, fought it out, you know, and I agree. Got a terrific ride from Eric Cancel. Didn't get in her way, allowed her to run up underneath him, didn't send her, but allowed her to do her thing. think Manny Franco sometimes he's just so strong. And with a young filly, I think she just kind of wilted a little bit under that intense kind of pressure. He might have been better off a little bit hands and heels. And guys, I got to say, I think the 7 Nest was the best horse. She didn't break particularly well, got a little bit compromised at the break, and then was hung out 3-4 wide the entire trip. And then she's coming with a very steady late rally. If she would have broken cleanly and been able to establish better position, I really do think Nest was best here. But Gerrymander certainly was the gamest.
Yeah, Nest definitely made her presence felt late. She's going to be one to watch going forward. Mig, thanks. That's your winner, though. Gerrymander, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and a daughter of Into Mischief picks up the 2nd win of her career and her first stakes victory here in the Tempted. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. This is who Gerrymander had to deal with last time on the racetrack. Echo Zulu, the one to beat in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Bob Baffert, he's going to have Corniche, who is going to be the one to catch on the front end in the boys version. Stay with us. We'll preview both next.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a Stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
Well, everyone's having a good Friday afternoon. Thanks for spending part of it with us here on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you by Nyra Bets. You can go to nyrabets.com or download the app and get started. Play the Breeders' Cup and all the action we have here in New York and all across the country and beyond. Tempted goes to Gerrymander. Familiar Silks, the Klarovich Stables. Trainer Chad Brown, Eric Cancel delivers here.
Sure does. Good job. Aggressive from the beginning. Aggressive late. Able to re-rally to get the job done here over Magic Circle and holding off Nest.
$4.90 for the win, getting away from Echo Zulu, getting back into the winner's circle. Head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Here with the winning rider, Eric Cancel. Gerrymander broke very sharply from the outside. Eric, just looked like she got very comfortable. You allowed her to use her stride. How good did it feel going down the backstretch?
To be honest, it felt great. She has a nice moving action, you know. She was very comfortable, you know. I was very happy that I got her to relax and go how I wanted, and we ended up winning.
Well, how important is that? You just said something key. Getting her to relax, not get into a fight with her, just a nice long hold. How key is that to getting a horse to stay the mile?
It's a big key to it, you know, because you don't want to fight a horse too early, you know, and then they're not going to have the same kick at the end. So I saw her replay last time. She didn't break as good and then try to rush up a little bit. Joel had to take a pretty good hold of her, and she still was game to a good second. But today my plan was just break out of there, wherever she wants to be, just let her be comfortable, you know, and ended up being on the lead, and it worked out well.
Worked out really well. Stiff challenge in the stretch from the outside. Manny Franco, strong rider. Tell the people at home, what's that like to be in an intense stretch battle and come out on the winning end of it, particularly with a rider as strong as Manny?
Man, to be honest, I mean, Franco's one of the toughest riders to ride against, you know. He's very energetic, very strong, and he gets everything he can out of his horse, you know. And to be honest, I felt great being able to beat him back, you know, because he was head-to-head, and by a nose he dominated me, and then she came back. Philly's really gutsy. She's been working phenomenal in the mornings, so I just hope that she keeps on going the right way and they could get more victories with her.
Congratulations, great job. He said Manny Franco's strong, energetic, tough. Well, I think Eric's selling himself short. He was pretty strong, energetic, and tough down to the wire in the Tempted.
Yeah, he was indeed, and good for Eric too to get these opportunities when some of these, you know, the leaders of this jockey calling are out of town, and to deliver in stakes company for these connections, it's big.
Leading rider at the Aqueduct Winter Meet this year. I was in the booth, Greg, the day he won 6 of 8.
He was
on
4
closing
down
day.
entering the final day.
6 of 8. Kendrick won 1. He won 6 of them. It was a fun day, and it was his first riding title.
That was a quick look at that pick 6 follow along. We got this remaining here, 6 furlongs on the grass. New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race, yes?
2, 4, and 12 are carryovers, paying $1,900 and change with the 11 boom, boom, kaboom. The 2, 3, and 8 are the pool for $36,000.
You alive?
I am not alive, no.
Okay.
Who would I have missed? I don't remember who I would have missed today. I would have had the biggest price one. I like Tom's the full to Shane's Pretty Lady. I like the Maiden at 1 race 6, so maybe I would have been alive. Who knows?
We're going to take a break. We'll have more coming up. We're going to talk some Breeders' Cup as well. Breeders' Cup Friday. It's getting started very shortly. Brad Cox, his first chance. Bubble Rock, Breeders' Cup, Juvenile Fillies Turf, Grade 3 matron winner. Stretching out. He had 4 wins last year. Going to be tough to top, but he has the ammunition to do it.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Sobomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport, authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse, Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in the Steel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
500,000, well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Schosberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenge of Free Drop Billy. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
and Aunt Pearl the leader. Aunt Pearl with a 5-length advantage back to Campanelli. Spanish Love Affair is third on the outside. Editor at Large dives toward the rail in fourth. Aunt Pearl, final furlong, leads it by 5. Editor at Large up the inside second. Campanelli is in third. And then a late charge from Miss Amulet and Mother Pearl well behind Aunt Pearl, who wins it. Aunt Pearl by 5.
One of 4 Breeders' Cup wins last year for Brad Cox. Part of what vaulted him to his first ever Eclipse Award is Outstanding Trainer. That was Aunt Pearl. Juvenile Fillies Turf. He's going to have a couple of chances to try and win that race again this year. Bubble Rock, who's going to stretch out for the first time. He's going to have Turner Loose as well. It's 12-1 morning line. Let's take a look at last year's wins. In addition to Aunt Pearl, Central Quality, the 2-year-old champion, Knicks Go, Dirt Mile, and of course the champ, Monomoy Girl. By the way, both Knicks Go, Central Quality, no one's ever won the Juvenile and the Dirt Mile and come back and won the Classic in the next year. Both of them trying to do that this year.
That list isn't even fair. That was like looking at the 98 Yankees starting lineup. That shouldn't even be allowed.
Yeah, it's incredible. And he's this year's group, not far off, is it? Bubble Rock, Turner Loose, going to line up both those two in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf again this year, Juvenile Fillies Turf, and try and go back-to-back in this race. Bubble Rock we got to see here in the Grade 3 Matron when she just got up to win as the favorite.
I think it's a smart move not sprinting her. I don't think she's fast enough, Greg, to get the job done in the sprint. You got a couple of those Wesley Ward horses in there. I like what Brad's doing here, stretching this filly out. She gets her Rod Ortiz Jr. She's by more than ready out of a Giants Causeway mare. I mean, everything points to her not having an issue with the mile. She gets post 5. She gets a rod. I think she's a very, very logical player in that race.
I like her stablemate cutting back.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she set the pace every step of the way last time out and just got zonked on the line. She's been good in both of her other starts. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with her. He's kind of has them surrounded, right? Turner Loose will be on the lead. Bubble Rock will be coming from off the pace.
Essential Quality, Knicks Go, the stablemates, meeting up for the first time in the Classic with the possibility and the likelihood, whoever wins that race, going to be your horse of the year. Here's Brad Cox.
I would have to think if either one of those won the Classic, they have to be horse of the year. I don't know how anyone else really would get a vote. I don't know if I should say that, but I'm going to. I think that'd be pretty fair to say that there'd be no doubt. And I'm actually going to say if She Dares the Devil wins at distaff, I think she should be champion filly mare too. I don't think there would be any doubt really. If you got to take the fan away from it and look at the body of work. I mean, if she was able to beat Latruska and beat her twice and have 3 Grade 1s on the year and win our biggest race for filly mares around 2 turns, I mean, I don't know how she wouldn't be champion filly mare. But you know, we'll let the media and the voters decide, and hopefully that's something we can discuss.
Yeah, everyone on this show has been handing it to Latruska no matter what happens. He's got a great point. She'd own the head-to-head matchup 2-1. She'd have 3 Grade 1s, including the most important Grade 1 of the year over Latruska. He's got a great argument.
He has a good argument on paper, and I'm a Brad Cox fan. Have a good working relationship with Brad. This award is wrapped up and over with.
But if she wins, it shouldn't be. You should wait and see what happens in the distaff.
I think she ducked it the rest of the year. That's what I think.
Do you have a vote?
I do.
We should take it away. Wait and see what happens tomorrow first before you decide it. That's all I'm asking. That's all I want. We're going to take a break.
Oh, man.
We got more coming up from Churchill when we return. I love you, Big A. Stay with us. We'll be back. We're back at America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We have the 7th next at Churchill. It's just a few minutes to post coming up. Mile and a 16th, $30,000 maiden claiming event. And our favorite right now, the 6th, Twin Cause. Brendan Walsh, Adam Biskitza. She's only been on grass so far in her first 2 starts.
Yeah, we'll see how she handles the transition to the main track. Big Bugs girl breaks from post 1, Greg.
9-5, second choice here. Ben Colebrook, blinkers going on from that inside post. Here's the 2-start class. Big price.
Should be. Absolutely should be. This horse got beat a combined 68 lengths in 4 starts.
Split decision. The 3 at 9-2. Daredevil filly.
A little interesting. First off the claim for Jeff Hiles, who wins at 21%. Johnny McKee's won a couple of races over at Churchill Downs to the start of the meet. This horse is I'm a little curious about this horse today.
Twin Cause. Here's the favorite.
Yeah, like you said, a couple of turf efforts that really weren't that appealing. Now he drops to 30 and tries 2 turns on the dirt for the first time.
Josine, filly by Mr. Z. He's making start number 6.
One good start was with Lasix at Belterra, not for me. Big price.
And 9-2, Lucky Wise taking money outside for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, daughter of Looking at Lucky.
This is another one. Beaten 23, 24, 28, 14 lengths.
She had to face Juju's Map.
She did.
Penny Saver, who's brilliant for McPeak.
She did.
Juju's Map going to be going against Echo Zulu, of course.
Last time's the problematic race, right? She gets beat that far for this level. But she's only 9-2.
What kind of race it is. Tells you a lot about who she's facing, I think, in this spot. Take advantage of the bet back offer from Twin Spires. Place a win bet on select races at Churchill Downs Thursday through Sunday. You'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. You got to opt in, though, and those bonus funds credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. So 8-5. On Twin Cause, an unknown quantity in here. It's only been on grass. First 2 tries. Has not run well against Maiden Special Company on the grass so far.
Same price. Well, now 9-5 on Big Bugs Girl. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Daughter of Creative Cause. Brendan Walsh, in the last 2 calendar years, is 7 for 20. Maiden Special to Maiden Claimer. It's a big number. His numbers, again, these are the short numbers down if you're using DRF. 31% turf to dirt with a $3.14 ROI. So these are all things that point towards this being a positive move for Twin Cause. With that said, you can massage stats however you like. That's number 1. Number 2, 3-2. How can you justify spending a part of your bankroll on a horse that really didn't run 2 steps in either of her starts, and now she's dropping all the way in, she's changing surfaces, and they're asking you to put up 2 to win 3. That is not, it's not as bad as Man Alive Never Paid the Mortgage at 1-5, but This is just not a good wagering proposition. And neither is Big Bugs Girl, to be honest with you. 2 sprints to a route, the blinkers go on. This is a double drop, second time she's dropped. I don't know what I'm supposed to like about her either. I really don't. I think the interesting horse in here, real interesting, is the 3 split decision. Outside draw, goes the 2 first time out, now goes 2 turns, gets John McKee, gets a positive trainer upgrade, guy that wins at 20%. I think split decision delivers the knockout today. How about that?
Well done.
Thanks.
There she is. Daughter of Daredevil stepping in. John McKee will be aboard 5-1 in this field. As you kick off the pick 4, and here's the favorite. Spent just $16,000 on this Daughter of Creative Cause, and Brendan Walsh said, no, I want turf the first 2 starts, and now the big drop down into Maiden Claiming, putting her up for sale.
I always like to take 3-2 on her, acting up behind a gate, throwing a little bit of a fit, causing the other fillies to act up a little bit. Number 7, Josine, the gray filly, starting to act up a little bit. Just, they fall like dominoes. When one starts to act up, the rest of them usually follow suit, especially the young ones.
Travis Stone with a call. Here's the start of the pick 4 on this Friday card from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Split decision with a good beginning. Big Bugs Girl toward the inside with Start Class. Twin Cause comes on. Lucky Wise is going to be wide to the first turn as Josine tries to back out too. Into the first turn they go, and with a sharp beginning, it is split decision. Out there setting the pace, angles over toward the rail. Start Class, who broke to her inside, has moved up on the outside now to apply some pressure from second. And these two speed off together. They've gone 3 clear of Twin Cause, who comes on to take over third. Big Bugs Girl toward the inside, 4th by 4. Lucky Wise is 5th, and Josine is at the back in 6th. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Midway down the backstretch run, split decision going head-to-head with Start Class. Start Class on the outside of split decision. They're still well clear. They're 5 lengths ahead of Twin Cause back in third. Big Bugs Girl toward the inside is 4th. Josine is 5th, and Lucky Wise is 6th. The half mile in 47 and 4/5 seconds. They're onto the far turn, and the battle continues up top. Split decision on the inside of Start Class. Head-in-head still with 3 furlongs to go. Split decision getting the upper hand narrowly. Midway round the far turn run. Now it's just 4 lengths back. Big Bugs Girl is picking it up from behind. Now third and closing in, but is under a drive while doing so. Lucky Wise switched outside. Josine comes up the rail. Twin Causes given way between them. They are off the turn into the stretch. Split decision is leg worry, but is in front by 3. Start Class couldn't keep up, has given way. Big Bugs Girl trying to come off the rail, still 3 lengths behind. Lucky Wise is 4 lengths behind. Josine is 5 lengths behind. Split decision, whose leads down to 2.5. Big Bugs Girls bearing down late in the game. Split decision is desperate for the wire, and it's not going to come fast enough. Big Bugs Girl runs her down late. The winner by just under length in the end. Split decision was 2nd. Josine was 3rd. Lucky Wise was 4th.
Big Bugs Girl up in time for the win after split decision was softened up on the front end.
Corey Lannery should whack up the winner's end of this money with Joe Johnson. Start Class just put enormous pressure on split decision the entire way. I still thought at the 8th pole there was a chance she was going to be able to hold sway, but Big Bugs Girl, I mean, on her hands and knees, split decision just could not hold her off for the last 30 yards or so.
Brutal beat.
Brutal
2-1 on your winner, Big Bugs Girl. We'll get back there with prices in a moment. We go to Belmont post-parade, and we'll start things off with Taco Bean. Mike Leslie aboard for Pat Kelly.
Pat Kelly just walked by the set here. This filly going to try to turf again after 4 failed attempts so far in her career.
Big price next door as well on the 3. Addicted to You, Gary Siaka.
Should be a big price. This horse. Gary Siaka, by the way, still sitting on $9.99 as far as career wins.
Ruben Silvera will ride for him here off since going on the turf at Saratoga going long. Going to cut back in distance here. Her one and only, taking a lot of money in here. Speed against Better. Now the blinkers come off.
Yeah, exactly like you said. Speed against Better, and this horse ran against a couple of decent fields. Connections with notwithstanding, 7-1 right now.
16-1. Julian Pimentel and Flincher's Rock Bob Caceres.
Yeah, this horse had one good effort. It was 3 back when he was on the lead. Got beat just a length. He'd have to find that form again.
David Donk, tough day for him. Gino just nailed the wire in the Awad. Davina Chris he sends out.
Sure. Why not? Second time turf. Third, just second time sprinting as well. This gelding can get a piece.
Babagram, Tom Morley looking for a second today.
See if Manny Franco could get this horse just off the pace. 2 times on the lead, got tired. Looking to get this horse just off the pace.
Sandor Clegane went by. I'll get more to him in a minute. His turf debut was actually really good, but then he didn't back it up last start when he finally got back on the grass. Jack's Dream, the 10, went by as well. Here's the 11, Boom Boom Kaboom, who I thought was the one to beat. The public agrees.
He is he's the shortest price in the pick 6, and he's the shortest price on the board. 0 for 17. Eric Cantel looks to sweep the double. He's going to win without my money.
And Gotanda Dylan Davis looking for number 3 this afternoon for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, this horse didn't run that poorly from an outside draw in his debut, but now he's stuck with another outside draw. There's Jack's Dream, Greg. That's my pick in here, by the way. Enough speed in here, I think, to set up a good run from him.
4-1 on this George Weaver runner.
Square price.
So second behind Giramonte last time out. He was ahead of Davina Chris. And third off the bench today.
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense to me. I think he gets the right trip. I really do.
Let's take a look at him in action. 3-year-old son of Painter. He was on the turf back on October 14th. Divinegris again a length and a half behind him.
Yeah, you know, I'm hoping that Kendrick, from that outside draw, is able to keep him in the clear. There seems to be enough horses in here to put a little pace on. I also think that Kendrick can have the option to keep him a little closer should that pace not develop, which we see plenty of times around here. The inside draw helped him last time get the place money. I think the outside draw today helps him get a little bit of a better bird's eye view as to what happens towards his inside.
Yeah, my apologies. I shortchanged Tom Morley. I had 2 today, looking for his third with a 7. Babagram. It's a tough one for me to get out. I've been having trouble with it all day.
That's okay.
Still 2-1 favorite. I thought the 11 definitely was one to beat, but I actually do like the speedster in here. The 4 dropping down in class and is going to be the one in front. You think that, you know, facing easier, that speed can hopefully last longer, and with the blinkers off can relax on the front end. We'll see.
Yeah,
taking a lot of money.
See. I mean, this horse is taking a ton of money. A ton of money. And there's other speed in here, which is what the problem that's the problem I would have with liking this horse today.
Here's Taco Bean, huge price.
As he should be.
Who briefly showed speed last start. Babagram, the 7, with some pace. Arms and Armor, the 9, with some pace. And that could set it up very well for Boom Boom Kaboom, the 11.
Yeah, it could. It absolutely could. It's just so hard for me to endorse a horse that's had so many chances. 0 for 17. 12 of those starts have come on the turf. 7 at Belmont, 7 in sprints at this 6 furlong distance. These horses, more often than not, they find a field to beat. I don't know if this is the one that he's going to beat.
I mentioned Sandor Clegane. Let's get back to him real quick. The 8, I know we're looking at the 7 there for Tom Morley. Again, looking for 3 today. But the 8, Sandor Clegane, his turf debut, he ran huge against Statebred Maiden Special. That was a 2-year-old. Ran a really good race at 25-1. I've been waiting for him to get back on the turf. 3 straight races washed off. Finally gets back on the grass, drops in class. And a bit of a dud of a race. But if he can return to that maiden race.
I don't think he ran that poorly last time.
30-1's way too big.
That's a gigantic price on this horse. You almost have to bet a few dollars on this horse at 30-1 because his, like you said, his first turf race was good. I don't think that was that much of a drop-off. Again, his problem is he wants to be forward, and there looks like there's 4 or 5 horses in here that have the same running style. Maybe he gets a trip off the speed of the speed. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. If you like him a little bit at 30-1, you got to bet a few dollars on him. The Hound.
Love the Hound.
Love the Hound. The Hound and Aria were the best. That was the best story arc in Game of Thrones.
We're set for the nightcap on this Friday card here at Belmont Park. John Imbrial to bring us home.
Waiting now for Divinegris, Boom Boom Kaboom, and Gotanda. Set for the start of race 10. And they're off. Number 3, Addicted to You, steadied a bit after the start and trails the field. Arms and Armor and Sandor Clegane. Those 2 are out for the early lead with her one and only racing in 3rd. Babagram is next in 4th. Boom Boom Kaboom on the outside in 5th. Taco Bean down at the rail in 6th. Flincher's Rock is in between horses in 7th. And on the outside is Gotanda, who is advancing from 8th position. Then comes Divinegris, Jack's Dream, and Addicted to You is at the back. The quarter was quick, 22 seconds. Arms and Armor has stepped away to lead here by 3.5 lengths. Sandor Clegane runs in second. And Boom Boom Kaboom is on the move now from third. And on the outside is Gotanda racing in fourth. Then Divinicris, Jackstream. And on the inside is her one and only. The field comes off the turn and enters the stretch after a half and 45 and 3. Gotanda and Boom Boom Kaboom. Sandor Clegane is there. Arms and Armor continues to battle on. And Divinicris is making a move now with less than an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Gotanda who has come away with the lead. Divinicris on the outside of Boom Boom Kaboom as they come on for the finish. It is a double for Dylan as Gotanda wins the nightcap. Divinicris was second, and it's a photo for third.
3 actually today for Dylan Davis. Gotanda on this 3-year-old son of Courageous Cat teams up with Joe Sharp for the win.
The outside draw didn't bother him today as it did last time. This horse obviously used his experience first time out to get the candy here. I think it was 18-1, Greg.
Wow. What an end to this card. Monster payoffs coming up. We're going to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. You can flip it over to FS2. Our coverage continues until 7:30 there this evening. We'll see you over there.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are winning. Another fantastic win for Run Happy when Following C won the prestigious Grade 2 Schosberg and punched his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where he will attempt to follow his sire's footsteps. And after 2 wire-to-wire wins to start his career, Run the Daylight showed a new dimension coming from off the pace to say perfect was another win. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms.
World's premier breeding stock event, the November Sale at Fasig-Tipton. With precocious speed and in foal to the leading 2-year-old sire in the land, Princess Noor was built for early success. Purchased for $1.35 million as a juvenile, she won her debut at Del Mar in flashy fashion. And from there, she had a star-making 6.5-length triumph in the Grade 1 Del Mar debutante for owner Zidane Racing and trainer Bob Baffert in just her second start. Stretched out to 1 mile and a 16th for her next outing, she took the Grade 2 Chandelier by 8 1/4 lengths at Santa Anita. Princess Noor is a daughter of the brilliant sire Not This Time. Out of the Grade 3 winner She's a Smoke Show. Her family includes the multiple graded stakes winning juvenile Dance Floor, who was later classic placed. She sells in foal to the transcendent Into Mischief, the leading 2-year-old sire in each of the past 3 seasons, and a record-setting leading general sire. Grade 1 winner Princess Noor, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with tailor-made agent.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. Card coming to a close here at Belmont Park. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile. Your time here is coming to a close, but you're not going to leave until we get your best bet of the afternoon. We're going to get to that in a minute. We're going to talk a little Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint that's going to kick off this championship weekend races out on the West Coast.
Yeah, looking forward to this heat. Full field of 14 going to post. Averly Jane is your 5-2 favorite. That's where I landed in here. I thought Twilight Gleaming, and I thought Derry Nain. Those are the 3 I wanted to focus on.
Averly Jane, stablemate, coffee maker for Wesley Ward. He's well represented in this race. They were 1-2 in the Indian Summer. And next door you have one-timer as well for Larry Ravelli. He's throwing it down. He said, look, I'm quick, she's quick. We'll see who's quicker.
Yeah, we'll see. Larry Ravelli, he's not afraid to have Eddie Baird use this speed. So, yeah, you're looking for a little bit of a battle up front. Close coming up. Derry Nain would benefit greatly from a battle on the front end. And under Joel Rosario, maybe he can give Christophe Clement his first Breeders' Cup win. That's remarkable.
Without, talk about when you talk about 10 or whatever sport it is, best player never to have won, whatever. No question, best trainer to not have won a Breeders' Cup. It's amazing.
He's second. He's second to Alan Jerkins. nobody was better that didn't win a Breeders' Cup race than Alan
present.
Jurgens.
Yeah.
Yeah, living and doing it. Yeah, no question about it.
So hopefully he's got a few shots at it, some very live shots to try and do it this afternoon. So we wish him all the best coming up. Meanwhile, Derry Nane, this is one of them here, and you said it could set up perfectly. Coming out of that Woodbine race in a win. And we saw on the Bolton Landing that was not her day, but bounced back.
Yeah, it absolutely could set up, especially with the words of Larry Ravelli. If they duke it out on the front end, maybe Derry Nane at 12-1 on the morning line, I believe, he could be the one to give Christoph that elusive Breeders' Cup World Championship victory. Look at how easy he did this here.
All right. How much time did you spend on this? Your best bet of the Breeders' Cup.
You couldn't help it, huh? You couldn't help just taking that swing a little bit.
What are you talking about?
You know, I know how much you love Hidden Connection. I do know how much you love Hidden Connection, but I mean,
I didn't even know this was your best bet.
I know, I'm kidding. Echo Zulu is just, I don't know. She's speed, and you know, we talk about this Echo Zulu, Jackie's Warrior, the horses I think are those proverbial free bingo squares. They don't have a lot to beat, and they have speed. If you go through this Breeders' Cup card, the dirt races, all of the morning line favorites, they're all the speed horses. Every single one of them are the speed. So I think that'll be the theme of this Breeders' Cup on dirt. Speed kills, and we'll see how it works out the next couple of days.
She's been sensational. Can she keep it going? Two-turn question coming up for the first time later today. Those two, that battle between those two. I'm interested to see Tarabi is in that race as well after hitting the gate in the start and that spin away.
All right. Well, yeah, she hasn't run in 2 months, so we'll see how the freshening does. She, like Echo Zulu, is going to travel around 2 turns.
3 to 5, you think?
I thought she'd be 2 to 5, maybe even 1. I think she's going to be super short.
Probably going to be the shortest price favorite.
You're going to be happy. You're going to get your price on your filly, man. You and Raylu, right? You and Raylu.
You'll hear talented.
From Finger Lakes to the turf meets the surf at Del Mar, you'll hear him cheering.
Echo Zulu is going to have a battle on her hands. Getting started very, very soon. How about this young man, Dylan Davis? 3-win afternoon, continuing his tremendous Belmont meet here. Ends the card with a win on Gatanda.
Yeah. Big win here in the finale at a huge price. Gets 3 on the day and should have a good weekend here at beautiful Belmont Park. I wouldn't be surprised if Dylan closes it out with some fireworks.
Gatanda, second time out. Didn't do a whole lot of running in that debut. Big improvement here in start number 2 for Joe Sharp. Courageous Cat Colt. Gelding, excuse me. 38.60 to close it out. And let's take a look at the big ones here. The pick 5, 4,834. And we have a pick 6 carryover headed into Saturday.
$36,135. Don't forget the 58 pennies as well, my man.
Look at the Belmont Showdown online contest. $449 bankroll created by our winner. You can go to NYRA.com/showdown to get involved. You're competing for real prizes, so no excuse not to do it. It is free to enter, and you get those bragging rights at the end of the show as well. It's fun working with you these last couple of days.
Yeah, we'll do it again. I'll see you around Sunday. I don't know if we're on together, but I'll be here Sunday.
Okay. Good luck. Enjoy the championship races.
You as well.
I wish you the best.
You too, my man.
All
Make some
right.
money. Make some money, everyone. There you go.
Mig coming in next after a quick timeout. We'll talk more Breeders' Cup. Get his thoughts on the unbeatable filly, Echo Zulu. She's been unbeatable to this point. Can she keep it going? And Corniche for Baffert. The speedster is not going to have to deal with Jack Christopher. He's going to have to deal with that outside post, though. We'll be back with more next.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, new for 2021, only at Lane's End.
taking good ground if he can find a way through, and then Street Sense at the top of the lane. Pegasus Wind, Scat Daddy breathes down his neck on the outside. On alongside of those two now, here comes Great Hunter, and Great Hunter now just goes right on by them. Circular Key from last on the grandstand side. Homeward bound Circular Key coming home gamely on the centre of the track, but it's not going to get to Street Sense, who's gone well clear as they come for home now. And it's going to be Street Sense to win this one in distance. Street Sense could not have been more impressive. He romps.
2006 Breeders' Cup Juvenile and the Jinx Buster, Street Sense, first Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner to eventually go on and win the Kentucky Derby.
Kind of a dress rehearsal for his Kentucky Derby win. A bit of daring do by Calvin Burrell, or Borel, if you will, as he just a rail skimming ride, and look at how he drew off. I mean, this was impressive.
Incredibly dominant on that day, and would follow it up on the first Saturday in May with a victory as well. Champion jockey Richard Migliore joining me on set. We're going to talk about a lot of these Breeders' Cup races, including this year's edition of the Juvenile that's changed quite a bit with the horse who would have been the favorite in this race, Jack Christopher, a scratch for Chad Brown.
Yeah, shame for the connections. You know, to come to the Breeders' Cup with the favorite, a very impressive colt that won the Champagne, and on the eve of the race to have to withdraw. But it underscores the fact that the horses come first, and the horse wasn't right. They made a decision that, hey, you know what, it's nothing serious, but we'll think about this horse's future. And this isn't the last we've seen of Jack Christopher. Just my heart goes out to all involved with this horse, from the grooms, the assistants, the exercise riders, obviously Chad Brown and the ownership. It's a tough pill to swallow.
So much goes into it to get a horse to championship weekend. But again, the most important thing, we're going to see him down the line, which is great news. So with him out, it opens this race up for a lot of others in here, including the horse who was chasing him in that Grade 1 Champagne and making up some ground, Command Performance.
Yeah, Command Performance in Maiden coming in as a major player in this Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He was going the right direction, passing horses. He had kind of tipped his hand on debut, going 6 furlongs in the mud, when he kind of broke a little bit clumsily, that he had ability and that he could overcome adversity. Well, he made this long, sustained run here and finished well. But with Jack Christopher out, in some ways, does it help his cause or hurt his cause, if you will, because there goes some of the speed. And I think Cornish has a hard task ahead of him to clear from the outside, but that's one less speed in here.
Yeah. Cornish is really quick, too. We don't know if he's going to, against this kind of a group. Last at a mile and a 16th, he did win at a mile and a 16th pretty handily in that American Pharoah. That was at Santa Anita. Got to deal with a different level of company here, but he's got to deal with that outside post, too. But, yeah, you would think Command Performance would love to see a little bit more speed in this race. We'll see, though. For Todd Pletcher, he's a maiden coming in, but he has shown a lot of potential. Meanwhile, the horse we know is going to be in front. We expect it anyway, assuming he breaks well. Bob Baffert's son of Quality Road from the outside post. $1.5 million son of Quality Road.
Well, this is a horse that has shown sprint speed. On debut at Del Mar, going 5.5 furlongs, he was on the lead, and a clear lead at that in 21-3 of first quarter. Now, he can't go that fast, or shouldn't need to go that fast to make the lead here. The interesting thing is the other horses that have real speed in here are both Bob Baffert trainees. Now, they're different ownership groups, but I think the last thing a trainer wants is for horses from his stable to be going head-to-head. So I'm sure there's going to be a conversation about who is going to the lead and who's going to try to rate.
Pinehurst is going to go, right, with Johnny V? Corniche has to go with Mike Smith. That's going to be very interesting to see if the stable needs to go at each other.
But again, they're from the same stable, even though different ownership group. And now, if they had different trainers, you could be assured that Pinehurst was going to be used early. But I don't know. And I think this is a problem when a trainer has multiple horses in races for different ownership groups. The public isn't privy to that knowledge. And I think that would help us, handicapping races. Well, Pinehurst is going or he's not going.
So Corniche, light with Jack Christopher out, too. He's going to be the favorite in this spot. But here's his stablemate. He comes into for 2. He won the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity at 7/8 of a mile in his second start. He was not the favorite in this race. He was 4-1 for Baffert.
Well, Mike Smith rode this horse in both of his starts to a Grade 1 victory, rode Corniche to both his victories, a Grade 1 win in the American Pharaoh, and he stays with Corniche. They get an able replacement, one Hall of Famer to another. Johnny Vasquez picks up Pinehurst. I tell you what, one thing I liked about this effort by Pinehurst, when he was in front, his ears were flicking back and forth. So when we talk about it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast, it's the effort put in to go fast. And he was going fast fairly easily, and I like that. Enjoying himself and also waiting on his rider's cues. I think that bodes well for Pinehurst to continue to get more distance.
Real quick before we move on from this race, too, you pointed out a horse to me yesterday who was in that Corniche race that does intrigue you.
Yeah, I really was very high on the 3-horse Oviatt class. Keith DeZormo, a trainer that, it kind of is really good at scouting out horses that, he can buy for the right price. This was a $60,000 purchase, and this horse closed resolutely with a flourish in the American Pharaoh and galloped out. But I also had this idea that Jack Christopher being the favorite, Corniche being the second choice, they were going to have to engage at some point and things were going to heat up. That's not necessarily the case, but I did like Oviatt class, particularly with that kind of scenario.
We talked about the two Baffords in here. They're going to take a lot of attention. I actually like the other Baffert in here, Barossa. He took a big move forward in his third start of the year at Santa Anita, winning in that mile distance. Just from a numbers standpoint, he's absolutely in the mix in this field.
And he also has the adaptability. He is the one of the three of the Baffords that can actually get a stalking trip and sit it a little bit off the pace.
Juvenile fillies precedes the juvenile, and all the talk is going to be, of course, about Echo Zulu. She's undefeated coming in, multiple Grade 1 winners. She's been devastating. Not just the way she's done it, too. She's brilliantly quick, and no one seems to be able to run with her early on. She's 4 to 5. She's going to be shorter than that, likely. And it's just 6 fillies that are going to line up in this field. She's got to beat 5 of them, including a rematch with Tarabi, who she handled pretty convincingly in that spin away when Tarabi smashed the gate coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Echo Zulu is fast. She creates her own trip, and she seemingly keeps finding. She's by an incredibly hot first crop sire in Gunrunner. Short field, so she gets an outside draw. That's not an issue. She just looks like she's supposed to control the race on the front end.
She will be going 2 turns for the first time. She repeats. Frizette didn't look like she was slowing down at all going a mile.
Well, we talk about horses winning by wide margins, and it's not always how far they win by, but having their legs up underneath them still. Their stride not deteriorating at all. I did not see any deterioration in her stride at all in the Frizette. She's training well. She comes in off of that half and 50. That's the classic Steve Asmussen work pattern. The strong work, 5/8 in a minute and change at Santa Anita, the work before, and then that nice, easy maintenance move, just keeping them there. We call that a maintenance move because they've already done the heavy lifting.
4 to 5 of the morning line. Just had Anthony Stabile, who left us. He thought she could potentially go as low as 2 to 5. I don't see that happening with the likes of Hidden Connection in this race. But take a look at the shortest odds in Breeders' Cup history, morning line odds. And Gamine, 3 to 5, top in that list. She's got a chance to repeat in that filly and mare sprint. Life is good. 4 to 5.
These are Breeders' Cup races. Now, I will say this. 3 to 5 on Gamine, and I honestly think she's the most vulnerable of those shortest price horses.
Do you see that as just a 2 filly race?
I think Bella Sophia's got to grab her by the throat latch and try to just take it away from her. I think the 3-year-old filly, the upstart, has to throw down the gauntlet if she wants to win this race. And then if that happens, does it set up for potentially somebody else to get involved late?
Well, the big competition for Echo Zulu is this filly right here. Brett Calhoun, before this filly ever ran, he knew that she had a ton of ability. She won by 7+ lengths in her debut at Colonial. Then he brought her to the Pocahontas at Churchill, mile and a 16th, grade 3, and she blitzed this field by almost 10 lengths.
She did, and she won by 10 lengths, and I love the way she strode out through the wire. But she was driven out. Raylu Gutierrez, this is the biggest race he had won up to this point. It wasn't as though she won by 10 and won easily with something left. She was all in. She was ridden as though she had a challenge. Now, I understand that because as a young rider, when you get an opportunity in a big race like that, you tend to get excited, and you're not aware of completely where everybody is, and you'll tend to ride a horse a little harder than they maybe need to be ridden. So I don't think that she could have run any faster if there was a challenge in there.
Wow, she looks good.
She does look good.
Del Mar training and prep for what's going to be her first grade 1 of her career. Meanwhile, Juju's Map. Brad Cox had 2 really intriguing fillies in Salsabites, and it was Juju's Map who stepped up and able to get the win. Grade 1 win, back-to-back victories. She had broken her maiden previously at Ellis going a mile.
Yeah, and you know, listen, she controlled the race. She had the lead. She was where she needed to be. I actually was more impressed with Sequist, who ducked out sharply under left-handed crop by Junior Alvarado there, and she was closing. Now, Juju's Map has been successful being up close to the pace. Echo Zulu is going to be close to the pace, if not on the lead. I believe on the lead. And Hidden Connections close up to the base. So if you want to go for a potential upsetter, I want to take the horse with the different style. And that's Sequist. After watching that replay several times now, she lost about 4 or 5 lengths coming off the corner. And now Junior Alvarado knows her. And if those 3 get hooked up, she's the one I want to pick up the pieces.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, 7th on the card today at Del Mar. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Download the app. Get a $25 free play. Promo code CUP25. You also get that $200 deposit match at nairabets.com or by downloading the Naira Bets app.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic. Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Standing at Gainesway.
The symposium is important because it gathers everyone together, right? To get together face-to-face is where it's going to happen, where you can actually make the deals that you need to.
We all get together and try to determine things that are happening in the business, things that should happen, and things that we need to turn our attention to.
The symposium brings the different aspects of the industry together, and it also gives the vendors an opportunity to interact with their potential customers.
It's a great setting for the horse. When Mr. Gaines built it, he built it with the horse in mind, and everything about it is just natural to the horse.
The history here runs deep. I just hope we can add a page to it.
The Gainesway roster at the moment is a very youthful roster. We have a lot of young horses. With that youth, you never know where the next great stallion is going to come from.
Stallion, like Tappet, comes along once in a lifetime. We all realize we would be extremely, extremely fortunate to ever be around another horse that good. But it's our goal. It's our goal to try to get another Tappet.
He was an extremely
extremely highly accomplished 2-year-old.
Tap it! Tons of horse all the way around the track, comes home for a cruise in the futurity.
I've loved Tappet. First crop I remember seeing start and bound at the first 2-year-old sale. She worked 3/8 and worked Dawson. I was like, that's a really neat filly. Tappet as a stallion, he's unbelievable. You know, 8 champions. And he's like fine wine, he gets better with age.
The goals are straightforward. We're going to expand our stallion roster through syndication. Anthony wants to aggressively build this stallion roster.
And really buy stallion prospects at a younger age via yearling sales, 2-year-olds, or even breeding our own at home. Right now, we're really focusing on that because, you know, Gainesway's been an unbelievable consignor as long as Brian's been in charge. Now we're trying to bring Gainesway to the forefront in all aspects of the industry.
In my career at Gainesway, initially was building our sales program. In the Keeneland sales and Fasig-Tipton, you get pretty amped up trying to achieve your clients' goals. Last year, we were the second leading consignor of thoroughbreds in North America. That helps us all sleep better.
Thank you, gentlemen. $1,650,000.
Signed by Gainesway. We're ambitious to go get new stallions. We're ambitious to get very high-quality stallions. And we're ambitious to carry on a great tradition here at Gainesway that Mr. Gaines started. The Beck family has continued on. I'm excited about all of them. Caraconti's off to a wonderful start. I'm excited about Tappert's chances at stud. Horses like Tappert, who was a $1.2 million yearling and a classic winner, and is by Tappert himself.
McKinsey as a stallion prospect is the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. He was always top class. His Whitney at Saratoga is one of my favorite races of his.
McKinsey has won a Whitney!
The Book of Maris he got was unbelievable. We're really excited about him at Gainesway right now.
You never know where the next good horse is coming from, and as long as we're out there bringing them in, the sky's the limit.
Back to Churchill Downs, and we have the 8th coming up. Post parade here in a moment. We're approaching the 8-minute mark to post in this 6-furlong sprint. 50,000 claiming race for runners who've not won 2 lifetime on the resume. Brew Crew, current favorite for Greg Foley at 2-1.
Yeah, Brew Crew turning back in distance, has been successful sprinting before and has good figures.
Well, outside of him, really it's just the 3 and the 7 who are, well, maybe I throw the 8 in there, I guess, as well as the Expressway. But Brew Crew taking the majority of the money right now. Jimmy Graham, that's a tough spot he's coming out of. 50,000 starter allowance to face this group. And we'll see big long shot to kick things off the post parade first on KP, midshipman 4-year-old, who at least he has speed from the inside.
He has speed from the inside, and he's going to have to use it to try to maintain position. I'm looking elsewhere.
John Rednauer campaigns this 25-1 shot that I believe we'll see here in a moment. Still coming through the tunnel. 6 minutes away from this 8th race. Final pick 3 on the card coming up. And here's the 25-1 shot we were just talking about. Did break his maiden. That was a race that was meant for the grass at Indiana. It was on a sloppy track 2 starts back. Would need to take a huge move forward to contend with the likes of this horse we're going to see next, Brew Crew. Jimmy Graham for Greg Foley.
It just makes a lot of sense. Comes out of a very tough race going a mile. He'll appreciate the turn back in distance. He looks terrific on the racetrack.
Abundant, son of Speightstown. He's at 7-2 for Randy Morse.
Yeah, I think he's taking a lot of money here. And, I mean, maybe they're thinking if it heats up on the front end, he'll come with that late run. He gets a rider, Corey Lannery, that loves to marry the rail.
Broke his maiden at Churchill going 7/8. That was last year as a 3-year-old. Spankhurst, 12-1.
Dropping in class, and it's going to have to take a step forward.
His only win came on Synthetic at Presque Isle back in August of this year. As we look at the 5 here, Courageously, 9-1.
Yeah, now he tries dirt. Been spending his time on the turf. No turf racing this fall. I'll look elsewhere, too.
The only dirt started was in the slop, so fast main track for the first time for him. Oncoming Train just claimed.
And he steps up in class, and it's not a winning profile.
Bezos, he used to be with Bob Baffert. He broke his maiden start number 2 at Santa Anita back in March.
Well, he can have some speed as well. 2 starts back at Ellis with Chris Landaros. He showed speed, then they tried turf.
Here's the 8. Love this appearance from AC Expressway, 6-1.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting. I like the fact that he comes back as a gelding, and he has a race now in October. I think this horse is a player at a bit of a price.
All the diamonds, more pace.
More pace from the outside, stepping up big in company. You get beat ahead for 20, and they don't pass go. They just go right to 50.
So that's your field. 4 minutes away here from this 8th coming up. Our market mover is the favorite right now. Brew Crew, Jimmy Graham riding for Greg Foley. Coming out of a much tougher spot. Faced a Toka trash talk in Yankee. 2 starts back in a tough allowance at Ellis. Derby date, he was beat by ran second too in an allowance at Ellis the start before that. Broke his maiden at Churchill for 50 maiden claiming back in June. You want to bet the market mover or anyone else in this race coming up, you can do so with getting signed up and started with Twin Spires. Go to twinspires.com or download the app to get involved. Get 200 of that code to use and sign up. Let's look back to June 25th when he broke his maiden here.
Yeah, and again, a horse that's tactical. He's fast enough to make sure he can secure position. Jimmy Graham aboard. No, actually, Tyler Gaffleone aboard this day. Jimmy Graham picked up the mount after that, and he went right into races against winners. I like this horse going 6 furlongs. His early form, I think, was muddied up, spending time on synthetic and getting rained off in some races at fairgrounds, but he's put it together over the last few races.
9-5, taking a ton of support right now. Getting class relief. And Squirrely the one to beat. And he could be involved early as well in this race.
Well, that's it. He's got a fast horse inside of him that I think is overmatched. So you want to come out running, let that horse go on, try to set up shop about a length off him, keep everybody else a little bit packed out to your outside. When that horse stops, you go on with it. Sounds simple,
Easy
right?
as that.
Yeah, it's just like you just screw it up. Like, there's not 8 other horses or 9 other horses trying to beat him out there.
No, not at all. Let's look outside to all the diamonds. Double-digit odds. He's 12-1. 3-year-old son of the Kentucky Derby winner, Orb. Let's go back to his most recent start. It was October 14th at Keeneland and looked in pretty good position right here to win the race.
Yeah, I mean, he looked poised to draw off, and then he just feels to me like he hung a little bit. Just didn't want to, finish the deal. He was very happy to kind of run alongside the eventual winner. We see that a lot. Some horses like to run by other horses. Some horses like to run with horses. He certainly gave me the impression he just liked kind of the company.
That was not an impressive stretch run that gets you excited. And it was for 20 non-winners at 2. He's actually stepping up to face tougher here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, too. He's actually moving up in company off a race where it looked like he had it won, and he snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Yeah, no question. That's a good way to put it. For Larry Demerit, son of Orb, 13-1. Abundant, the 3 behind Harley there, everyone's favorite pony. 7-2, Randy Morse and Corey Lannery will team up. And this horse coming out of an entry-level allowance. Had to deal with Cowan last start where he's beat 5 lengths.
So, for me, 7-2 seems short for this horse. Am I out of line saying that? I mean, I know he's dropping in class and he's coming out of a tougher race, but what visible excuses other than the company did he have last time? And wouldn't he have to run faster than he ever has before to be able to handle likes of the 2, Brew Crew?
He's back. He ran an 80 buyer break in his maiden here, back as a 3-year-old.
At a very odd distance, too, 7.5 furlongs.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't mind that start too much, to be honest with you. That was a tougher group, no question, than what he's going to deal with here.
Okay, so you think 7-2 is fair?
I think he's the logical second choice in the race.
Okay.
I don't want to bet him necessarily. I actually like the 8 in here.
I like the 8 in here, too. I think, first time gelding, and the fact that he looked so good on the racetrack. He made such a good impression.
This horse was one of those so many good youngsters. But for Baffert, he was a horse that a lot was expected of when he was with him. He's now with Rudolph Brissett. $400,000 son of Empire Maker, and it just hasn't panned out for him.
Yeah, I mean, he broke his maiden at Santa Anita impressively, and then they jumped right into the Lexington. And maybe it was a little bit too much too soon, but even coming back off a layoff, he really hasn't.
We got a mint julep on the left. Is that a strawberry margarita in the middle?
Gosh, I don't know.
And I'm not sure what's on the right. But they're enjoying their Friday evening in Louisville.
No, they look like they're having a great time. They love their racing in Louisville.
Mint juleps aren't just for Derby Day.
No, mint juleps are for any day.
So 8-5 favorite, Brew Crew. Here in this 8th coming up as we get set for post time ahead. And pace-wise here, coming out of a mile race, it's going to dull this one's speed a little bit?
I think he'll find himself in a stalking spot. And Jimmy Graham's aggressive, and he knows now that his horse had that mile race under his belt. That gives them more stamina coming out of a longer race. If anything, it would give me confidence to use him a bit more early.
What about, let's go back to the 9 for a minute. In that last race where you say that horse hung a little bit, didn't have that will to win maybe. It was at 6.5. It's off a little bit of a layoff. Shortens up to 6. Does that make any kind of difference in your mind or no?
Well, he also goes from 20,000 to 50.
That's the problematic part.
That's the part for me.
So no.
No. The short answer, no.
20-1 on that outside runner here in this 8th race from Churchill. Favorites, the 2, Brew Crew. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for AC Expressway and all the diamonds. Riders off, oncoming train. Who's very fractious in there. Rest of the horses being backed out of the starting gate. There will be a bit of delay.
All right, so have a delay. Is the 6 coming out of the race going to be a scratch? It looks like.
It looks like the 6's tack is off, acted up in the starting gate. So there'll be a delay. They'll back everybody out. It's unfair to keep horses in the starting gate waiting. It's also becomes more dangerous because horses get more and more, excited and agitated having to wait. So they'll wait until they clear that horse off the racetrack, and then they'll start the reloading process again.
You were in the gate. I know I think we brought it up the other day too, in a classic in which you had to wait in the gate a little bit, and it had one of the big flare-ups in Breeders' Cup history.
Yeah, a horse named Quality Road. Todd Pletcher's horse just really blew up at the starting gate, acted up so badly and violently, honestly. And my horse right next to him, Regal Ransom, absolutely froze and broke out in a sweat. And eventually they had to scratch Quality Road, and they backed all of us out. The only horse that hadn't gotten into the gate by that point was Zenyatta. So she never got in the gate. She just kept circling around. And they put us all back in the gate. My horse still went to the lead. He was a front runner, but I knew after he broke into that sweat and then dried back up by the time we got to the gate that he had lost his race right there.
What were the we're loading back up, so maybe we can get to it later. But what were the riders' feelings about Zenyatta going into that race? Did they respect her as a true win candidate?
Absolutely, particularly because it was at Santa Anita on synthetic. Yeah.
We're
Great
set,
mare.
reloading?
Great mare, one of the all-time greats.
Oh, absolutely. Late scratch of the 6 and more acting up. The 8 backing away, AC Expressway. But eventually moves in. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Waiting for all the diamonds now. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning for On KP. Good beginning for All the Diamonds, who races to the lead from the outside post. Checking there shortly after the start was courageously lost a couple of lengths. So down the backstretch, here's Bezos now, who comes on through to take over the lead. So it's Bezos in front. All the Diamonds running along in second. Brew Crew toward the inside is third. Abundant advancing up into fourth. AC Expressway now fifth. On KP moves up into sixth. Courageously is back in seventh, about 6 lengths off the lead. The trailer is Spankhurst in 8th. Onto the far turn, 21-3, a lively opening fraction. And it's Bezos showing the way by half a length with now 3 furlongs to go. All the Diamonds has been prominent throughout. It is cranking up the pressure now. These two are head-and-head heading for the quarter pole. AC Expressway's in a drive, but has come on to grab third. Abundant is tucked away in behind them. Fourth on KP goes very, very wide from 5th. At the top of the stretch, all the Diamonds in front by half a length, heading for the 8th pole. AC Expressway trying to switch leads. Abundant dives down toward the rail. Bezos gives way. Nothing from the back. There's 1 furlong to go. All the Diamonds is still there. AC Expressway is trying to get by. Abundant is third. They're coming for the finish, and it will be all the Diamonds. 21-1 by 2 on the wire. AC Expressway photos with Abundant. Looks like it was that way on the wire, though. Farther back, Bezos and Courageously.
All the Diamonds shortening up an extra half furlong and stepping up in class did not matter.
I didn't like this horse at all on the racing class, and all he did was go ahead and put away Bezos. He was the last man standing as far as the speed went, and AC Expressway took a shot at him. Watch the AC Expressway on the outside. He's given Adam Biscuits fits, trying to get him to change leads. He goes to a left-handed crop. Sometimes that'll help or step over. And he just hung on that left lead. It certainly hurt his cause to keep going forward. Horse is tiring on that one lead, but hey, hats off to the winner. I didn't like him all the Diamonds, but I guess the connections felt the race was good enough to step up in class and get it done.
Bold move, yeah, off that performance, and gets the win against 50 non-winners at 2 after getting beat, coming up short against 20 non-winners at 2 and doing so at 21-1 here in the 8th at Churchill. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to talk more Classic when we return. 2 horses that it seems like no one is talking about. Max Player coming off the performance of his life for Steve Asmussen. And how about Art Collector? Now in the hands of Bill Mott. Could he be a surprise in the Classic? We'll talk both when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a Classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A Classic winner with a Stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in at Claiborne Farm.
We're back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon here on FS2. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori. Still got a couple more to come from Churchill Downs. This was, to many, a surprise here. 21-1 on a 3-year-old stepping up in class. after kind of hanging in the stretch at Keeneland in that race that we showed you off the layoff, but able to get the job done here at a big price.
Yeah, surprise to me. I didn't think he'd handle the rising class. Not only did he handle it, he ran. I mean, this was a legitimate race. They ran 109 and change. AC Expressway looked like he had dead aim, failed to switch leads, and really hung abundant, in that photo. The disappointment in the race was the two Brew Crew, who absolutely did not show up at all.
9.83 in that 8th from Churchill. Set up race 9, mile and a quarter Derby distance. Allowance optional claiming field in race number 9, where we have Peters Kitten and first course on the board at 3-1.
Yesterday we saw a mile and a quarter race won by a horse that was coming off of mile and a half races on the turf. And if you go by that pattern, Peters Kitten fits it perfectly because he's coming off a mile and a half race on turf.
Now we'll talk more about this field. Yeah, Kitten's Joy on dirt, who, speaking of the Classic, I like a Kitten's Joy on the dirt, potentially, in the Classic. Not a lot of them run on dirt. Tripoli, though, has been able to prove he can do it. He won the Pacific Classic earlier this year. He's going to be a huge price in the race as we take a look at the field. For the main event, race 12, $6 million on the line. Horse of the Year on the line in this race. Let's go through the entire group, and here is the son of Kitten's Joy, Tripoli, who was a Pacific Classic winner 2 starts ago.
Yeah, and so, he likes Del Mar. He's 2 starts, a win and a second, a win at the mile and a quarter distance at Del Mar. And I love when you get excited over a horse. If they don't win, they outrun their odds usually, though. When you get excited about one, I got to pay attention.
Express Train, John Sheriff's going to send this one out. He won the San Diego 3 starts back. He beat Tripoli in that race.
Well, looks like he gets really worked up in the morning. You see he's pretty lathered up there. John Sheriff's an amazing horseman, though.
Wow, has Hot Rod Charlie come around for Doug O'Neill. So happy to see it at this time of year. The time you want as well. Coming off his first Grade 1 win.
This Hot Rod Charlie with a very accomplished runner alongside of him, Lava Man, who is now one of the main stable pony or lead horse for Doug O'Neill's stable. I like the way this horse has come on later half of his 3-year-old year, and I like that they've added blinkers.
It was Flavien Pratt's idea to put the blinkers back on. Doug O'Neill says he knows him better than anyone. I'm going to listen to him as we take a look at the 2-year-old Champ Essential Quality.
Yeah, jumped away from the pony, jumped in the bridle. His last work was his best work I've ever seen from him. He galloped out. He's more aggressive. I think it's like he knows that this is the championship bout coming up.
No Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner has come back to win the Classic. He's attempting to do that. No Dirt Mile winner has come back to win the Classic. Nix Go is trying to do that.
Well, Nix Go is extremely talented, has been training up a storm, making a great impression on the racer. Great energy, great enthusiasm. They're going to have to catch him.
With all the big names and what's on the line for him in this race, this guy's kind of been forgotten. Art Collector, coming off a Grade 1 Woodward win at Belmont.
This homebred from Bruce Lunsford, who breeds a good horse, and he had generations of this family. And this horse showed so much promise early on, kind of lost his way. He's back on the beam, 3 wins in a row. And he's a player that nobody's talking about.
Yep. Stiletto Boy. He is 30-1 and won the Iowa Derby earlier this year against easier competition.
Well, he's a 3-year-old. He was well beaten by Medina Spirit twice in a row. He's one of those horses that if I'm riding him, I'm going to try to ride him to get a check and hope that other people make mistakes and I can capitalize on them.
The Kentucky Derby winner, who is coming off a win against older horses, which is the best figure he has ever run in his last start.
He's fast. He's consistent. Johnny Velasquez has stated publicly he's going to let him roll. Nix Go is going to have something to say about that. Well, he said he's coming out of there flying. That was his words. I'm coming out of there flying.
And how about Max Player? Back-to-back wins, including the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup at Saratoga this year. He is coming off a monster figure, best of his career for Steve Asmussen.
Man, if you want to see a horse that looks good training, just take a look at Max Player. And a horse that they've learned they have to put in the game. He has to be ridden out of the gate. Ricardo Santana, very aggressive in the Jockey Club Gold Cup in Saratoga, rode him hard out of the gate to put him in the game. Doesn't need the lead, but needs to be put into the race.
So here he is, Jockey Club Gold Cup at Saratoga, and maybe Ricardo Santana Jr. is going to say, that's okay, I was taking off Echo Zulu. I'm going to win the Classic.
Well, wouldn't that be kind of poetic justice? I mean, that would kind of wash away, I'm sure, the disappointment be being replaced late in the game on a filly that he's 3 for 3 on. But He retains the mount on a few of the Asmussen runners, and Steve's been a critical role, has played a critical role in Ricardo Santana's ascent in the jockey colonies.
He has really just come into his own. Take a look at him there at Del Mar, but that was a huge performance from him last start. Now he's shipping to the West Coast, but Steve Asmussen has him, and you say, even looking at him, you can tell how good he looks, but in the form of his life, a horse that originally started out with Linda Rice.
Yeah, and he needed to mature. It feels like they got his whole card, a horse that sometimes had a tendency to break a little slow, not be as aggressive. And I like this. Let's throw this into the mix. The Asmussen runners got to Santa Anita early. They've been out there for a while. They're out in Southern California, and then they shipped over to Del Mar.
Yeah, I like that move, too, from the Hall of Famer. Meanwhile, Art Collector, he was dominant on the Triple Crown Trail last year and then moved to Bill Mott's barn, and he has just been quietly kind of reeling off wins, including the Grade 1 Woodward last time out, but no one is talking about this horse at all.
No, I think it's a mistake, and maybe because they feel like the way he's been running, he's been up on the pace, he's been close. It's going to be busy up there, and I think he gets outrun, but he has shown races in the past, sprinting, that he can come from off the pace. So maybe people just worry that the change in style that I believe, or change in tactics, if you will, are not going to be helpful to him.
8 for 15 in his career. And we'll see another one who's got a couple of figures he'd need to improve a little bit, but it looks like a horse who is on the improve here at the end of his 4-year-old campaign.
Well, if you've got a horse that's within calling distance of the best in this race, and I would assume it's Nick's Goes, probably get the best figures.
Yeah.
You know, trips are going to play a critical role in how this race is won, and I think it's going to be a fast pace. And I think any one of a number of these horses can take a little bit of that step forward and get the right trip and get it done.
But I know you have reservations about Nick's Go at 1.25 miles. There's one horse we know at top level, 1.25 miles is not an issue. Max Player's proven it his last 2 starts.
Max Player gets the 1.25 miles, no problem. The 3-year-olds, Essential Quality and Hot Rod Charlie get it, no problem. Medina Spirit got it in the Kentucky Derby. But he's the horse that I think is going to be doing the dirty work, and I don't think that helps his cause.
And, of course, Essential Quality got a wide trip all the way around the racetrack in that race as well when he was able to beat him. It's going to be a lot of fun. So many great storylines in this year's edition of the Breeders' Cup Classic. We're going to talk a little distaff when we come back. Clear-cut leader of that division, it is Latruska. She does her running out in front and play Come Catch Me If You Can. They're all going to be chasing her. 4 Grade 1s this year, trying to collect a 5th and seal up a divisional championship. She dares the Devils. They already beat her once this year. Can she do it again for Brad Cox? Brad Cox won this race 2 of the last 3 years. We'll be back.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen. Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, tis the Law. Here's the wire. Authentic has won the Kentucky
Derby. Everything revolves around time. We've waited years for an heir to the Giants Causeway legacy, and most thought that the time had passed. Not this time. With just 2 crops to race, Not This Time is on a historic path to becoming the long-awaited heir. His quality of runners ranks him among the all-time greats, and he is just getting started.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Delta's getting involved late as well. Plum pretty along the inside. It's tricky racing between them and Royal Delta. It's a thriller. Royal Delta's going to score. Royal Delta strikes the front, and Royal Delta, perfectly handled, has taken the Ladies Classic. She's won her division for the year too.
Yeah, then it was known as the Ladies Classic. It became the distaff again. Back-to-back years, she'd win it the next year as well. Royal Delta, 2 of the 5 wins in the distaff for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Yeah, most distaff wins from any other trainer, and she was just so good. Big, long, strident filly. And she could do it from off the pace, or she could do it on the pace. She was just so talented. What a beautiful, long, elegant filly she was.
This year's edition, it's the last few years, this distaff division, it has been so much fun to talk about. Again this year, Latruska, she has been dominant, 4 Grade 1 wins already. She does it all on the front end. And wow, seeing her at Saratoga, that was really one of the great races that we saw this year. So many challengers coming at her, taking a shot. She held everybody off. But now comes the end of a long campaign where she's danced every dance. She has to work so hard to win her races. Does the dream stop here?
A lot of speed signed on in here.
You're cautious to go forward with her as the 8-5 favorite.
Listen, I respect her. I mean, I have the utmost respect for her, and I love a horse that fights for it the way she does, and she does not want to get past. She wants to be the dominant, mare. She wants to be the herd leader, but she's going to have to deal with heat. There's going to be speed on in here, and every race that she's run this year, she's gone deep to the well. At what point does the well not replenish, if you will?
Who else she going to face? Here's Acacia Courtney with the contenders for the distaff.
This year's Breeders' Cup $2 million Longines distaff features a stellar field led by divisional leader Latruska. Trained by Fausto Gutierrez, the 5-year-old mare's only loss this season was to 2020 Kentucky Oaks winner She Dares the Devil in the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes at Oaklawn Park on March 13th.
She Dares the Devil!
Latruska has since reeled off 6 straight victories, including the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps Stakes at Belmont Park on June 5th, the Grade 2 Fleur-de-Lis Stakes at Churchill Downs on June 26th, the Grade 1 Personal Ensign Stakes at Saratoga on August 28th, and the Grade 1 Spinster Stakes at Keeneland Racecourse on October 10th. All of those races were win-and-you're-in events. However, She Dares the Devil looms large. The Brad Cox trainee's only loss in 5 starts this year was to Latruska in the Ogden Phipps. She also has a win at Del Mar after capturing the Grade 1 Win-in-Your-In Clement Hirsch Stakes on August 1st. Royal Flag, trained by Chad Brown, was 3rd behind Latruska in the Personal Ensign before rebounding with an impressive victory in the Grade 2 Beldame Stakes at Belmont on October 10th. The daughter of Candy Ride has never finished off the board in 12 career starts. Can She Dares the Devil win the matchup with Latruska? Or can Royal Flag even the score and defeat her rivals?
Thank you, Acacia. Latruska, one more battle to win divisional honors, wrap it up. Maybe she has already. Fun to see her do her thing one more time in this spot. And again, face She Dares the Devil, who Brad Cox believes still has a chance at divisional honors.
Look at the ground that Latruska blows here, turning for home. Also coming from off the pace, which I don't think is her best go. And I like the fact that she still showed fight. But losing that ground was all the difference as far as I'm concerned.
That's not going to be her trip tomorrow.
Ever since Irad Ortiz Jr. took over as the pilot, he has put her on the lead. He has thrown down the gauntlet. Now, he's got a sprint-type speed inside of him, Private Mission. Does he wind up in a stalking position to her? Because that filly's capable of going very fast.
By the way, wide, not the way she wants to run. She still almost won.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, that was a prep for the Apple Blossom. So they got what they needed out of that. And ever since the Apple Blossom, including the Apple Blossom, she's run triple-digit buyer figures every time.
And we've talked about it. We both believe, look, it has been a long campaign for her. So if it's not She Dares the Devil, who do you think is the danger to Letruska in here?
But I think She Dares the Devil has a similar style to Letruska, so I don't like her to beat her the way the race. I think the way the race could be run is what could beat Letruska. And if that's the case, then I want a closer. I want a horse coming from off the pace. And the 2 Royal Flag, who's already been defeated by Letruska, fits the bill there. I think she's got the right style. Watching her win in the Belle Dame when Joel Rosero kind of steered to the middle of the track, it was like a dress rehearsal for this. That's how he's going to beat Letruska. You don't want to go next to her. Don't poke the bear. And then Malathat, I think, has a big move forward in her. I know she has to run faster, but she's a 3-year-old filly that has been running to the level of her competition, and looking at her train, she has filled out. She has put on weight the right way in places I thought she needed to. I think she's sitting on the performance of her life, and it's going to need to be.
Tempted winner, which we saw earlier today. Back in our 2-year-old campaign, would go on to add the Kentucky Oaks, of course, in the Alabama as well. I'm with you. I'm really intrigued to see Malathat tackle Letruska. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that offer. Free $25 play and the sign-up bonus of that $200 deposit match. Cup 25. Promo code to use at sign up for Naira Bets or on the app. We'll be back.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
So we started tours here about 30 plus years ago, and we really saw a need as more people started to come to visit to have a place for them to check in, restrooms, and a lot of people were also trying to buy merchandise. And so we decided to take this building that we had here on the farm and turn it into the visitor center. We have a lot of Secretariat stuff. We started with just a few items, but I mean, one of the main reasons people come here is to see his grave, and so that's what people want to buy and want to take home with them, because that's what they remember a lot about the tour. I really love the Secretariat stuffed animal. I think it just captures him well. It's great for Secretariat fans, but it also has our logo on it. We also added a shuttle tour a couple years ago. We were getting a lot of requests for people to see the rest of the farm. People always thought, what's over that mysterious hill? And so we bought an electric shuttle. We take them through the mares and foals division. The visitor center is open every day that we have tours from 9:30 to 12:30. I feel like we have a lot of families in the summer because they're doing their summer vacation and traveling, and then race fans April, October, November.
Back with you on this Friday evening now. Program brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. So got a couple to come on this Friday evening at Churchill Downs, previewing a lot of these big races coming up on championship weekend. They're already underway out there, of course. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, where we're going to see one of the shortest price favorites, in addition to Echo Zulu, in Life is Good, who was sensational leading up to him falling off the Derby trail due to an injury. When he came back, boy, did he come back with fireworks in defeat to Jackie's Warrior. Just missing in that spot. He'd run against older horses for the first time in the Kelso. He'd win pretty easily here.
Yeah, and I like this as his final prep. He came back off the bench, going 7 furlongs in the Allen Jerkins, and had a pitched battle with Jackie's Warrior. And that was a gut check, a tough race. Then he came back again the Kelso, and there were a lot of things to like. The ease in which he won, so that's a race to build on. The fact that when he was on the lead, he pricked his ears and settled in, and he didn't get out at all. He always had a propensity to want to drift to the right. He ran straight as a string, and I think that gives a rider, Irad Ortiz Jr., the first time he rode him, a lot of confidence. He just looks too tough in here to me.
He's brilliant. Can Silver State bounce back? Very strange race in that Park Sturd Mile last time. I want to look like he had it wrapped up in one.
I think he pulled up. I think he spotted the tire tracks from where they pulled the starting gate across. He put his toes in the ground. His ears came up, and he basically beat himself in that race at Parks. He snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory that day. And I think it was just a function of him hitting the front and saying, oh, my job's over, and seeing tire tracks and losing focus.
Tough beat. Steve Asmussen, things already going good for him.
Yeah, got off to a quick
Echo Zulu
start.
Big. Jackie's Warrior is going to be a short price as well in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. If he shows up, everybody's running for second.
Yeah, his races have been sensational. He beat the aforementioned Life is Good, was outrun a little bit down the backstretch. They were setting very, very fast fractions.
This was strange for him because for a moment he didn't have the lead in this race. He's used to being in front.
No, but he never did get any kickback in his face. I thought if Mike Smith, maybe on Life is Good, had tried to take the track away from him and throw dirt in his face, it might have backed him off a little bit. But the fact that he showed that kind of determination, that kind of heart, where he didn't dominate the field, but he kept fighting for it. And frankly, for a Breeders' Cup Sprint, I'm not seeing the kind of speed that normally gets signed on for a Breeders' Cup Sprint. I mean, you have that horse, Dr. Chevelle, on the outside who's fast, but Jackie's Warrior, he goes fast, and he goes fast easily. He's just got to break clean.
He does that, likely. He's a winner. Special Reserve's been great. What a claim for Mike Maker. Somehow got beat in that Vanderbilt this summer at Saratoga when Lexingtonian upset the field at 34-1. But he's been really in sharp form as we're back at Churchill Downs for this 1.25 mile test. And here's part of the entry Talk Radio.
Talk Radio does have some dirt form to go back and has won at a 1.25 mile distance before.
Post 4 for the entry meet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got lost there for a second. Yeah, another horse that's coming out of turf races. No turf racing at Churchill Downs this fall.
Corey Lannery for Neil Pessin with Audrey's time.
Well, a horse that's run well at Churchill Downs, going 1 mile and a furlong and close that day like 1.25 miles should be fine.
Picasso Collection, 15-1.
Yeah, making a first start on dirt, has run on synthetic as well as turf. Good trainer in Paulo Lobo.
Peter's Kitten, the 4 at 9-2 on the board. Anna Biskitsa rides.
Horses 1 for 1 on a fast dirt track, is turning back in distance from a 1.5 mile race, and I think that's kind of interesting in itself. That horse, we saw a horse yesterday coming out of longer turf races that translated well to the 1.25 mile on the dirt at Churchill.
2-time winner, 8 seconds in 24 starts for this 6-year-old mare by Kitten's Joy. Assertive Style at 9-2 on the board as well. The 6 just claimed by Chris Hartman.
Well, here's your speed of the race. I mean, this horse is going from 6 furlongs to that, has shown speed going longer. I'd be shocked if this horse wasn't on the lead.
5-2 favorite. Here's First Course. Been going long on the grass, 1.5 miles on the turf last start.
But has run on dirt and has won on dirt as well. And I like that they have that stamina-building efforts going much longer on turf. And talk about First Courses. That's what we're getting today with the first day of Breeders' Cup.
Yes, we are. It's living up to expectations already. Singita Dreams, Martin Garcia, 3-time winner for Phil Bauer.
Yeah, and a horse that has won at Churchill Downs and should be well-placed right off the speed of the 6 horse and could get first run on everybody.
4 minutes away from this 9th coming up at Churchill. You take advantage of this Twin Spires bet back offer. Place a win bet on select races at Churchill Downs Thursday through Sunday. Get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs 2nd or 3rd, all you have to do is opt in. Bonus funds are credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com. So let's take a look at Singita Dreams. This was back on June 5th. 2 starts back, just missed against New Rue by a head. Ran too good to lose.
He's surrounded by horses and just kept fighting. You like when a horse shows that kind of tenacity. He just never quit, just kept trying, digging. Maybe that grinding kind of style will suit the 1.25 miles here. I just think this horse has the potential to really trip out here. I think he's going to be laying 2nd in the clear, traveling comfortably. The 6 horse to me is clear-cut the speed, Assertive Style, coming at a 6 furlong. The last race was 6 furlongs. And sometimes when you just get that trip where you can build a horse's confidence and keep them in the bridle and keep them, nice and settled, and let the 6 horse basically be your lead horse, your pacemaker. When he stops, your horse makes the lead the right way in hand, and their confidence blows up. I really think the 8 horse trips out in here, Singita Dreams.
Meanwhile, the 2, you look at the last dirt start. It was here at Churchill. It was at 1 1/8 miles, and it was meant to be on the dirt, and ran 2nd against allowance optional 62. This level here, you got a lot of horses in this race, like you mentioned, that sprinter stretching out. Some other turf horses were meant for turf, but forced to run on dirt because there's no turf racing at the meet. Makes a lot of sense to me at 3-1.
Yeah, I agree. And you get a rider, Corey Lannery, very familiar with Churchill Downs, a guy that likes to save ground. He's familiar with this horse. Yeah, this horse makes a lot of sense as well.
3-1 here. Filly by Uncle Mo, 2-time winner. That was her only try at Churchill. It came 2 starts back, as mentioned.
Singita Dreams has been bet down to the favoritism now.
Wow, yeah, from the outside post. So she is the 5-2 favorite. She was behind Audrey's time in that race that we were just talking about. It was off a little bit of a layoff. But she had gone a 1.8 miles previously at Churchill Downs. It's all against the company you're doing it against, but she's pretty dominant when she did that back last year in September when she won by 9 lengths on the front end.
And then she won at 1.25 miles. Ultimately was disqualified, but so she has won at the distance.
That's big.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's proven at the distance on the dirt. Continues to take money, down to 2-1 now.
Cross the wire first at this level, but it was a race that was meant for the turf that was taken off.
But don't you feel like a lot of this fall meet at Churchill Downs, even though they're not entered for the turf, they're getting the similar profile to off-the-turf races because you're getting a lot of turf horses participating because they don't have the option of running on the turf.
But it sets up the opportunity for a lot of well-meant dirt horses to dominate and win these races.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I mean, listen, you have a horse like Peter's Kitten, has won on dirt, but it just feels like this is a turf horse, right?
Yeah.
you've got some other horses in here turning back in distance off of, turf efforts, which I like from a stamina point. But, getting to the 7-horse first course, I would much rather take the 8 or the 2-horse that have more proven dirt form, excuse me.
And with this 6 was 15-1, by the way, in the morning line. Sprint speed, stretching out, pedigree-wise, should be okay. I mean, you never know at 1.25 miles.
I know you don't like when I say it. Mrs. Marciano had 6 kids. She only had 1 Rocky. Listen, if this horse gets the 1.25 miles, it's going to be because it clears off and it is not rank. Horses will not stay 1.25 miles if they're keen.
Yeah.
So if Mitchell Murrill can get this horse to come off the bridle, throw her ears up, and get in a comfortable rhythm, I have a hard time seeing that happen.
She could have a very, very – we're talking about the 6 right now at 4-1, by the way. She could have a very easy lead here.
But then she has to switch off, too.
Yeah?
Once she clears off, if she comes back to the rider and doesn't pull, that'll enable her to get more ground. I still have a hard time seeing her get the 1.25 miles, but that's the only way she will get it.
And what's the key to doing that with being on her back?
Well, you've got a very long run to the first turn. I'm going to break from post 6 like a whisper. Boom. Not move. I'm not going to breathe. I'm not going to ask her. I'm not going to grab a hold of her. And I'm not going to change her path. I'm going to let her go completely straight for the first 1/8 of a mile and hope that she comes back to me before I even start thinking about angling towards the rail.
We'll see what Mitch Murrill does here on the 6. Assertive Style should be in front early. Here's the one who did win at 1.25 miles, only to get DQ'd last in line outside Singita Dreams. Travis Stone with the call.
And they're off. Bit of an awkward start for Palace Athene, who's off to the back of the pack, though. Assertive Style breaks alertly. Toward the inside is Talk Radio. Audrey's Time is there. Singita Dreams comes in for that outside post to get a tracking position 4th in behind the early leaders. Racing past the Twin Spires for the first time. Assertive Style is going to set the pace, and she's unopposed while doing so. Leads by a length and a half. Audrey's Time has cruised up to grab 2nd. Talk Radio toward the inside is going to save ground 3rd. Singita Dreams is 4th. Palace Athene back racing 5th. Peter's Kitten is 6th by 2. Picasso Collection is 2nd to last. And First Course settles in about 10 lengths off the lead as they move to the backstretch run. Opening quarter goes in 23 and 4. There's 6 furlongs to go. And an uneventful opening half mile so far for Assertive Style, who's just coasting along up top, and there's no pressure yet. Audrey's Time is content to wait back while 2nd. Singita Dreams a little bit closer now, inching forward from 3rd. Talk Radio continues on toward the rail 4th. Palace Athene started to make a little bit of progress out of 5th. Wide to the far turn is Peter's Kitten. Picasso Collection still 2nd last. And First Course still trails. Far turn. Assertive Styles half 48 and 2. 3/4 13 and 1. But here comes the pressure now as Audrey's Time saunters up alongside. And Singita Dreams is pushed on for speed within striking range from 3rd. 5 lengths back. First Course is launching a rally, circling horses at the back of the pack. 8 lengths to make up there, though. They're coming for the top of the stretch, and Audrey's Time grabs the lead right off the turn. Audrey's Time has taken over, and she's opening up by 2 and now by 3. Assertive Style with no response late. Singita Dreams boxing on from 3rd. First Course is closing, but not closing enough to catch Audrey's Time, who has ripped away from the pack. Audrey's Time, a decisive and much the best winner. Wins by 7 lengths on the wire. First Course was 2nd, Singita Dreams was 3rd, and Assertive Style was 4th.
Audrey's Time just pulls away from this group too good. Neil Pessin, Uncle Mo Philly, wins for the 3rd time in her career.
Yeah, and she set up the trip that I thought the 8-horse Singita Dreams might. I thought Mitchell Murrill did all he could early on with the 6 Assertive Style. You see in the red colors with the white cap, he kind of let her go down the middle of the track, long hold, quiet, quiet, quiet. Her ears are going to come up. It's got her fooled a little bit. She didn't really want any part of the 1.25 miles, but he did a good job getting her switched up there. I thought when he got to the backstretch, he got in her mouth a little bit. It kind of set her off, and she got a little keen. She wasn't getting the 1.25 miles under any circumstances, but the right trip with the 2 with Corey Lannery, Audrey's Time, And you see, he took her still in hand, allowed his filly to keep her rhythm, jumped to her right lead right there. He set her down, and she drew off as much the best, but got the sweet trip that I thought Sangeeta Dreams might get, and ultimately Sangeeta Dreams came up flat. She had no response the last eighth of a mile.
Not many wanted this distance, and that could be the case when you get to Derby Day 2 at 1.25 miles. Not many get to do it very often. Audrey's Time relished it for Neil Pessin, who that's one of the big absences, by the way, on this entire Breeders' Cup program. Bell's the one in that filly and mare sprint, opting to pass on this spot, instead point to the Dream Supreme.
Yeah, and it's, kind of a shame because I think she had the right style to kind of upset the apple cart, especially if Bella Sophia and Gamine get hooked up in a duel.
But we're going to get to see her at this meet on our program.
Yeah, well, which is a good thing. I like that.
No question. She's so much fun to watch. Audrey's Time, second start at Churchill, and gets a win here at 1.25 miles for Lothenbach Stables. We're going to take a break while the prices set up the nightcap when we return, and 'tis now. What a win. Back-to-back in the Classic in the most emotional Breeders' Cup ever held. Stay with us.
And on the morning of the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need to create the noblest of all creatures. So God made a racehorse. He needed a horse that is faster, smarter, sleeker, and sounder, so God made a racehorse. He created an animal sound of wind with oversized nostrils to breathe fire like a dragon and turn oxygen into rocket fuel. He gave it a kind eye so his caretaker could look into his soul. And then on the afternoon of the 8th day, God realized that he needed an animal that was even swifter, smarter, and sounder.
An animal that can compete on the world stage and win iconic races like at Royal Ascot.
So God created a legend. The legend lives on at Alapa.
Introducing Adelphi Racing Club, the horse racing syndicate offering more than just fractional ownership. Enjoy the thrill of an interactive thoroughbred ownership experience competing at the sport's highest level. Attend events where you'll interact with top trainers, industry professionals, and club members. We've cheered on winners from coast to coast at top tracks such as Santa Anita and Saratoga.
And it will be Exotic West.
Become part of a group that celebrates success together. Visit AdelphiRacing.com and join the club today.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
That is a beautiful shot. Sun coming down in Louisville under the Twin Spires. Our program, it's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Did you like to ride under the lights?
No. I wanted my day to be over by 6 and go home and eat dinner.
You didn't get a rush of adrenaline? Because it's so rare to get to do it at night.
Well, I will say I did like Friday nights at Hollywood Park because the enthusiasm of the crowd. I mean, it was really, a terrific crowd there. And if you'd only do it once a week, that's fine. It's just a steady diet of it. You get worn out. But
Audrey's Time liking the lights.
How good was she?
1.25 miles, suiting her well as the rest of this group not quite up to the task. She was dominant here. Third win from 14 career starts. Daughter of Uncle Mo, Neil Pessin of Bell's the One fame, who we're going to see later on at the meet. Lothenbach Stables and Corey Lannery team up.
Yeah, Bell's the One's rider as well, and they obviously have a good relationship, and Neil Pessin does a terrific job.
She can't make a lot of mistakes with her running style, but she is so good. Comes from far out of it.
I love those closing sprinters, and I have so much respect for Bell's the One. And, I thought the Breeders' Cup could play into her strength, which is her closing style.
Going to close out this Friday card at Churchill Downs with a maiden special weight 6.5 furlong sprint Cyberknife Short price favorite, should be. At cross the wire first in his debut, son of Gun Runner, who cost $400,000 for Brad Cox. Got DQ'd in that race. Now takes the blinkers off for start number 2 because he's going to try and break his maiden again in start number 2.
Yeah, the fact that he's already won a race, he's well bred. His dam was a multiple stakes winner. And he pointed out that he has a lot of ability. And Gun Runner, incredibly hot first crop sire.
Yeah, we haven't seen a horse get off to a start like this at stud in quite some time. So we're going to see another Gun Runner. Probably a very short-priced odds-on favorite coming up here in the 10th at Churchill Downs. 9/11, it forever changed our lives. It was a very scary time seeing the unthinkable, a foreign attack on U.S. soil. As New York tried to cope with the tragedy, the Breeders' Cup was on the horizon at Belmont Park in New York that year, just a couple of months later. Horse racing used that event to bring the city and race fans all across the country together with the little help of an American hero.
That morning I was in my living room having a cup of coffee, and my buddy Richard Rosenblatt called me up on the phone and said, turn on the TV, and he hung up the phone. I went, okay, and that was that.
We came up here to the roof, which is only about 12 miles from the World Trade Center, watching all the smoke billowing and all the horror that was going on, and we knew that our lives had been forever changed.
Well, he had run in the Woodward Stakes 3 days prior to 9/11, and Sandy and I were there and flew back from New York 2 days before 9/11 on 9/9. And then nobody could fly, of course, after 9/11 for some time. So he remained at Belmont Park in Shug McGay's barn. He also had his exercise boy and groom with him. And they stayed, I think, about 11 or 12 more days before they could fly out of New Jersey and come back to California.
The racetrack's always been my sanctuary. It just, particularly those first few days, it was really hard to feel like this was important, what we were doing.
Getting back to work certainly was a distraction, but the fright of what happened came rushing back when I arrived in New York.
I went upstairs and went into the booth, and I looked out to the infield, which I had looked out over from my perch up there 1,000 times. And I looked at the tote board, and I thought something was different. And then I picked up my glasses, and I looked over, and there was a sniper's nest in the tote board.
Right before the races began on Breeders' Cup Day, track management asked all the jockeys to put their colors on, and we were all given an FDNY hat or NYPD hat.
Everybody understood the magnitude of that, and that we were all in solidarity about what happened. No matter where you were from, we're on the same page, and everybody had that same feeling that we were going to show the world that we were going to put on the best show possible and keep racing at the forefront.
Ready for the start of the Classic. And they're off.
I asked him to run coming out of the gate because we were stuck out in the 10-hole, and all the way down the backstretch he was traveling very comfortably. And then I heard a horse coming to my outside, and I saw the blue Godolphin colors.
Here comes the ARC winner, Saki, and he storms to the lead. Saki a narrow lead, and Tisnow is battling on. The American Horse of the Year and the ARC winner are heads apart with a furlong to go in the Classic.
At the 16th hole, I decided, well, I'll give him one tap to see if he'll respond favorably from that, and he did.
On the outside, Saki, Tisnow fights on. Here's the wire, desperately close. Tisnow wins it for America.
You could say, I suppose, that it was a jingoistic thing to say, but it was the story. It was the story.
I felt like racing won that day. It was a celebration of our sport in the face of unspeakable terror.
It was a realization of a dream again that year, to have him win it twice in a row. And he really deserved it.
I was just flooded with emotions, mostly elation, and very, very proud that Tisnow would show up on a most important day in the history of our country, not just the history of our racing industry.
Really well done piece. It's just an incredibly difficult time in our nation's history. And you being here, I came here and visited the site. You know, it's less than 2 months after that happened, and you just get filled with emotion walking anywhere near it.
Yeah, absolutely. A great piece. Very powerful and very well done. You know, I just, having experienced it here and being on the roof, watching what was taking place about, 10 or 12 miles away as the bird flies, and what a crystal clear, beautiful day it was. It turned so horribly ugly. And just how it impacted so many of the neighborhoods, communities around here and all over. And heart goes out to anybody and everybody that was affected by it. But I remember when we came back to ride, and I just didn't really see almost the point of it. Like, it just seemed very trivial. And then Breeders' Cup Day was completely different. And the sense of solidarity and the emotion that was involved and how everybody kind of all came together, it was really amazing. And if it's one thing that came out of a horrible tragedy is how everybody supported each other.
Wish we never needed it, but it shows the power of how sports can bring people together in tough moments.
Absolutely. And the call from Tom Durkin, always hitting every perfect note. Just incredible.
Tis now. What a horse he was. Back-to-back winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic. And he was not training well up to that Breeders' Cup. Tossed his rider earlier in the week.
Well, you could see why Chris was kind of riding him a little carefully because he wasn't quite sure. And then when he realized, okay, he's going to engage and I can go ahead and ride him, Chris, not only obviously Hall of Famer, great rider, but a terrific horseman as well.
Two-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic. Tis now $6.4 million in earnings. And you say it a lot when we show this piece, but Jay Robbins doesn't get the credit he deserves for what he did with this horse.
I don't know why that happens, why certain horsemen or horsewomen don't get the notoriety or the credit they deserve. The job he did with Tis Now, Jay Robbins, was just absolutely incredible. And having had the privilege and pleasure of getting to know him a bit in California and riding some horses from him, he's an outstanding first-class horseman. And maybe it's just because he's so quiet and unassuming. I love the emotion he showed in that piece talking about it. Not a guy that pounds his own chest. He allows the horses to do the talking for him, but you know what? We'll give him the credit he deserves for just an incredible training job.
No question. Well, a couple of horses trying to make history in a different way in this year's Breeders' Cup Classic. Brad Cox has stablemates. No dirt mile winners ever come back to win the Classic. No juvenile winner has ever come back to win the Classic. Can Knicks go in essential quality? Either one of them do that on Saturday. We'll be back.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
We are back. Darkness has descended upon Belmont Park. We get set for still a big weekend ahead. We got the nightcap still to come at Churchill Downs. You can play all the action, of course, with Naira Bets, $200 deposit match, and a $25 free play at sign up with that code right there, Cup25. Go to nairabets.com or download the app to get signed up and started.
As the field moves off the turn, Essential Quality is still third and still moving at the leaders from the outside. Final furlong of the juvenile. Essential Quality coming forward for the lead. Late run from Keep Me in Mind. Hot Rod Charlie to the inside. Essential Quality and Luis Saez.
What a performance. Essential Quality, 2-year-old champion. Continuing that Brad Cox train at last year's Breeders' Cup.
And just a horse that is gem of consistency. The only defeat in his career, a bad start in the Derby, and strung along wide throughout. And as it turns out, that day he was beating Hot Rod Charlie, this would turn into a contentious rivalry, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And we'll see if Hot Rod can turn the tables on Saturday. 4 wins for Brad Cox. I mean, he has the horses to try and have that kind of a Breeders' Cup again this year. That's what's amazing.
He's loaded again, and coming in with contenders, horses that are legit on form, and they look like they're coming into the Breeders' Cup in fine fettle.
He's got 2 of the horses to beat in the Classic as well. The stablemates, Knicks Go, Essential Quality, going head-to-head for the first time. 5-2, 3-1, top 2 choices on the board respectively in the main event. Knicks Go has just been devastating this year. He's never lost around 2 turns under the care of Brad Cox.
Yeah, and for people that might dismiss the fact that it's any different 1 turn or 2 turns, I present Knicks Go as evidence. He's just a horse that's better because he's handy. Horses that can run turns and they can kind of moderate things in the middle. 1-turn races tend to heat up and keep, steadily pick it up as they go.
He goes so much faster early and is able to finish late than what we're used to seeing from most horses with speed on the front end.
Yeah, and you can see, again, we watch him train in the mornings. He's always got his head cocked out a little bit. You saw Joel Rosario kind of cock his head up to the right, steer him out, basically almost challenge anybody. If you can get to me, you're going to get to me inside of me. I don't want you outside of me. And I wonder what the thought process is fully behind that, but you could see it's a concerted effort that he does that.
Can he finish off this season with a win? He won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year. If he wins this race, he's going to be your horse of the year. Same could be said for Essential Quality.
Yeah. I mean, a lot's on the line here. Listen, you got to love the enthusiasm and the energy that Knicks Go is showing in his training, as well as Essential Quality. His last work, his best work by far and away. You see a Knicks Go there. He's equipped with draw reins that kind of help to keep the rider, keep the horse's head down, helps the rider keep a hold of them, keep their head down, and not let them get too rank.
Hopefully he doesn't force that wide around the turn on Saturday.
But even here, you see when he's training, his head's cocked out to the right a little. And you got to be a good rider to use those draw reins effectively the way they're supposed to be used. Does a really good job. My wife Carmela was really good with draw reins.
Really? Yeah. I just don't think anyone envisions a world in which he's not in front by himself, even though we got Medina Spirit in the race. We know how he wants to go. Hot Rod Charlie, we know how quick he is. There's other speeds as well. But he's just so quick. As for Essential Quality, he would love to see a pace heat up in front of him and come and mow him down.
Now, this is a 3-year-old that tends to run to the level of his competition, does what's necessary. In his morning training, he does it. He's very content to run alongside a horse. He waits for the rider. You see Luis Saez has to ask him for his best, but even his best, once he gets in front, he's like, hey, okay, I'm good. And Midnight Bourbon, a horse that improved continually through the year as well, but Essential Quality's trained a little bit different, hasn't been seen since the Travers. I think he's trained with more enthusiasm, more energy, and who's to say that he doesn't have a huge forward move in him, maturing in that period of time. 3-year-olds are constantly changing. And the fact that, yes, he's going to have to find more in the tank to handle the likes of a Knicks Go.
But just about every single time he's been on the racetrack, he's been able to do that. Now, it's going to be the toughest test of his career by a mile, no question. But he answers the bell every single time. The only time he was beat rough out of the gate wasn't the cleanest of breaks, and he was wide all the way around that racetrack in that Kentucky Derby when Medina Spirit beat him.
Yeah, and it was kind of a merry-go-round race that day. Everybody kind of held the same positions they had all the way around. Just listening to the quotes from Johnny Velasquez at Medina Spirit, we're coming out flying. I agree with you. I think Nick Sko is the most naturally fast horse in the race, and I do think he'll be in front, but I don't think he's going to be alone.
I agree. I mean, Medina Spirit has to. He's proved that he has to go, and we know they're going to be aggressive. But I just think they're going to find themselves against a horse they're not able to get the lead from. But you think that's going to make Nick Sko go even faster than he wants to be able to hang on at a mile and a quarter?
Again, with all due respect to Medina Spirit, who has been a gem of consistency, and his form is borne out that he's a horse that can maintain. He's a horse that can maintain a high cruising speed. He doesn't have the right style with a horse like Nick Sko in there, but he can have an outcome saying how the race is run.
Have you ever seen a Classic 2 where you have a Kentucky Derby winner who's in incredible form, by the way? He just came in off this performance, the best race he has ever run, who's being talked less about in a Classic.
Well, it just feels like two other 3-year-olds have come to the fore as far as, being a little bit ahead of the class in essential quality. And
this was a big move forward.
I think this was a big move forward. I mean, also the fact that maybe his Kentucky Derby win is still under a shadow of suspicion as they have, an investigation into all of that. Maybe that's part of it. People have a tendency to.
I just think too, though, they're just so much more highly regarded. You said it. I mean, the 2-year-old champ and Hot Rod Charlie just so much more highly regarded than he is.
It just
even though he beat him.
feels like that. It just feels like they're a little bit above the class. But I agree with you. The last race for Medina Spirit, I think, was his best race by far, including the Kentucky Derby or any other race. Interesting.
The front end of this race is going to be fascinating to watch.
And we've seen starts have a lot to say in how races are run. Hopefully everybody gets a clean start and we see a true race.
Breeders' Cup Classic main event, race 12 on that Saturday card on championship weekend out at Del Mar. Speaking of Brad Cox, he has by a mile the horse to beat in the finale we have coming up at Churchill Downs. Cyberknife, odds-on favorite in this race that's going to close things out in this maiden special weight at 6.5 furlongs. He crossed the wire first in his debut. He got DQ'd. That's the one. And we're talking about the 2-horse, who's a short price favorite. Is Brad there, or is he elsewhere?
Yeah, I think he's detained someplace else. He's preoccupied.
Where could he be? He's got the favorite here. We'll be back. We have the nightcap coming up from Churchill. We'll get to the post parade when we return. Stay with us.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are winning. Another fantastic win for Run Happy when Following Sea won the prestigious Grade 2 Schosberg and punched his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where he will attempt to follow his sire's footsteps. And after 2 wire-to-wire wins to start his career, Run the Daylight showed a new dimension, coming from off the pace to say perfect with another win. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms.
Good boy. Hey, Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? Huh? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
I'm Olivia Desch, and today we're here to talk about Always Dreaming. It's always very exciting to stand a Kentucky Derby winner like Always Dreaming. Besides the Kentucky Derby, he won the Florida Derby, actually the fastest time since Alydar in 1978. Always Dreaming has a really big personality. He loves having all the attention on him when tour guests are here. He will actually lift his one leg and turn his head, kind of begging for the mint to be given to him. For all the personality he has while in his stall, he's actually very laid back and well-minded when he goes out to his field. We're very excited so far with what we are seeing with his first yearlings this year. We are seeing great walks on them, just like him. They're very athletic, very racy looking. On top of all the mares that we've bred to him this year, we actually bought one of his daughters out of the Keeneland November sale that we're gonna keep because she just continues to impress us like her dad.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori. We have the nightcap coming up from Churchill Downs. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Maiden special weight. Brad Cox with the odds-on favorite who looks real imposing here. Cyberknife, Gun Runner Colt. We'll have Martin Garcia aboard, DQ'd after crossing the wire first at Churchill back on September 25th.
Yeah, and ran a very good buyer speed figure that day. Is by Gun Runner, who's just been white hot first crop sire. And horse makes a lot of sense.
2 to 5. When you look beyond, who's the potential upsetter in this group? There are some intriguing runners. The 5's interesting at 11:01. Steve Asmussen with a son of the 2-year-old champ, Classic Empire. Showed good speed, was beat less than a length in his debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, and Steve's horses tend to get better with some racing as well.
And Asmussen with a first-timer. Also, the 11 is taking no money. 17:01 Riders Special, son of Union Rags.
Horse that's got some fast work. Steve does not work his horses fast. When they see a fast work from his horses, it's because they did it the right way.
And here they come through the tunnel. Post parade here coming up. We will begin with a big long shot here. Sensei Lawrence, blinkers on, new gelding for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, and he's just going to have to improve turning back in distance, gets a tough post.
He had to face Gunite in his debut, and he didn't run that bad in that debut effort. Here's the 2, Cyberknife, 2 to 5 favorite.
Makes a lot of sense. The horse won already, ran a fast figure. Unfortunately, was DQ'd. Takes the blinkers off. Kind of interesting.
Squid Game Silks. Actually, it's Gold Square. Here's the 3, the Z-Man, Nick Zito.
Nick Zito, horse that's not taking a tremendous amount of money. We try to let the board help us with first-time starters. A little bit keen on the track.
Call me Jamal, Mike Pewich, Malibu Moon Colt, 21:01.
Yeah, and a horse that's actually coming in with some very nice works off of bullet work last time.
Yeah, quickest to 26, going 5 furlongs in the morning at Churchill. Here's the 5, Classic Moment, the Asmussen with experience here, son of Classic Empire.
Steve's horses tend to improve with racing. This horse showed good speed. You can expect a step forward.
Hard spun Colt, Capuna for Brett Calhoun.
Another horse that's got a couple of very fast works sprinkled in between. Last work was a gate work. You know, I'm not a hugest fan of the last work being the gate work before a race.
D. Wayne Lucas with a first-timer, Island Music.
Another horse that we're just not seeing a tremendous amount of support on the board. McLean's Music, though, he was a brilliant racehorse. Only one start, throws fast horses.
Keen Ice, first-timer for Dallas Stewart here, Keen Air.
And taking money. This horse at 7-1, and we've seen Dallas Stewart win with several first-time starters recently.
Here's words of wisdom for Brad Cox as well. Tappet, first-time starter.
Yeah, first foal out of the mare Wedding Toast was a grade 1 winner and making a nice impression on the racetrack, but not taking any money.
7-2 morning line. Yeah, 17-1 right now. Here's the 11 rider special, the Asmussen first-timer by Union Rags.
Yeah, Willis Horton. You see John Court aboard. Willis Horton and John Court have a long history. And again, this horse has some work sprinkled in there that would lead you to believe that he's got some talent, because Steve is a trainer that likes his horses to work within themselves, not show too much in the mornings. That minute work 3 back tells me this horse probably has some ability, but probably also be well suited to when the distances start to stretch out.
Here's our market mover. First time starter. It's on a keen ice for Dallas Stewart. What do you think of body language?
Well, he's on his toes, that's for sure. He got that warm up under Jimmy Graham, and now he's heading back towards the starting gate. And you can see he's pretty animated. I wonder how he was with the pony starting out, because at this point, you'd like to see him hook back up with the lead horse and settle down a little bit. Now, this is when you want them to kind of take a breath and get composed.
If you want to bet the market mover or anybody else in this nightcap at Churchill, you can do so by getting signed up started with Twin Spires. Download the app or go to twinspires.com. Get 200, that promo code to use at sign up. So 7-1, still a little agitated or animated. Better way to put it.
Yeah, I think
big favorite.
That's the right word. Yeah.
Cyberknife. So here's what he did in his debut when he wound up getting taken down. There's the bump.
Yeah, you saw him. He was already trying to lug in a little bit under Martin Garcia, who rides him back. And he made that step in, drastic enough, made contact. The other horse, kept fighting. He only beat this horse a half a length on the wrong lead. Interesting that they take the blinkers off. Obviously, he's debuted with blinkers because he's probably shown some greenness in the mornings. And now they take them off. And how is that going to play out with this horse that already showed that bit of greenness? Did they just see some maturity in the morning, or did they work him without the blinkers and saw something that they said, okay, wait, maybe we made a mistake putting them on? That raises some questions for me.
2 to 5. He's not moved from 2 to 5. He's been this price throughout on the wagering board.
He's obviously a tough colt, too. You see, he's going to the gate, and he has a lip chain over his lip. And it doesn't hurt a horse. It's just there to get their attention, keep their focus. A horse that maybe gets a little bit hard to handle. You can see that actually gives the pony rider, the rider of Harley, a bit more control than actually Martin Garcia there. That you've got to really have a good outrider with you and somebody you trust, because basically they're handling the horse at that point.
Here's one of 2 for Asmussen. This is the one with experience. Classic moment. Here's his debut. It came at Keeneland, October the 9th. Was forwardly placed throughout and was in a good position to try and win this race in his debut.
Yeah, and a horse that, again, from Steve Asmussen's barn. Steve wins with firsters. He wins with all kinds of horses, but he hasn't cranked them up to win first time. And the fact that this horse had so much natural speed, and he fought. He didn't lay down here. He is continually fighting. He just gets picked off late by a horse he probably never saw way out in the middle of the track.
So he's on the board at 6-1 for start number 2. And I guess the other really intriguing price on the board, I guess there's a couple. He's one of them. But his price has started to come down a little bit. It's the other Brad Cox horse, who was 7-2 morning line with that pedigree you talked about at 13-1, the 9.
Yeah, regally bred son of Tappet, wedding toast, grade 1 winner for Godolphin. From connections that win with first-time starters. It just feels like everybody's sole focus is the 2 Cyberknife. And listen, he already won a race.
And it's a fairly big number first time out for a 2-year-old.
Absolutely. But I wasn't thrilled with the lugging in. I wasn't thrilled with the wrong lead. Yeah, he should get it together. Horses mature, and they, physically as well as mentally.
But it's not out of the realm of possibility that a first-timer could step up and outduel this horse. Maybe maybe the stablemate. We'll see. Asmussen with a horse who actually he was working. Wow, started working at Keeneland, went to Monmouth, then Ellis, and then did get a couple of works over this Churchill Downs track.
Well, a horse that obviously is well-traveled, seen a lot already. And I was keeping an eye out for the 8-horse, Keen Air, who never did hook back up with a pony. So obviously he's probably a colt that's a bit studdish, and they needed to keep him away from the pony. So Jimmy Graham walking him up to the gate with his feet out of the irons. That's one way riders try to get a horse to settle a little bit. They feel your rider's legs around him, not up in the stirrups. He still has him out. And then the gate crew took a hold of him, and it looked like he did settle down once they kind of took him in hand.
You intrigued at all by this one? His debut, he had to face Gunite, Rattle and Roll, who was going to be in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but was scratched for Kenny McPeak. And he ran 5th in a 12-horse field. This is the first time he's back sprinting on dirt.
Well, it's a good point. And he also comes back with the complete makeover. Blinkers on, first time gelding. You know, maybe a horse that has shown a lot of ability for a trainer whose horses get better with racing, and then they just felt like he lost his focus or wasn't doing things, you know, properly enough, so they gelded him to see if they can get to the best of him.
Big price from the inside post. Nightcap from Churchill on this Friday card. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Riders Special left at the break, spots to field a couple of lengths. A great beginning for Classic Moment, who hit the ground running right off the mark. And Call Me Jamal comes on through to that one's inside. And now he's in front. Call Me Jamal shows the way. Classic Moment with that good beginning is right up and on the pace, racing second. Sensei Lawrence toward the inside is now third. Cyberknife within striking range, fourth and only 2 lengths off the lead. 4 lengths farther back to Kapuna, who comes on to be fifth. The Z-Man is sixth. Keen Air racing in seventh. Wide on the track is Words of Wisdom. A break of 5 or 6 back, maybe a bit more than that to Island Music. And slow starting Riders Special the trailer. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. There's 3 furlongs to go. Call Me Jamal, the leader round the far turn. Classic Moment hounding every step of the way. Cyberknife is hovering 3 wide to their outside in third. Kapuna comes on 4 wide from fourth. Sensei Lawrence under pressure fifth. Words of Wisdom switched outside sixth. Top of the stretch. Classic Moment in front with 1 furlong to go. Cyberknife trying to get by, but Classic Moment digs down deep. Cyberknife is still second outside. Time is running out. Classic Moment wanders toward the outside to engage Cyberknife. Cyberknife switch leads right there at the 16th pole. Classic Moment holds on to the lead with that, and Classic Moment is the winner. Cyberknife was second, Kapuna was third, Call Me Jamal was fourth, and Sensei Lawrence was fifth.
Steve Asmussen having a pretty nice start to the weekend.
Yeah, I would say so. Echo Zulu winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies earlier. And this second time starting son of Classic Empire, Classic Moment. He faced a stiff challenge from your heavy favorite in the 2, Cyberknife, who without the blinkers switched leads, was a little better about it. But you can see right about here, he's not going by. And when Martin Garcia went back to the right-handed crop, he resented it. He jumped back to his left lead. He lost his momentum completely there. But let's give all the credit to the 5 Classic Moment, who did improve in his second start and was tenacious on the front end.
Big upset here. Cyberknife 2-5 and defeated. Classic Moment stepping up. And I didn't see the off odds. 6-1, the last look we got anyway.
Yeah, 6-1.
Okay.
And again, I think the whole focus was on the 2 Cyberknife, who I think has a lot of ability, but has shown a little bit of greenness and still hasn't overcome all of that yet. He's going to have to, he's a work in progress. Let's put it that way.
Still to come out on the West Coast, Breeders' Cup Juvenile and the Juvenile Turf. Big scratch, obviously. The juvenile complexion of this race changed a lot, not just with the favorite out in Jack Christopher, but a horse who's going to be forward in here as well and be part of the pace.
Yeah, I had some ideas about some closers, and I didn't feel quite as strong or passionate about those ideas after the scratch of Jack Christopher, because not only does he have speed, he's quality speed, and that's a big difference between when a horse just has brief or cheap speed. You have to respect a horse that's quality and has speed, and I thought that's why the race could heat up a lot in the middle.
So are you not as concerned now about that outside post for Corniche?
No, I'm still concerned about the outside post for him. Mike Smith's going to have to get away clean. Young horses are like water. They tend to run to empty space. He's got a lot of empty space to his outside. And he still has to clear some other fast horses, although the other main speeds, we talked about it earlier, are other Bob Baffert runners.
Pinehurst.
Yeah, Pinehurst looks very quick, too. And even though they're different ownerships, I'm sure there was a powwow about not getting in each other's way.
Meanwhile, the card today, day 1 for these 2 years, is going to close out with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Wide open race, it seems. I know for Charlie Appleby, who's made such a big splash this year in the States with a couple of Grade 1 wins, with his fillies coming over here running 1-2 in both Althika and Summer Romance. Modern Games from the inside post looks like he has a major chance in this race.
A major chance, and he has run left-handed, although that was the worst race of his career. All his other races were on straight courses, so that's a concern. And it's a huge field with young horses. Yeah. Trips, play a huge role. You've got to get a clean trip in a crowded, bulky field on a 7/8 turf course.
And hey, congrats to Christophe Clement off the Schneid, gets his first Breeders' Cup win. Can he do it again with Slipstream in this race?
Absolutely, and Bobby Flay too, with a homebred, a horse she bred.
How about that? Yeah, that was Pizza Bianca. We're going to see tomorrow back 12 Eastern start time on FS2 in the Awad. Private purchase. Dylan Davis on General Ken, just up in time with a different style of running this time around to get a stakes victory. How about Classic Lady, Ticonderoga 6-year-old mare, stepping up for Clement, showing she has a little still left in the tank. And Gerrymander in the Tempted, Chad Brown and Klarovich and Eric Hensel. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.